Good morning. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the State Court of Clayton County. This is the civil bench hearing calendar and trial calendar for November 6, 2024. I will call the calendar and then we will determine who's here and here go forward. Courtroom 304, State Court of Clayton County. Allstate Northbrook versus Patricia Mabins.
Candace Boutwell for the plaintiff, Your Honor. We're ready. It's just a default as to damages. The judgment as to liability was granted on August 30th. It'll take about 5 minutes to prove damages. I do not need it reported.
All right, Tidewater Finance Company versus Brian Devon Bolton.
Chuck Day here on behalf of the plaintiff in that case. It's a liquidated damages case, and we're here only for the damages portion of it because you already granted liability.
You said it's liquidated damages?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything that needs to be pled?
No, everything's already in the record, having already been filed and supported by affidavit.
Okay, and is there anyone here on Tidewater versus Bolton? Anyone else here on Tidewater versus Bolton? All right, so Mr. Day, if you've provided us with an order, we'll go ahead and get that signed, and you're free to go if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have supplied a proposed order back when the motion was actually filed. It doesn't reference though the fact that you'd already granted liability in the case. Should I draft a different one and send it?
Yeah, if you want to send us an updated order, that'd be fine. Miss Kiera Powell, kiera.powell@claytoncountyga.gov, and that's Kiera, K-I-E-R-R-A, Powell.
I'll do it. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Michael Scarborough versus Gas Express Petroleum.
This case was moved to the next calendar, Judge.
All right, thank you. Marcus Jonas, Central Diamond, Azija Jones versus Trimark Northside.
Your Honor, this is Jeff Butler here on behalf of plaintiff Central Damon. With me here in the room are co-counsel Ronnie Mabro and my law partner Matt Kahn. I think this will probably be a while. I imagine both sides have opening statements and a few witnesses to call. So I think it may be a few hours.
Okay.
Your Honor, good morning. I'm Darren Somerville. I'm joined by Eugene Felton and my law partner, Allison Curry. Our client, Mr. Jones, is in the room or nearby Mr. Felton, and of course will be able to speak. I don't know about a few hours, but I concur with Mr. Butler that this will probably be the longest case on the calendar today.
All right, no problem. Let's see. Noreko Roberts versus Luis Belgio et al. Noreko Roberts versus Luis Belgio, Commercial Roofing Specialist and Old Republic Insurance versus Southern General Insurance. Looks like a garnishment. Nope. Yep. Nope. Not sure what it is.
Judge, I have that calendar. That should be on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Yep, I did move down to the 11. I'm sorry, it was attached.
For the 10 o'clock, there should be, I believe 2023 CV 00908 should be the next one.
Trimark, Stonebridge Global, SH Management, Assure Solutions.
Your Honor, I think
That's
that's
the rest of the, yeah, that's the rest of the other case. Here's the other one. I'm sorry. Sheila Knighton versus Marlene Rounds, School of, and several John Does and a John Doe Corporation. Is there anyone here on behalf of Sheila Knighton?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Alex Purwich of Stewart Miller Simmons on behalf of plaintiff.
And good morning, Your Honor. This is Mark Amos on behalf of Marlene Rounds, the movant in this motion for summary judgment. I would estimate probably between the two of us, 30 to 45 minutes, and we would like it recorded, please.
All
Taken down.
right. I have recording and I'm broadcasting to YouTube, which will record. So those are what I have. If you didn't bring a court reporter, I don't have one available today.
Well, that will suffice, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. So Allstate. Ms. Boutwell, did you wish to present your witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Preston Smith is present as the witness for Allstate.
All right, Mr. Smith, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I did.
All right. Your witness, Ms. Boutwell.
Mr. Smith, could you state your name, please?
Preston Smith,
And where are you employed?
Allstate Insurance,
How long have you been with Allstate?
25 years,
Do you, and what is your job title there?
auto litigation adjuster.
As an auto litigation adjuster and an adjuster, do you have training and experience in determining when a vehicle is repairable and when it is total loss?
Yes,
Do you have training and experience in reviewing damages to a vehicle that are involved in collisions?
yes,
And do you have training and experience in determining the approximate fair market value of vehicles that are damaged in collisions?
yes,
Have you had an opportunity to review the damages that were incurred in the collision involving your insured, Ms. Gwendolyn Bowman?
I have.
And on what date did that collision occur?
December 7th, 2022,
What type vehicle was Ms. Bowman driving?
a 2013 Nissan Rogue.
Was the vehicle declared a total loss or was it repairable?
It was declared a total loss.
What was determined to be the approximate fair market value of the vehicle before the collision?
$12,209.51.
And what was the after value or the salvage value on the vehicle as a result of the collision?
$2,650.
What is the difference between the before value and the after value?
$9,559.51.
Did Allstate also make a payment for towing, storage, and salvage fees as a result of this incident?
We did, yes. For
What amount was that? I'm sorry.
$841.50.
What is the
Sorry.
total? Excuse me?
Mr. Preston, I missed that first part of that answer for the towing.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was the total amount was $841.50.
Thank you.
What is the total amount paid by Allstate for the property damage as a result of this collision?
$10,401.01.
Is that reasonable in your opinion?
Yes,
And is that the amount that we are seeking from the court today?
yes.
Your Honor, that's our case. We'd ask for a judgment in the amount of $10,401.01.
All right, the case being in default, the court having heard from the plaintiff and damages proven in the amount of $10,401.01. The court is going to grant that amount. If you will prepare the order and send it over to Ms. Powell if there's not already one in the file.
Your Honor, I just emailed it to her right as you were calling our case. So you should have that. She should have that at this time.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. May we be excused?
All righty. All right. Yes. Oh, okay. So let me take this shorter case before we come back to the longer case. And then we can settle in for that one. All right, Sheila Knighton versus Marlene Rounds et al.
It's Mark Amos for the defendant, Your Honor. Defendant movement.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I won't bore the court with all the myriad details since I'm sure the court has already read the briefs and underlying facts and everything. So I'll just give some highlights and certainly respond to any point of inquiry that the court may have or want to dig into so as to reduce our time. Basically, Your Honor, the argument is kind of like this. Number one, Marlene Rounds' School of Dance had no duty because it did not control the lighting. And specifically, there's a distinction to be made between audience lighting and stage lighting. Miss Rounds owns a little dance company that young ladies do performances periodically, in this case over at the Clayton County Performing Arts Center there off of Mount Zion Road, near where I grew up. And on the day in question, 4/25/21, in compliance with the lease agreement with the Clayton County and the Performing Arts Center, which is a separate political sub entity, which has not been sued here, by the way. The entity provided under the unambiguous terms of the contract, the lighting. And there's a distinction between stage lighting and audience lighting. And for the longest period of time, the plaintiff has alleged here that it was the lighting, without making a distinction between stage and audience, that was the instrument which caused her to fall as she got up from her seat during an intermission. And in that regard, under the terms of the contract, Marlene Rounds had no control over the audience lighting and only had direct, indirect, and control over the stage lighting. And plaintiff has, I'm sorry, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Amos, I hate to interrupt, but I did have a question for clarification purposes for the record. So we're not talking about lighting like there were cords running across that would have obstructed her. We're talking about whether she was visible, whether things were visible with respect to what was on stage or what was on the audience.
Yes, ma'am. There is no physical instrumentality here, like a wire or a cord or an actual light. It is the general ambiance of lighting as cast out over the auditorium, which would be the audience lighting and not the stage lighting. It's clear when you read Ms. Rounds' deposition testimony that she could direct the stage hands and the lighting technicians to put specific lighting features on the stage, not so much the physical, but the cast of the light beam on the little girls who were dancing, but had no control or direction over the audience lighting. For example, this happened at an intermission. So primarily, going back to that point, Marlene Rounds' School of Dance had no control over the audience lighting, which plaintiff alleges was the instrument that caused her to fall and allegedly injure herself. Therefore, they had no duty. So we should win on that basis. Late in the game, and this kind of viewed over time, from the complaint to interrogatory responses over several months, Ms. Knighton alleged that it was the lighting that was the instrument that caused her to fall. Then we get into her deposition, and after getting her to describe what had happened, it was almost as if she was falling down a rabbit hole and said, "Oh, it's something about a bottle. Yeah, there was a lady that said something about a water bottle." And I pressed her for detail about that, and she couldn't identify this woman, couldn't identify this alleged water bottle, how long it had been there, if it existed at all. And then 2 times after that said, "I don't know what caused me to fall."
Is she alleging that the water bottle was something provided by the performance space or the lighting company?
To answer your question on booking, no, she's not. The water bottle purportedly, as I'm reading between the lines here, was maybe left by a attendee or something of that order. This goes to the constructive notice element under the Robinson test. And let me kind of skip to that real quickly then. A plaintiff must show actual knowledge or constructive knowledge. And it's clear, plaintiff has not put up any evidence showing any actual knowledge on behalf of the defendant, which the plaintiff must do. Alternatively, if they can't show actual knowledge, they have to show constructive knowledge. For example, in slip and fall cases where you're in a grocery store, Kroger or something like that, and they fall and there's a tomato, but it's got dirt and grime and it's got mold on it, it would suggest it had been there for a period of time. Likewise, in this case here, to provide that element of constructive notice, which is a burden that she must carry and hasn't carried, there's no evidence, nothing about, one, the presence and existence of this bottle by a valid evidentiary process. Because number one, the reference to this is not directly from her. She didn't say, "I saw a bottle." She said, I heard a woman who said something about a bottle. So it's hearsay and it's speculative. And that, under the case law, is clear. That cannot be the speculation and improper evidence, for lack of a better word, because it's classic hearsay, cannot be the basis to create a material issue of fact in defense of a summary judgment. And that's clear in the cases from Willingham and others that we've cited to the court. So as I move through the argument, number one, we had no duty because we had no control over the general lighting. Number two, no actual notice, we win. Number three, no constructive notice because you can't speculate, you can't use improper evidence as a shield or to create a smoky question of fact, which cannot be done here. She cannot achieve that. Number four, she assumed the risk. She in her deposition testimony, she states very clearly, I knew the lights were down low, but I got up and went anyway in the hopes that they would turn the lights up. They being the Clayton County Performing Arts Center. And it was in that traversing in that, I would say, darkly illuminated auditorium is when she fell. So she assumed the risk. She knew what she was doing when she got up and walked out. Number three, she has to show that she was prevented from having superior knowledge of what was going on, and that was in the exclusive control of Marlene Rounds. And as we said before, Miss Rounds and the dance company had no control over the audience lighting. On top of that, she had the same information that Marlene Rounds had, and that was we were at intermission. The audience lighting was, dim for whatever purposes, however you want to describe it. But that's not something that Marlene Rounds could control or had any influence over. She had equal knowledge to what Marlene Rounds had. Let me see here. The instrument here that she is alleging, if we have two factual theories for her, one, it was the lighting. Second, it was this alleged water bottle, as we've already said earlier. We have no control over the lighting. We have no duty with regard to plaintiff over this audience lighting. If we switch over to the bottle theory, number one, that cannot be used as speculation and hearsay, cannot be used as a basis to defeat a motion for summary judgment. And on top of that, how can she allege Marlene Rounds was put on constructive notice if, number one, she couldn't identify it and couldn't say clearly that it was even this instrument that caused her to fall? She said that in her deposition testimony. She said, I don't know what caused me to fall. So that's an independent and third basis that she can't supply, come trial time or otherwise. And grant for summary judgment is clear across all three bases. And with that, I will rest and respond to any questions the court may have.
Okay. Well, I don't have any questions right now. I'll just hear from the plaintiff.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll keep it relatively brief. I think plaintiff's brief in support in response to defendant's motion is pretty clear as far as plaintiff's position. First and foremost, regarding the element of control, I would note that, as stated in the brief, that the defendants had a non-delegable duty to maintain the premises and use ordinary care to maintain the approaches and the premises itself. They had a facility.
Was that a duty that occurred in that was delegated to them by the lease?
Correct. The facility use agreement, which was, I believe, supplied as an exhibit to our response, should highlight all of that. And in conjunction with Ms. Rounds' deposition testimony, the element of control was that she had the authority and ability to delegate the lighting instructions to, I think it was a stagehand or a supervisor that was provided at the premises. Her duty didn't extend to just the stage area, it extended to the entire auditorium, because it's not just the dancers on stage. She also has a duty to the invitees, which she expressly invited and sold tickets to. As far as the late testimony, I mean, it's deposition testimony. It's the plaintiff's deposition testimony. That is evidence for a jury to consider. Plaintiff said it was there, and admittedly, when defense counsel pushed her on it, she hemmed a little bit, but she said it was because it was dark and that she didn't check because she was in pain from falling. I believe she tore her rotator cuff. The crux here is that having this defendants are trying to escape the non-delegable duty requirement that was imposed on them by the facility use agreement by saying, oh, we didn't have express control despite having the ability and authority to delegate to a stagehand, hey, it needs to be lighted like this on the stage. It needs to be lighted like that in the audience. So she leased the entire thing, but notably there was no inspection performed whatsoever before or during the inspection. There were no individuals, to my knowledge, that were employed to do that. And that would be something that should be done, knowing that you have guests coming to your premises, albeit leased premises, for a temporary time. Her testimony, when asked, "What do you even do a walkthrough of the aisles in the crowd area?" was never had to do that. She speculated because she always knew it to be clean, but she didn't do it that day. She didn't walk through the aisle. She didn't walk through the crowd area. Had there been
Were there-
usher,
Were
sorry.
there multiple performances? Like, was this a subsequent performance to the opening night, or was this opening night, or was it just a single performance?
My understanding is that it was just a single day performance. It's a, recreational dance group that was performing for their family and friends.
You know why I'm asking that, right? Because if you're saying that she had a duty to do the walkthrough and to check and do all of that, if the bottle was there prior to this performance, then yeah, she would have, like, that would have been something that she should have had knowledge of. But if it was a single performance and someone brought it in, she wouldn't have had superior knowledge to the plaintiff. I mean, to the defendant. I mean, to the plaintiff. Yeah, she wouldn't have had superior knowledge. And so at that point, how's she to know that somebody may have put a bottle there?
Well, right. And that was going to be our next contention. I have a half sister who's 30 years younger than me, went to her dance recital a couple weeks ago. They had ushers in each aisle with little flashlights. And that's a volunteer basis. I'm sure that, and I don't recall whether I asked her this, but I would surmise that she didn't, whether she did or didn't ask for volunteers to do that, she didn't provide anybody to help guide guests, because it is reasonably foreseeable, whether you're at a movie theater, at a play, at a dance recital, that
I
whether
get that, but I'm gonna brag a little bit. I just went to see Stevie Wonder, and they had those people with the little flashlights to get us to our seats. But when intermission came, when people got up to go to the restroom or to grab snacks, there was no person standing there guiding them up and down the stairs or through the rows. They got us to our seats, and then we didn't see the flashy light people anymore.
Sure. Well, alternatively, there should be lighting along the walkways, right? When you're in a movie theater, for instance, there's little dim lights along the steps, or on an airplane, there's little lights along the walkway, because when the lights are dim, that's intended to assist. There's no evidence in this case that Ms. Rounds inspected to confirm that the lighting was sufficient, which was, again, testified to, and also in the facility use agreement contract. She had the authority to notify the lessor, hey, or the stagehand, hey, the lighting's inadequate, we need something done, right? And so if there's not sufficient lighting in conjunction with the fact that there's a hazard on the floor, I would posit that that's squarely within defendant's non-delegable duty to be addressing, whether it be before or during the dance recital. And to the extent that, and again, in that same vein, it kind of touches on the assumption of risk argument that raised by the defendant, which is, first of all, something the jury can consider based on the evidence here. But again, we would argue that it's not necessarily an assumption of risk. If one has to use the restroom and cannot hold it and wait reasonably until there's an intermission, it's not uncommon or unreasonable for someone to get up while it's dark to traverse, the area that they walked in to go to the restroom. And that's something, again, that these defendants should expect to occur when they're hosting an event. That, hey, if someone's coming to view it, they're going to have to use the restroom during the period. And admittedly, we know that the lighting's going to be dark, in the crowd area. We should do something to make sure that there isn't going to be any incident. And that wasn't done in this case. And it sounds like it was never done in any other instance before when Marlene Rounds has been at that location. This was not the first time Marlene Rounds had hosted a dance at this facility. They hosted it, I believe, annually or twice a year. I forget. I'd have to double check that. But this was not the first time. So with that in mind, she should have done a walkthrough. That's plaintiff's position on that. But again, as indicated in the brief, there's sufficient evidence in the record for a jury to consider whether there's liability and also weigh the evidence to determine whether or not there's any assumption of risk. I think that this is squarely addressed in the brief, and we would argue that there's multiple issues of fact that remain for the jury, that there's clearly a dispute between myself and defense on, and it's something that the jury should consider.
Anything else, Mr. Amos? You're muted.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to this non-delegable duty, it jumps across. It's trying to jump from cliff to cliff. There's a huge chasm, and it's faulty. Nowhere in the lease contract Does it say that the defendant here, Marlene Rounds, had any control over the general audience lighting? He's just presuming that to be the case. And the fact that his, half sister had some kind of setting, we're comparing apples and oranges. One, it's not evidence, and two, we don't know if that performance, it was at their own facility, which is a difference here, versus a leased facility just for the afternoon of a show. Number two, there is some reference in one or more of these, either of these depositions, where if the court can maybe take judicial notice of, is that if you've ever been over to the Clayton County Performing Arts Center, in addition to the audience lighting at the floor, and perhaps even with your Stevie Wonder concert on the floor, they have this little kind of tube lighting that kind of dimly lights the steps a little bit here. So this non-delegable duty, no, it does not. It does not exist as far as the defendant speak. It does not speak at all to that. And so what we have is the behavior of the parties here, a non-party Clayton County Performing Arts Center lighting technician who had exclusive control over the general audience lighting, which was the area that affected, arguably, where the plaintiff was seated. Marlene Rounds had no control over that, none. So we would rest on that, Your Honor. Thank you for listening to us.
All right, thank you all. We'll get you an order out. Thank you for your argument.
Yes, ma'am. That takes care of our business. May we be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Purwich, Mr. Amos.
Thank you.
All right, so let me get a drink of water before we start the monumental hearing, and I'll be right back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Centrell Damon, Damon, and Marcus Jones case. You ready?
Ready for plaintiff Damon, Your Honor.
And we are for Mr. Jones.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff David would invoke the rule of sequestration, Your Honor. I think there may have been a couple, may still be at least one witness on the Zoom.
All right. Is there a witness who
Judge,
is?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Judge, one of our witnesses is out in California, Mr. Dylan Johnson. He's the one with the nice forest picture behind him. Since he's out there and we may be a while, he's going to be our witness. I suspect that'll be some time. Can we just let him go for right now, and then maybe at a break right before we put on our witnesses, just ping him so he doesn't have to stick around for quite some time?
Certainly, because it's old dark 30 out there.
Yeah, it is indeed. So after what I suspect is a long night of election counting. So Mr. Johnson, you can hear us, I think. And if you want to be sort of on standby, we'll have somebody text you when you can sign back on. It'll be the same
Same
Zoom
sign on. Yeah.
and password, and then we'll get you slotted in. So, and then with I don't know, Mr. Felton's office, we have our client, Mr. Jones. And then 2 other potential witnesses.
That's correct.
I don't know if I don't know, Eugene, maybe you can help the court. I don't know if they can hear this or not. So obviously
They're in a separate room already, and
Okay.
we're going to bring Marcus in.
okay, very good. Okay.
All right, we've got Ms. Damon here in the room with us, but I think Damon and Jones are clients, so exempt.
Agreed.
Okay.
Your Honor, as I go through the opening remarks, I'd like to use a different piece of software than the normal screen share to show some stuff to the court. I think it'll be smoother and a little faster, but the court would have to put me in speaker view for that to work. I don't know if that's how you customarily watch these.
Do whatever works, Mr. Butler. Just tell me when you need me to do it.
I'd go ahead and do it now, if you don't mind.
Okay. So do you want me to highlight you so that everybody sees you as full screen, or speaker view? Because if you stop speaking, it'll switch back. So I think I need to highlight you.
But either one.
Spotlight you is what they call it.
Sure.
How's that? Everybody good? Can you all see Mr. Butler?
Yes, Your Honor.
I feel so flattered, Your Honor. All right, thank you. So, Your Honor, this hearing today is governed by the official code of Georgia annotated 19-7-1-C6, which identifies 4 factors for the court to consider in the apportionment of the settlement proceeds. Those 4 factors are: first, permanent custody; second, control; third, support; and fourth, any other factors found by the court to be pertinent. And I'll basically structure this argument around those after going through the facts. Importantly, the Court of Appeals has used that analytic framework, that C6 framework, for apportionment of settlements, even though that subsection does contain the word judgment. There's several examples of that, 3 of which are cited in our initial motion for this hearing. But first, I'd like to talk about the facts a little bit and start with the decedent, Asia Love Jones, who was 11 when she was killed by a stray bullet. These are just pictures of Asia, and then some feature my client, her mother, Miss Centrell Damon, and Miss Damon is there in the top left. That's Asia, and then Asia's brother, Tyrell, and then the rest of them are Asia, except that black and white one also has Centrell Damon, her mother, in it. And then, let's see. So I'll go into basic facts now. Ms. Damon and Mr. Jones met in approximately 2010 when Ms. Damon moved to Georgia from Texas. She moved in with her sister, where Mr. Jones was like boarding at that house. He was supposed to be paying rent. Not long after Ms. Damon arrived, Mr. Jones and Ms. Damon became romantically involved. The decedent in this case, Asia Love Jones, was born on April the 19th, 2011. Angel was born on May 11th, 2012. Both, as it matters for the law in this case, both daughters were born out of wedlock. And Marcus Jones, the other plaintiff, never legitimated either daughter. For several years after the girls were born, Ms. Damon and Mr. Jones and the kids lived together as a family. They had a lot of financial trouble in that time. They moved around a lot. I anticipate we'll go into more detail in the presentation of evidence, but there was moving from one apartment complex to another, and sometimes from one relative's house to another. Mr. Jones wanted Ms. Damon at home with the children, did not want her to work outside the home, did not want her to get her driver's license even. And so she did not for those years, and did not actually until she and Mr. Jones split up in about 2017. Mr. Jones did work during a lot of that time. He also gambled a lot, and I think we'll present a good bit of evidence about that, such that Ms. Damon needed to have food stamps to help provide for the children. And even with those food stamps, Mr. Jones would sometimes interfere in ways we'll get into when we go into the presentation of evidence. Ms. Damon and Mr. Jones lived mostly together as a family with the kids from about 2000, about when Asia was born, through about 2017. During that period, Mr. Jones was abusive toward Ms. Damon, sometimes in front of the children. On a couple occasions, that led to police reports. In 2013, he dragged her down some stairs, left her with bruises and cuts, and was charged with battery. In 2017, Jones pinned Damon down on a couch, took her phone away, shouted to their children that she was nothing but an effing hoe. Police were called on that occasion too, and again, Jones was charged with battery. After that occasion, essentially in 2017, Mr. Jones left the family, and nothing much was heard by Miss Damon or the children from him for a period of several years. There came a point in late 2019 where Ms. Damon applied for child support. Jones's response to that was to deny that he was the father of the decedent Asia, or I believe Angel. A paternity test had to be conducted.
Did he do that in an affidavit?
Your Honor, I don't know that right now. What I do know is that we've got the notice of, we've got Ms. Damon will testify about this, and then we have the written notice from DCSS notifying her that she was to take the children in for the blood work and the paternity test. He did pay child support after that. Sometimes the evidence will show that he was and remains significantly in arrears on the child support. And after Jones left the family in about 2017, Ms. Damon and her daughters moved. Well, first, Ms. Damon was left like facing eviction. And so she started working. Now that Jones was gone, she started working with that apartment complex, which was called Quiet Hills, cleaning out apartments and then getting others prepared for people to move into. She was working with a man named Danny Wood, who also was doing maintenance there at Quiet Hills. They became romantically involved in about 2018. The kids were getting older. Ms. Damon didn't want her son and daughters to have to share a bedroom anymore, so they moved to Northside Hills Apartments, which is often called Spalding Heights locally. And that's where Ms. Damon was living with her daughters and her son when the stray bullet went through a wall and killed Asia in March of 2023. The Damon family still lives there, although they've moved within the complex. They're no longer adjacent to the common area where the shooting occurred and the bullet came from. They're now behind brick walls as opposed to stucco, but they are in the same apartment complex. After that paternity test, the results, if I'm remembering right, came back in early 2020. After that, Mr. Jones did re-enter his daughter's lives in some way. He kept them for a while right there when COVID struck, although not as long as he's claimed in his briefing and affidavit. And thereafter, from about 2020 through the shooting in March of 2023, saw them approximately every other weekend. He would keep them about every other weekend. Of course, that varied some over the years, but in general, that's what we expect the evidence to show in terms of time around the children. So that's the facts. I'll move to talking about the factors under subsection C6, unless the court wants to hear about something else, or if I was unclear about something the court was interested in.
No, you may continue.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. So 4 factors we've already gone over. I hope you can see the bubbles next to my right ear. I'll just move through them. The very first factor that the court is that the statute directs.
I'm sorry, Mr. Butler, I do have a question. So this is generally what I ask in a situation like this. So you indicated that the father never legitimated the children.
That's right.
Okay. And they said there was, other than the child support determination made by a court, was there any other court interaction that would have determined any other factor of the relationship between Ms. Damon and Mr. Jones and the children?
No, Your Honor, there was never any judicial decision as to custody.
Okay, were there any TPOs entered?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Continue.
The first factor is permanent custody. Let me turn my camera here so I still appear. And this is governed as to this case by Code Section 19-7-25. I've put the entire thing up there with the first bullet point with the first sentence bolded. That establishes that Ms. Centrell Damon and only Centrell Damon had custody over Asia, because only the mother of a child born out of wedlock is entitled to custody of the child, unless the father legitimates, and here he did not. There are several Court of Appeals cases that essentially apply that rule. I've got one of them up here that addresses custody, which is this first factor, and says that the father has no standing with reference to the child if he does not legitimate, as here Mr. Jones did not. There's actually, there's sort of a limited number of appellate opinions on cases like on this procedural step of a case, but there is one that touches on it and says that whereas here the father initially denies paternity, that is a factor the court can consider. That's Roan against Bolden, 241 Georgia Appeals 712. So this is the very first factor. It weighs entirely in favor of plaintiff Damon because she had permanent custody. The next factor in subsection C6 is control. As a legal matter, this is also, we believe, governed by that same statute, OCGA 19-7-25. I've got it pasted up again here with just the second sentence bolded this time. It means that when the father doesn't legitimate, only the mother may exercise all parental power over the child. Here that it means that Ms. Damon had all parental power over Asia. So control, the second factor, weighs heavily in favor, we believe, of plaintiff Damon. She was also the custodial parent. Asia lived with her, and Ms. Damon cared for Asia. We go to the third factor, which is support. Here in those early years, it is accurate that Mr. Jones worked, at least a good bit of the time. But as we've said, he also gambled, so the resources that made it from that to the family were limited. As I've said, Ms. Damon had to go on food stamps, and with that, even Mr. Jones sometimes interfered. After Mr. Jones left the family following the 2017 police report incident.
Did he work at Caesar's Palace?
He did. I have that. That actually is from his Facebook, but I have that up there just to remind me to tell you about the gambling. He did not work there, at least not.
They call those Easter eggs.
I guess so.
Easter eggs are supposed to be fun, so who knows?
Well, I've become less hip since I had children younger. I think I follow you. Anyway, what I do know is that paternity test had to be done before Mr. Jones was paid child support, and as I said, he is remains in arrears on that. So support means financial support. It also means emotional support. We do not think Mr. Jones has a very strong case for either of those because even financial support, which he would have a better argument on, was not great from him and was provided largely by Centrell and later by Centrell and Danny Wood.
How much was he ordered to pay a month?
I will have to pull that up, Your Honor.
It's $230 for girls.
I'm sorry.
$231 for both daughters.
We agree, 231.
Ooh, that's the minimum.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next piece is other factors, which is the catch-all. Obviously, the court can consider whatever the court deems appropriate. We have thought of two other factors the court might consider. One is abuse. Talked about this a little bit earlier. There were two occasions where police reports had to be written. In 2013, he dragged her down some stairs. In 2017, pinned her down the couch, threw away her phone, and wouldn't let her get up. That 2017 event is significant, not only for what I've already said, but also because the children were awake for it. It happened in the early hours of the morning when they started asleep, but we think the evidence shows that Jones woke them up with yelling and, according to the police report, trying to get them to leave with him, even though it was Ms. Damon, not him, who had custody. And then the second and last other factor that I proposed talking with the court about is this: as the court, I'm sure, knows, the settlement that we're here to apportion is for $6 million. But if Jones had his way, it would have been for $500,000. And the reason for that is here. Mr. Jones pressured Ms. Damon to settle for that amount, and we'll get into that with the presentation of evidence, but also Mr. Jones' counsel at that time believed that the limits were only $500,000 in eroding limits. That is to say, $500,000 reduced by defense costs. We were able to find additional insurance and able to get around that and able to collect 12 times that much, $6 million, by making a claim under the Georgia Fair Business Practices Act, which involves a claim that the Stonebridge defendants who ran the complex misrepresented the safety of the complex to Miss Damon. And that's important because only Miss Damon lived at the complex. Mr. Jones did not. So only Miss Damon could bring that claim, which is what allowed us to get around the $500,000 sublimit and trigger the entire $6 million in coverage. To talk about that, I'm going to leave this Prezi program for a second and do a screen share, a traditional screen share.
Okay, hold on.
Let's see.
Can everybody see well?
Yeah. Can you
Yes, sir.
see that?
Okay.
It's supposed to be showing the insurance, the Damon Exhibit 72. Can the court see that?
I see it. Can everybody else see it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. So this is a document that we created for this hearing just to explain what the insurance limits are, because it's a little bit complex. There are two policies issued by Admiral Insurance. One is policy number 390. One is policy number, I'll call it 468. And then there's a third policy from Scottsdale Insurance. When our firm first became involved in this case, Mr. Jones has already been in it for a minute, and they were, as I'll show in a second, documents to support, ready to settle it for $500,000. We're able to dig deeper and find out what the coverage really was. And that is this: that policy 390 was what we call a CGL, or commercial general liability, with limits of $1 million. And it had what we call a write down. And the court's probably familiar with this. I don't know exactly, what the court's background with insurance coverage is. I've had to learn it.
I did
But
insurance
anyway.
defense
You did?
years and years ago.
Well, you know more about it than I do. But anyway, for an assault and battery event, that $1 million CGL had a write down to $500,000 eroding. And then in addition to that policy 390, there was this $4 million excess policy, which is policy 468. And 468 provided no coverage at all for assault and battery, but for other other coverages provided $4 million in coverage. And then there was also a policy from the security company that was Assured Solutions LLC through Scottsdale for $1 million. The way the shooting of bullets striking Asia is, as defined in the policy, probably an assault and battery event. So we had to have some allegation to get around assault and battery. And that's where the Georgia Fair Business Practices Act claim comes in, because that claim arose not from the assault and battery, not just from the bullet, but from the misrepresentation by the apartment complex to Ms. Damon, is what allowed us to get around the assault and battery sublimit. So I'll run through a bunch of documents now to sort of back up what I'm saying about Ms. Damon being the one who drove that claim and got us from 500 to 6 million. The first is an early email from Mr. Felton to my law partner, Matt Kahn. Well, it's not the one I want. Let's see if I can pull it up. There it is. So early on, Mr. Felton writes to Mr. Kahn, the case has been settled because the limits are only $500,000. That's in June of 2023. I will show a bunch of correspondence. I do want to make the point that I've got nothing bad to say about Mr. Felton or his law firm personally. This could have been a really trying case, and we got along professionally quite well. But I do need to show these emails because I think they're relevant as other factors. And then as we went through the case, it was Ms. Damon through her attorneys who drove us from 500 to 6 million. And there are a bunch of emails like this. Here's one we had to, because when Mr. Jones had first filed the case, he had not named the parent companies of the apartment complex and had not named the security company. We had to add defendants. So we had to do a motion to add, which the court ended up granting. And this email just shows that's something that Mr. Kahn prepared and then sent to Jones's lawyers. And they said, yeah, go ahead and file it. Here's the same sort of issue with a supplement to the motion to add based on something we had learned during a meeting. Again, that was prepared by Ms. Damon's attorneys. Here, the defendants moved to transfer, and we had to respond to that. This, again, as this email shows, is something that Ms. Damon's attorneys handled, and then Mr. Jones said, yes, you can sign my name to it and file it. Motion to compel, same thing as these emails show. Ms. Damon's attorneys prepared that, and then Mr. Jones's attorneys said, yeah, fine, put my name on it. This is about a reply brief, and it's the same thing. Mr. Kahn writes, Eugene, Jones' attorney, we prepared the reply brief. Can we sign and file? And he says, sure. Same story here with an amended complaint, the joint policy limits offer, and a proposed release. This is here, Mr. Kahn and Mr. Felton are emailing about the $6 million offer. Someone called it a demand that was accepted and led to the settlement. That was something that was prepared by Ms. Damon's attorneys. Let's see. In order to bring a claim under the Georgia Fair Business Practices Act, one has to, we would have to have, this is, I think, about the, GFB. So you have to do a letter first. It's almost like an anti-litem to give notice. And here, Ms. Damon's attorneys prepared that. And then Mr. Jones' attorneys signed off on it. Here's that actual letter, and you can see it comes out under Ms. Damon's attorney's letterhead. And then last, here's the actual demand or offer for $6 million. Again, it's prepared by Ms. Damon's attorneys and went out under our letterhead. Okay, and that'll conclude the lawyer talk stuff.
Right.
All right. So that's the fourth factor. There are just a couple other things I wanted to cover. unless the court, of course, has questions, wants to hear something else from me. One is the hearsay rules. Mr. Jones filed a bunch of affidavits with the court last month related to this. We would just respectfully point out that those are inadmissible in this hearing and not before the court, because the rules of evidence apply to this fact-finding proceeding under OCG 24-1-2B, and the affidavits obviously constitute hearsay. I don't really expect that to be contested. I anticipate Mr. Jones will make arguments about the probate petition. In order to bring this case forward, we needed to have or get at least the process moving of setting up an estate. We initially tried to do that with just Ms. Damon as the estate representative. Mr. Jones objected to that, which, as is right, I'm not fussing about it. But just to move the case forward and to keep our focus at that time on the defendants and remain united, we agreed to make them joint administrators of the estate. It's not that Centrell couldn't qualify. She could have. We did that because at that phase of the case, we needed to keep the main thing that is focused on winning the case against the Stonebridge entities that own the complex. And we're trying our best to get along with Mr. Jones and his attorneys, which we were able to do, to their credit also.
One more question.
Yes,
Was
ma'am.
there ever, and I know I've asked about court filings, but it's specifically, was there ever an abandonment filing in Georgia under, I used to know the statute in and out because I used to do these hearings, but in Georgia, the parent, non-custodial parent, is also required to support the child. And if they go more than 30 days without giving support or of a financial nature or in kind, then an abandonment case can be brought, which is prosecuted by the solicitor's office, and with the mother of the child or the custodial parent being a witness to the case. So was an abandonment case ever brought against Mr. Jones in all the time?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge, Your Honor. I can tell you're more familiar with these statutes than I am. I had to learn them all for this hearing.
Just one at a while, that's all.
Right. The last thing I wanted to go through is consistent with the outline that we followed with the court this morning, and that's just to summarize. We believe there are 4 factors before the court. Permanent custody weighs heavily, actually exclusively in favor of Ms. Damon. Control is the second factor. It also weighs exclusively in Ms. Damon's favor because she had all parental power under the statute. Support, that's emotional and financial. Mr. Jones did provide some support at some phases. He worked in the early phases and he paid some child support. But that's limited because he also gambled a lot in the first phase, requiring food stamps, and then was in arrears on his child support. Whereas Ms. Damon provided emotional support throughout, and particularly in the latter phase after Jones left, was able to provide financial support as well on her own by working at the Quiet Hills apartment complex to keep him from being evicted. And then also through Danny Wood, with whom she's now romantically involved. The fourth factor also weighs heavily in favor of Ms. Damon. Any other factors found to be pertinent, the 2 we've identified are the abuse and the attempt to force a settlement for $500,000 instead of the $6 million, which we're now doing. And unless the court has any other questions, that will conclude our open.
Yeah, usually people ask me what they want. So you're giving me all of this information about the factors that weigh into how I make my decision, but is there a number that you want me to, did you think is fair on behalf of Ms. Damon?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask for a 95-5 split. I can't remember what those percentages work out to be, but 95% to Ms. Damon, 5% to Mr. Jones.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Jeb, can we switch your screen out so I get a little bit of airtime?
Yes, I think the court has to do that.
All right.
Just unspotlight me, much to my regret.
I am
Did I
not gonna-
remove it?
Yeah, I'm not going to say that this is going to improve the view for everyone, but but it might make it easier to understand what I'm saying. So, good morning, Your Honor. We represent
morning.
Marcus Jones. He met, and let me just start with this. You understand this pretty well, but I think that the key words that are in the statute, if I can share my screen, that would be great.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's try that again. I'm not getting this to talk. Well, this one may be a little bit more easy since I'm talking about the statute. C6 is the statute that we're talking about. Of course, these parents were separated, and the court's inquiry is what is fair. And without going too deeply into the case law yet, an ask of 95.5 seems particularly inappropriate, given what has already transpired in the case. I would say that jumping ahead a bit, there were some discussions between the parties and even correspondence from Ms. Damon's counsel that this was not quite a 50-50 case, but they weren't going to go into any sort of extremes. The extreme cases are the ones where, someone who is a father to a child has been incarcerated for the vast majority of that child's life, has seen them once or twice, and has materially contributed functionally nothing. This is on the other end of the spectrum. I will not stand here and say this was not a tumultuous pairing. It was on both sides, and I think you'll hear that when a number of witnesses testify. But the way it evolved was a little bit different than I think we just heard, so I am glad that we have a chance to do two sides of the story. So these two met back in 2009, not 2010, and quickly became romantically involved. Little Asia came along in 2011. And for at least 6 and maybe 7 years, the timeline is a little fuzzy on both sides. They were a family, and they lived together, they ate together, they played together, they went to school together, all that sort of thing. And there's one aspect that went conspicuously silent that I think is going to come out in the evidence that will make Your Honor have a better perspective of just what kind of parent Mr. Jones is. Miss Damon had a child in a prior relationship, big brother, Tyrell, and you'll hear evidence today that people didn't even know that Tyrell wasn't Mr. Jones's son because he treated him just like one of his own. That's reflected in financial contributions, emotional support, life lessons as he's becoming a young man, and so on. That's the kind of evidence that really goes to the second factor, and I'll go through the factors, of course, in a brief fashion in just a second. But those are some of the factors that will resonate, and it also resonates after these two split. The split was an ugly one. It was part of an event where Mr. Jones came home on Thanksgiving Eve and found Miss Damon, I believe the phrase is in flagrante delicto. In Southern Georgia terms, that means buck naked in the marital bed. And then that prompted, as you might guess, a negative impact on the relationship, especially when the paramour came back the next day with 2 friends and hit Mr. Jones upside the head with a 2x4. So at that point in time is really when sort of the split in the story occurs. But I don't want us to lose sight that the first half of Asia's life was one, while not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Times were tight, there's no doubt about that, but there's also no doubt that Mr. Jones was trying to provide a bigger, safer home all along the way, and try to get better paying jobs all along the way. During
What
that
was
time,
okay, so I'm a working mom. What was the impetus on his part that even though they were struggling, she wasn't supposed to work?
that's the first we've heard of that, Your Honor. So I know that, and I know that she's also been on food stamps after he left. So the notion that there was some sort of gambling issue that prompted that sort of vacuum of marital funds doesn't seem to jive with the story that we've heard. But that probably will be something that we explore on cross-examination. Not to cut that answer off, but I do think that that's just
It is what it is. If you know, you know.
Right. So, that seems unlikely because there were times this family struggled. And there were times where, there wasn't enough money for food. I do know that we'll have third-party witnesses talk about even in the later years, in 2022, 2023, when supposedly Miss Damon has righted her financial and familial ship, that Mr. Jones and a friend would still have to go over and take food, have to take clothes, have to take money to make sure that they could make ends meet and that the kids would have what they needed. So, but back to the sort of juncture in the story about when the Miss Damon and Mr. Jones split up. Then what I don't think they'll deny this, but I'm always surprised at some of these things. But Mr. Jones's involvement in his daughter's life and his second daughter's life, Angel, and his not really technically stepson, but almost like an informally adopted son, Terrell, was probably even stronger than ever. And that seems to be because Miss Damon had a penchant.
Mr. Somerville, I'm sorry. My mom's had some health challenges and one of her friends just called me, so I need to just
Yes, ma'am.
take this call and I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Mr. Somerville, I'm sorry. Go ahead and continue, please.
Yes, ma'am. And I think I've got the share screen thing fixed. I certainly hope your mom is okay. We were talking about sort of how things evolved after the couple split. And the way it evolved was that Miss Damon, we believe the evidence will show, started ceding over, CEDE, ceding over more and more time for all three kids to visit Mr. Jones. Apparently, the violence and the alleged gambling wasn't too much of a problem to let the children spend vast portions of the year with him, to homeschool them during COVID, to spend the entire summers with him, to spend spring break, winter break, fall break, all of those with him. And keeping in mind that, one of the children involved, Mr. Terrell, didn't have to go. There's no legal argument as to why Mr. Jones gets to see him at all. And yet Miss Damon felt comfortable enough to send her firstborn over to Miss Jones for extended periods of time. Did you have a question, Your Honor?
Yeah, did Mr. Jones have a significant other or a parent who was helping him at these times?
He not especially is the short answer. He had neighbors that were more people that would help out in the community. If the kids needed somewhere to hang out while he was working, he would try to do that. But I think the evidence will show that there is a significant involvement such that he really did try to balance his life as best he could so he could work when he could and then spend as much time with the children as well. The evidence about the COVID time of year is particularly important. The evidence will show that on actually her son's birthday, back in 2021, Miss Damon and her boyfriend, which I guess at this point would be Mr. Danny, took a trip up to the mountains and left the three kids by themselves. And at that point in time, I believe they were 9 years old, 10 years old, and 11 years old. So that strikes me as something that's particularly wise if you're considering other circumstances about to reward parental behavior. And at that point in time, that started the first really lengthy period where the kids were with Mr. Jones, because when Miss Damon returned from, I believe it's North Georgia, somewhere up in the mountains, she had COVID symptoms and couldn't let the kids come back to her place. And as a result, they went back to school for a little bit when they could, and then it was remote for a while. But there are these big swaths of time that we outlined in Mr. Jones's affidavit, and he'll corroborate all of that, of course, in just a bit. But there are months and months at a time, like 4 or 5 months at a time, where all three children are staying with him, and he's providing for every one of their needs. So 2020, we hit this child support issue. We're not entirely sure what prompted it, because there had been no child support for quite some time. There was never any sort of action that leads anyone, I think, of a reasonable bearing to conclude that this is some sort of deadbeat dad like you would see in these cases that are 90-10 splits or 95-5 splits. This is a man who's working oftentimes 2 and sometimes even 3 jobs, sometimes even living in his car because he wanted to give more money to his children, provide for their needs. You'll hear his dad say that he's actually too generous about giving stuff away, and he should instead have, looked out for himself.
Well, they taught us that if you don't have receipts for it, it doesn't count. Was he giving her just cash? Did he do it through child support enforcement? Were there money orders? Anything?
Mostly cash. So, because that's a lot of how he was paid in some of these jobs as well. So, I mean, the child support issue is an interesting one, because actually on paper, the child support worksheet, which is, I believe, would be Your Honor's favorite and thankfully not part of your jurisdiction, is one-sided in favor of Miss Damon, even though she wasn't working at the time. It was imputed income from governmental assistance rather than traditional W-2 employment that she was relying on. And she actually got 2/3 of the child care, the child support burden
obviously those offset. And then it was down to just $231 a month for Mr. Jones. So, and there's no question that some months he struggled to pay it, but other months he tried to catch up. This arrearage that we talk about is a bit illusory. I will talk about that in just a little bit, but one of the interesting factors that I find admirable about Mr. Jones is that even after Asia was killed in March of last year, that is 23, he has continued to pay child support for both girls, even though he has no legal obligation to do so at this point. So the arrearage is a bit of an illusion before we get too deep into that. So, so I think if we want to talk about the factors involved, the first one, of course, is the writ large custody. This isn't another situation where it's like a lot of these cases, and they're not, well, I should say, they're not a lot of these cases that are published in the appellate law. They're really, especially before, or I'm sorry, after the statute was amended a little bit and tweaked in 87. But I do know that Mr. Jones is going to say he was there at Asia's birth. He signed the birth certificate, and that large swaths of the parenting was him, because they were all, of course, for the first 6, almost 7 years of Asia's life, they were under the same roof, and it's a roof that he paid for or obtained, in some cases, to be absolutely transparent from family members as well. Does Your Honor need to take a
My apologies, Mr. Somerville, I have been listening and I have been taking notes, so you can pick up, we were on the control issue.
Yes, ma'am. Again, I hope everything's okay. So custody is the factor is really not outlined in the statute as legal custody, although that I will concede is a fair interpretation. The control aspect is more pragmatic. In other words, people can have custody, but cases like Roan versus Bolden make it very clear that if other people are involved in a then past child's life, that is also a factor to consider. Like grandparents is usually the target, and in this case, it's the same evidence of support. They do sort of blend over. That the evidence will show that Mr. Jones, almost to a fault, tried to make certain that his kids had clothes on their back, food in their lunch boxes, tried to get into school. He was the one registering them in school, not gallivanting to Vegas or anything of that nature, especially not Caesars. So, and I think and frankly, while the break was happening, we'll also hear from him that he never once asked Miss Damon not to go to work. That seemed that seems like an illogical proposition in the first place, simply because they've got kids, they're all school age, and she's just sitting at home. So, and it doesn't appear that she has exactly been terribly active in the marketplace looking for a job since Mr. Jones has exited her romantic picture. On the support side, I think there are two sort of spheres, and Mr. Jones gets credit in both. The first 6 or 7 years of Asia's life, there's no question that he was the primary breadwinner. He was the one looking for homes, making sure the cars were as able as they could be, getting extra jobs, making sure the kids had little tokens at Christmas and other holidays, and trying to take them on vacations. He often did, go, and you'll hear this from him as well, with relatives, his dad, his aunts, one up in Tennessee, and then one here in Georgia as well. So again, trying to make the life as normal as possible, given the financial restrictions and one parent in the home not working. And then the remainder of Asia's life is probably even more strongly weighted towards the last 6 years of hers, simply because she was visiting so often. And that was generally when school was not in session. And I know that, of course, school is mandatory, but the reality is a school day for a 10-year-old is get up at 6. You probably know this better than I do. I've forgotten by this point. The child gets up at 6, the parent gets up at 6, sends them off to school, and the evidence will also show that instead of driving her daughters to school, Miss Damon would just put them on the bus. And still does, puts Angel on the bus, walking through the same parking lot where the shots were fired that killed her older sister. And at that point, the school day begins. It's lengthy. Sometimes there's after school projects or teams or other activities. Get home, we have dinner, we get baths, and then we go to sleep. But if you had a visitation period like Mr. Jones did, it's not really visitation. It's not court ordered, or there's no document on it. It was all voluntary. Which is another thing to consider, of course, is that if Mr. Jones is painted out as this violent, gambling dad, why let the kids, including your son, your oldest child, go over so often, including for big, giant periods of time where there really wasn't a whole lot of contact with mom in this scenario? So, and then on the last other factors concept, we saw a reference to 2 police reports, one from 2013 and then the other from 2017. They're hearsay, but I actually think I'm probably going to talk about them once they try to come into evidence, because they demonstrate exactly what we are saying happened. The first incident in 2013 involved a confrontation between Mr. Jones and a man that he suspected that Miss Damon was having an affair with. And the report expressly says it's not in front of the children, didn't happen that way. It was all out in the stairwell of an apartment. The 2017 report has Mr. Jones going over, confronting, or he was there sleeping, and then an argument erupted, but the kids were expressly sleeping these now, once money is on the table, claims that he yelled or cursed at the children is nowhere in the report, nothing like that. And I might add, neither of these ever amounted to anything, but neither of these cases were prosecuted because in the end, Miss Damon didn't want to. And in fact, said to the officer in the 2013 action, she never wanted to. So the notion that this is just some sort of serial problem rather than a couple of flare-ups when Mr. Jones was confronted with an obviously, hopefully atypical situation involving a paramour of Mr. Damon's, I don't think is something that should be held against him in terms of parenting, especially when the children probably didn't even know about it. And I might add, there's years of history after that when mom sends the kids to dad, apparently knowing he's got all these horrible habits. And here's the real sort of thing that I want to talk about and how this all evolved. None of these complaints were ever brought to the fore until this case settled for $6 million. And then everyone wants their bigger share. And then now we hear about gambling, even though there's no any sort of counseling.
Here's a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're talking about the $6 million settlement, but without the efforts of Ms. Damon, the settlement would have been $500,000, and Mr. Jones was ready to settle for $500,000. Like he was like, let's sign on the dotted line. $500,000, bet, let's go.
Let's talk about that because I don't think that's an entirely accurate representation. For one, the entire premise of the claim, that is that this is a claim that only belonged to Miss Damon because she was at this war zone of an apartment, is wrong. Her daughter died, not her. So that means the claim vests in the statutory beneficiaries. And even though they're divorced, that means it's both of these parents. So the notion that she is the only one who could benefit from the settlement of a wrongful death that occurred at the home she picked for her child is just wrong. And we'll talk to her about that, about why she picked the place she did. It's a rent subsidized apartment complex. I believe she pays in the neighborhood. I don't know what she pays today, but about a year ago, it's the closest I could find on the numbers. It's about $150 a month. So the child support would have covered all that and so on. And I don't know really how these go in terms of talking about counsel, because Mr. Felton obviously was counsel to Miss Damon for a while. I don't know if your honor's aware of this sort of series, but I believe Miss Damon.
When you all, just from reading the documents, when you all when they started the case, it was the two firms, I guess, came together to prosecute the case. And then once the settlement happened is when the split seems to have occurred.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, and we go back in time to get to that complexity. So Ms. Damon apparently had signed up with her current lawyers on a fairly exorbitant contingency, about 45%. Now I don't have a quarrel with that if that's the market rate in premises cases, which I believe it is. It is. So, and if we did premises work, we would probably do that. But at some point, there was a communication snafu between Miss Damon and her lawyers, and she thought that they were ignoring her. And she then went to Mr. Felton's firm, which was already representing Mr. Jones. Now, he was representing them on a much lower contingency. Somewhere, and I don't know the answer to this part. I'm trying to be very, very careful about privilege questions. Somewhere down the line, Miss Damon went back to the Butler Kahn firm when they reduced their contingency to 30% and promised her that she would get more of the share than Mr. Jones would. The two firms did work collegially together. And I might add that the initial complaint, the venue selection, the venue defendants, all of that research was done prior to Miss Damon's sort of scuffle over all of this. But then the split, what you're referring to, I believe you said it was a split, occurs when the money, is now on the horizon. Then we hear about, well, there were all these problems. I was the better mom. I haven't complained about lack of child support in years, but now I'm going to, those sorts of things that throw the motive behind these complaints and really the credibility of them into some play. And I would say, just as one horrible sort of spinoff of all of this, Mr. Jones has another daughter with Miss Damon. That's Angel. And he has been barred from communicating with her for quite some time now. You'll hear that from him.
Sought legitimation of Angel so that he could have a pathway to connect with her through the courts?
I don't think anyone has given that advice yet, because no one had prior till the settlement. But I'm sorry.
You don't have to really get a lawyer to tell you you can go through the courts and ask for custody. That's barbershop information.
I go to great clips, so I don't know, but I would say legitimation is not a topic that just flows from the tongue of most lay people, because and it didn't have to, simply because Mr. Jones had essentially access and unfettered access to his daughters while they were in life, and still communicated regularly with Angel until money was on the table, and now unfortunately that's been taken away from him as well. So the last thing that I would say is this, some of the other lines of proof on how this litigation happened. There is a probate proceeding. Both of these individuals are co-executors. I would suspect that if Miss Damon was authentic in her criticisms of Mr. Jones about what a terrible father he was, or a terrible person with money, that she wouldn't in a million years have agreed to make him an equal say and an equal partner in the disposition of their slain daughter's assets. So I don't think the factors are nearly so clear. And let me show you kind of what the initial pre-hearing rule nisi was. If I can, this is one of the letters that was sent early on in the dispute when it appeared that the firms would go in separate directions in representing the respective parents. And what happened was there was an offer to arbitrate this, so some of the dirty laundry wouldn't be put in the public record, understandably so, but it was comparatively early. And the express message, I don't know why that won't highlight, but if you can see where I'm pointing right here, this is from Miss Damon's counsel, and they say, we don't think the situation was quite 50-50. So I think I got the quote right earlier. Now to switch to a 95-5 seems a bit of litigation strategery more than anything, because the factors are much closer than that. So with that, I think I've said what I wanted to say in the opening remark portion. And unless the court has any other questions, of course.
Yeah, my question would be, Mr. Butler gave me his ask. What's the ask on behalf of Mr. Jones?
Oh, let me stop this so I'll stop distracting us. We talked about this last night. I think at least 50-50. I mean, the reality is there's a lot of, I won't say red flags, but they're awfully dark pink on some of these abandonment issues, the trips. The police report itself says that it's common that Miss Damon would leave the kids in the apartment alone. I don't know that either of these parents candidly will win Parent of the Year anytime soon, but it's hardly a 95-5 split. So I think somewhere north of 50 is where our ask is, Your Honor.
All right. I think I'm trying to think if I had any other. What kind of work does I know Miss Damon, I guess, worked in her apartment complex in exchange for some housing at some point, but not during the time when they were together. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know who you're asking. I'll be quiet.
No, I wouldn't know the answer in a lot of ways to what she had done after the split, but before that,
prior to the split, she was a stay-at-home.
That's correct.
Okay, and Mr. Butler represents that after the split, that she was able to get housing in a complex, and in exchange, and for some portion of it, if not all of it, she was able to work with the complex. Is that correct, Mr. Butler? Am I correct in what I heard you say or thought I heard?
That's right, Your Honor. my understanding is that they were living at Quiet Hills when Mr. Jones left, and after he left, she got work there so they could stay there.
Okay, and then the place that she was living at the time of the child's death, she was on Section 8 and having subsidized rent at that point.
That's my understanding, Your Honor.
Okay, and was she so my other question is, what does Mr. Jones do? And how's he been able to make money or support the family?
He has been largely employed in sort of temporary or seasonal positions. He's worked for Amazon. He often will have either an Uber or a Lyft sort of side gig as well. Recently, he actually took a stint, again, seasonal because of the election season, canvassing. So he really does he just sort of looks for opportunities where they are.
Okay, and what's the, I guess, the money, I guess, compensates the parents for the loss of the child's consortium in a way, but what is the plan for, I guess, the remaining child that they share coming out of this? Now, it's my understanding now that they sort of aren't talking about this, but has there ever been a plan or some sense of what happens to Angel?
That's not something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You go first.
Sure. That's not something that I've talked about in depth with Centralia, Your Honor, in part because it would be a little premature if we don't know what Your Honor's going to decide. What I would imagine happening, and this is just me talking, I can't say for sure what it will, is that we'll handle it like most other sizable settlement results and try to structure it in some way so that it is paid out over a period of time and grows and can be used responsibly for decades to come.
Okay, well, here's the other thing I have with the settlement. When a minor is injured or has or is deceased, the issue that I have is the attorneys are going to get their money up front. It's going to take decades for the individuals to get the full benefit of the settlement. So what I don't like to see is individuals who have never been able to manage money, have never had much money. And I'm not saying that in a derogatory manner, but I mean, you give $1 million to a sports player, whether they have it in a year or not, depends on what kind of counseling they get, what kind of financial structure is around them. So I mean, if both of them, whatever they get, the court anticipates that unless they get some kind of structure, training in financial management, neither of them will have the money and we'll be back at square one within a year or two. So are we talking about a structured settlement for both of them? Like, I guess like you pay out when a child has been injured, you go through a settlement, a structured settlement company, and they manage the estate or manage the trust?
That's right, Your Honor. Our firm, I bet you Mr. Somerville and I have very similar answers to this, and it's basically going to be yes. Our firm traditionally has worked with Forge, who I believe to be the best in the business. Looks like Mr. Somerville's nodding. I bet they often do too.
Yes, I can speak on behalf of that, Your Honor. We have already talked with Mr. Jones about it and had preliminarily reached out to a person before we thought that there would be this hearing. But yes, we have absolutely advised him in that respect and have spoken to a planner about a structured annuity or something similar to that.
That also, so my other concern, is Angel is still a minor, isn't she?
She is.
Sure.
She's
So
12. Yeah.
I think that there's no structure in the relationship. This is why we're here, because there was never any structure in the relationship between Miss Damon and Mr. Jones. They were sort of just doing it as they saw fit for whatever period of time or whatever. Is there an anticipation that at some point they're going to be on the same page about how Angel is cared for? And I know this is outside the bounds of what y'all are probably dealing with, but these are concerns that I have that are going to tell me, in some sense, which of these parents is gonna need more or is better able to manage more. So,
I mean, I would defer to Mr. Felton because he's the one who's had discussions about structure. I agree
Mr.
with.
Felton, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor. And to be quite
I'm just saying, we give both these people money, it's gonna be gone in a week. They're gonna have everybody in their ear telling them what they should do, what they should invest in, what they should buy. And they still have a minor child and maybe another minor child. I'm not sure about Miss Damon's son, who may be older, but at this point that I just anticipate that if there's not some structure to the settlement, it may bring more misfortune on the families, because what tends to happen is, you get a little bit of money. The next thing you know, if you don't get away from the individuals who would cause you harm, then you become a target. And so these are all concerns of mine. Like, how's this going to flow? What's the structure going to be? Because before I hand either side a substantial amount of money, I just want to make sure that Angel's not going to be an orphan because somebody, takes her parents out of the picture.
Your
And Your
Honor,
Honor,
if I may as well. My name is Reed Edmondson. I'm an attorney also for Mr. Jones, and I cannot figure out for the life of me how to turn on my.
Hold on, Mr. Edmondson. I think I can help you.
All right.
You see something pop up?
I do. Thank you, Judge. Somehow I got minimized. And
That's
can
all
you
right. I've
see
been
me?
doing this a long time. I could teach Zoom.
Can you see me now?
We
Yes,
do.
thank you for that. Your Honor, I can speak just briefly about, to two issues that you had raised, questions you had raised regarding legitimation and custody. That is something I've represented Mr. Jones previously in car accident cases, and I do family law. And he has come to me specifically regarding the issue of legitimation and often having something more formal as it relates to either custody and or visitation. That's a discussion that we have had ongoing. We have basically encouraged Mr. Jones that he does need to do that. He wants to do that. We are in a posture now where we thought it would be best to at least try to resolve this issue. We did not anticipate that there was going to be at least some dissension as it relates to how the funds would be dispersed. I think initially the thought was that it would be a 50-50 disbursement. And so,
come on now. Let's all be clear that anytime you have parents who have never been on the same page for a period of time, and now something happens where you drop millions of dollars into the mix. I know y'all didn't anticipate that this wasn't going to be a fight. I know that y'all didn't think that this was going to, Mr. Felton, 50-50? Y'all thought that they were just going to say, oh, okay, and that this wasn't going to be a fight?
Your Honor, quite candidly, I have had similar situations involving parents who are not married. And unless there was clear evidence of abandonment or clear evidence, I have often been on the other side with the non-custodial parent, and we have basically agreed. But this is not a case where we thought that there will be an issue of abandonment, violence toward the child or anything like that. But to get to your main issue, Your Honor, we do agree with you, the court 110%. Just being honest and candid with these two persons' background, it could be 8 months and the money would be gone. That's why when the first time we realized that the settlement would be significant, we sat Mr. Jones down and we recommended that he not be, that he give control of this to a separate entity and establish something as an annuity, in large part to make sure that his other child is always taken care of for the foreseeable future.
And it's going to be one of those trusts that is not one that you can sell for quick money.
Correct.
Yeah. Your Honor, if I could speak just briefly on behalf
Yes,
of.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Ms. Damon. I would respectfully.
Oh, my mom's fine. Everybody, thank you for your patience. She just called
That's
me.
good.
It's a roller coaster with her and her phone and her health. But thank you all for your generous generosity and giving me some time to check on her.
Sure, we're glad she's well. Family situations can be difficult, as we're discussing.
Sandwich generation.
That's right. What? Two things I want to talk about. One, what to do with the money. Two, what's going on with Angel and Tyrell. So one, what to do with the money. Sounds like everybody's on the same page, that funds need to be structured. And that's true almost. I cannot recall a case that my firm has resolved for significant money, where we did not try very hard to get a structure. And I can only recall one, and that was less than this, where my client refused. Ms. Damon has said that she will not refuse. So we will structure, we customary do it with Forge, and have a long relationship with them in terms of putting money away so that it can't be sold to J.G. Wentworth, and so that it can be used wisely over a period of years, as we talked about before. Forge has been with us to hearings where they've had to testify about that. Usually when it is a settlement for a minor and the court was evaluating whether to approve settlement terms. We've had John Stone and others.
Too long ago.
I beg your pardon?
I said I just did one of those this year, not too long ago, for a significant amount of money, and that it was a lot going on.
Yes, Your Honor. So you may have seen that Forge prepares those like 60-page pamphlets that tell everything, and that is what we do. And then
I'm sorry, Mr. Butler, I just have to ask these questions as they come to me. So
Sure.
You indicated earlier that Miss Damon had a significant other who was not the father of the children. Does she still have that significant other or a significant other? And does Mr. Jones have a significant other? Because that also can be an issue in how this has played out or how it continues to play out.
she does have significant other. I would anticipate the court meeting him today. His name is Danny Wood. We've had conversations with Mr. Wood. He understands perfectly well who the parties are today and who is entitled to funds and who is not. He knows that he is not. I like it. I think he's a good man. I don't anticipate that being the type of problem that the court is understandably cautious about. I think he cares for Central's children. I think he's a good thing in her life and a good thing in their life. I'm glad he's a part. As to Asia and Tyrell, we point out that just as with Angel and Tyrell, just as with Asia, Ms. Damon has sole custody over them. She is the custodial parent with them. Angel does see Mr. Jones from time to time, but she lives with Ms. Damon.
All right. I've asked enough questions. If y'all want to present some witnesses, you can do that.
And to answer your last question that was directed to Mr. Jones, he has essentially been single ever since he and Miss Damon split up. So.
All right. Did you all have witnesses that you all wanted to present?
Yes, Your Honor. We have to do a quick tech swap. We got a setup for witness testimony. So if the court will indulge us, I will mute and go quiet here, and then we'll turn on the camera at the other end of the conference table. You can't see me pointing, and we'll
okay, but if you don't mute one or both one of the devices, you're gonna have feedback. So
yes, Your Honor. I'm pleased to say with us today is Brian Bean, the best audiovisual man in the business known to me. He may have been before you a time or two. He's keeping me straight.
okay.
Yes. All right. We ready?
Yes.
Let's see, Your Honor, can you see Ms. Damon? She shows up as looks like plaintiff IT.
Are you still in your speakers?
No.
Okay.
Should I be?
Great.
All right. Your Honor, can you see Ms. Damon?
Everyone should be able to see her. I spotlighted her. Can y'all see her?
Yes, Your
Right.
Honor.
All right, I see her.
All right. I think I saw I can swear her in, Your Honor, or I think I saw you sometimes like to do that.
Yes,
However the court prefers.
Miss Damon, raise your right hand for me. Can she hear me? Miss Damon,
Raise
can
your
you
right
hear me? Oh, do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down, ma'am. Mr. Butler, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tell us your name for the Zoom, please.
Centrell Damon.
Was Asia Love Jones your daughter?
Yes.
When was Asia born?
April 19th, 2011.
Were you and Mr. Jones the father?
Yes.
Were you and Mr. Jones married at that time?
No.
Did Mr. Jones ever legitimate Asia?
No.
I want to walk through sort of a big picture timeline with you, talking about Asia's life and Mr. Jones' involvement in it. Let's start with this. When did you and Mr. Jones meet approximately?
2010.
Okay. And tell us how that came about, just briefly.
So him and my sister, Mr. Jones and my sister came to get me from Texas, where I was living at the time, and brought me back to Atlanta, where Mr. Jones was staying with my sister.
Was Mr. Jones like boarding with your sister and supposed to pay rent?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Jones become romantically involved around that time?
Yes.
In addition to Asia, who you just testified was born in 2011, did you have a daughter named Angel?
Yes.
When was she born?
May 11, 2012.
Okay. But where did you and Mr. Jones live from about 2010 through 2012?
We moved around a lot.
Tell us a little bit more about that, some of the places you moved to and from.
So between my sister's house and my uncle's house.
Okay, were there apartments?
And three other apartments Mr. Jones had.
Okay. During that period, did you and Mr. Jones have financial difficulty?
Yes.
Tell us a little about that.
We was behind on rent. We was basically getting put out. So we had to go live with my sister once again.
Okay. Did you have a hard time paying rent in essentially all the places that you rented during that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jones want you working outside the home?
No.
How did you know? What makes you say that?
He wanted me to stay at home and care for the kids. He was very controlling. Didn't want me to work. He just wanted me to be at the house.
Okay. Did you have a driver's license during that period?
No.
Did you talk with Jones about getting your driver's license?
Yes.
How did that discussion go?
So he basically wouldn't never take me to the place to get it or bring it up or nothing.
Did he tell you that he didn't want you to have a driver's license?
No, he never said that. But
okay. Tell me about what was happening with the money that Mr. Jones earned during that period.
He was gambling away the money.
How do you know?
He would go to casinos. He left me at home with the kids while him and his friends went to Las Vegas.
Did he go to casinos other than that, Las Vegas?
Yes, Cherokee and Biloxi, Mississippi.
What about locally? Did he do any gambling here in Georgia?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So it was this one time we went to a convenience store And Marcus went inside the convenience store to play on the slot machines and left me and the kids in the car for like an hour.
Were there other occasions other than that one time where he left you and the kids in the car for an hour where he would gamble at local convenience stores?
Yes,
How often would that happen?
here every day.
In about let's go to the sort of the next phase of y'all's time together. In 2013, did you move to the College Park area?
Yes,
And where in College Park?
Gobby Road.
Right. Did Mr. Jones continue to gamble?
Yes.
How was Mr. Jones as a father and as a partner during this phase?
He was abusive, controlling. He's yeah, that's
Okay. How was he as a father?
how was it? He was good as a father besides the financial problem. Other than that, other than the financial problems.
Was he present every weekend or not?
Every other weekend.
Okay. Was he ever physically violent with you?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So this was 2013 where I went to like a party downstairs from down below me. So the kids was upstairs asleep, and so I was outside. Marcus pulled up, Mr. Jones pulled up and see me talking to this other guy. So I was talking to the other guy because when I was at the party, I was playing the music on my phone on the Bluetooth, and my phone disappeared. So that's why I was talking to the guy to get my phone back.
Mm-hmm.
So Mr. Jones walk up and assume otherwise and get to arguing, and the guy gives him my phone.
All right. What did Jones do, if anything, to you?
He pulled my hair, dragged me down a flight of concrete steps. Basically was fighting me.
Did it leave marks on your body?
Yes, bruises and scratches.
Were police called?
Yes.
All right. After was that in 2013?
Yes.
Okay. After 2013, where did y'all move next after the Godby Road area?
So Marcus' auntie house.
Where is that?
In Morrow, Georgia.
All right. And how about after that? Where did y'all move next?
To Quiet Hills in Griffin, Georgia.
When did you move to Quiet Hills?
In sometime in 2016.
Okay. Did Marcus continue to gamble?
Yes.
Did the financial problems continue?
Yes.
Tell me about food stamps.
So I was getting food stamps. Marcus will hold on to my EBT card and sell my food stamps to his dad, and his dad would give him the money.
Give Marcus the money?
Yeah, Mr. Jones the money.
All right. You can call him Marcus. I tried to say Mr. Jones gun lawyer, but if you call him Marcus, it'd be perfectly fine. So let's run back through who was supposed to be receiving the food stamps?
Me.
Okay. And who had your EBT card?
Marcus.
What was Marcus doing with the food stamps?
He asked me to hold on to it. He didn't want me with it.
Did he sell them?
Yes.
And to whom?
His dad.
And then Marcus got the money from that?
Yes.
What would Marcus then do with the money?
I'm not sure.
During the period that you lived at Quiet Hills, was Mr. Jones ever abusive with you?
Yes.
You told me a story one time about how you had to live in a hotel room for some period.
Yes.
Share that with us, please.
So, Mr. Jones was fighting over my phone, and he was fighting me, and I was screaming to the top of my lungs, and so I ran outside. And then after that, I ended up getting a hotel for a week. So I lived in a hotel for a week to get away from Marcus.
How'd you get the money to live in a hotel?
Danny.
Okay. And then tell us about that week in the hotel.
I stood the week in the hotel, just basically there, stood there and went nowhere else. And like trying to get a peace of mind. Just
Did you hear from Mr. Jones while you were at the hotel?
yes.
Tell us about that.
So Mr. Jones was threatening me to come back to the apartment. And he said if I didn't, he would start throwing everything out the apartment.
What do you mean throwing everything out of the apartment?
All the furniture, the appliances, and also sent me a picture of to where he threw everything out the kids' room.
Did you eventually go back to the apartment?
Yes.
Tell us about that. What happened when you got there?
Once I went back to the apartment, I got there, soon I opened the door. Well, I could barely open the door because there was so much clutter coming out the door. Everything was in there. It was a catastrophe. And so Marcus then tells me I need to clean it up. And I'm like, why should I clean it up? And I didn't do it. And so I start cleaning it up before my kids can come home.
Did something happen in the back room?
Yes. Yeah, that was before I start cleaning up. So then Marcus stops me and tell me to come back into the back room to give him sex. And he sticks this huge dildo in me, forces it in me, and I'm telling him it's hurting me, and he's keep going. Yeah.
Okay. So after that, is it after that that you started cleaning up the messy
After
thing?
that, I started to finish cleaning up.
Did there come a time where the kids caught wind of all this?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
My uncle dropped them back off.
The kids have been staying with your uncle while you were at the hotel?
Yes.
Okay, so he drops them back off. Go ahead.
My uncle drops them back off. They come to the door and they asking me, Mom, what's going on with the apartment? So I just couldn't tell them. I lost for words myself. I couldn't tell them.
And when you say the kids, that includes Asia, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Asia, Angel, and Tyrell.
Okay. I think Mr. Bean, let's fix your microphone. Let's give him a minute. Okay. So I want to ask you about the event in 2017 that involved another police report. Do you know what I'm talking about from that?
Yes.
Just tell us what happened.
So I get wakened up out my sleep due to Marcus throwing my TV around in the apartment, knocking it down, and knocking the fan down. So I woke up to that. I'm asking him what's going on. He said he had a bad dream and just snapped. So the kids is up screaming, hollering, because I'm up screaming, hollering. Yeah, he pins me down to the sofa and takes my phone.
Okay. Were now The court heard an opening statement that the kids weren't awake for any of this.
Yes, they was awake.
They were, okay.
Mhm.
So he's got you pinned on the couch. What happens next?
He takes my phone.
Okay. Were you screaming or making any noise?
Yes, I was screaming.
Okay. Did anyone else around hear you?
Yes,
How do you know?
because they came knocking at the door.
What happened when they knocked at the door?
Marcus went to the door with the knife.
With a knife?
Yes, with the knife.
Okay.
Swinging it. I didn't see the person he was swinging it at
Why didn't you see the person he was swinging it at?
because I was inside trying to calm the kids down.
Okay. Okay. Is it your understanding that Marcus got in a fight outside the?
No, I don't know about the fight. I didn't see the fight.
Okay. Fair enough. Were police called?
Yes,
Before the police got there on that night in 2017, did you record a video?
yes.
All right. Your Honor, if I may, I'll share a screen and we've got that.
Ms. Somerville, have y'all seen this video?
No, ma'am. I mean,
Well, it's hard to have objection to something you haven't seen.
I haven't seen it. I tried to reach out and try to get witness order and things, laid out, and that was refused. So we haven't seen. Ma'am, turn the volume.
Did you wish to share this video with them prior to me seeing it?
I can, Your Honor. There may be evidence I haven't seen. Mr. Somerville and I talked yesterday. He did not ask then or in any other way for evidence to be shown at the hearing. There was no discovery.
Usually, if you know that somebody's going to bring a witness, that's one thing. But if they have evidence of the nature of a video or photographs, usually y'all have exchanged those so that it is not unfair surprise. Because whatever the video shows, Mr. Somerville may have had the opportunity to find a witness to rebut whatever was in the video if he had at least had noticed that it was going to be played. I'm gonna put y'all in a breakout room. How long is this video?
Oh, about 15, maybe 30 seconds.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put y'all in a breakout room and y'all are gonna let Mr. Somerville see the video. And then when he comes back, then he can we can determine if he's going to have any objections that need to be placed on the record.
Thank you.
Yes, I understand.
No problem. Mr. Butler and Mr. Somerville, I'm putting you in a breakout room. Is there anyone else who needs to join the breakout room? Let me know.
I would like Mr. Felton and Ms. Curry to join us too as well, because Ms. Curry is going to certainly be handling some of the examinations that might be involved here.
Okay, and all right, so anybody else?
That's
right.
it.
Okay, I'm gonna open the room. You'll see the invitation pop up and we'll be back when you all come back and let me know you've seen the video.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, I probably need to go back to my machine now, don't I? Let's see.
Well, the invitation goes to wherever your name appears on the screen. So that's where I'll set the invitation.
Hi, Judge. Are you able to add him to the breakout room, Mr. Felton? The C. Felton profile that's been added to the breakout room is actually the one that Marcus Jones is in.
Oh, sorry. I'll
No
take him.
worries, no worries at all. Thank you.
Apologize.
Okay, thank you.
And, um, done.
I did.
We are back.
Which one was? Are you still?
Is Mr. Felton back?
I do not see him.
He should pop out of the, there he is. All right. All right, so we're ready. So for the video that the that Ms. Damon wishes to introduce, have you all had the opportunity to view the video? And if so, do you have any objections to it being published?
We have viewed it, Your Honor, and we have no objection. And just to assure the court that we weren't just wasting time, we also went through all of the other exhibits that Mr. Butler's planning to use on his direct so that we don't have to break out. Again, I will say we have other materials as well that we'll maybe at the next break, just to for everyone's convenience, share with Jeb's team so that we can hopefully iron out any of the objections.
All right, sounds good. All right, so the video will be admitted. You may publish it at, as you wish, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Your Honor. In our breakout, Mr. Somerville gave me a general description of the exhibits they plan to use, and I don't know this yet, but I bet you there will be no problem. Anyway, on to the video. All right. Is Your Honor able to see a orange traffic?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to share the sound.
No, you're fine. You already shared it once.
Okay. Mr. Bean says I can hit play. Can you hear?
No, I can just see it.
I guess you're not sure again. I'll go share in a break. I'll hit pause and then those three dots again.
All right. Yep, that was the issue. All right, I'll start again. I think the testimony is going to be that the speaker here is Mr. Jones.
Your mama, because your mama ain't nothing but a fucking hoe. Yeah. Really, all of her kids. Hey, please. Yeah, hit me with a fucking board. You thought this wrong. No, I was asleep. I was asleep. I jumped out of my sleep. You jumped out of your sleep and what? I'm talking about tonight, Mark. You jumped out of your sleep and what, Trey? You kicking shit, kicking sand and shit, kicking shit over, throwing shit. You woke kids up. They're trying to holler and scream. You can put my hands on you, right? Huh? It's my shit. I got to take my frustration out on.
All right. I don't know how to unshare it because my laptop's on the fritz. There we go. Okay. For the record that we'd mark that video as Damon Exhibit 30. Ms. Damon, did you take the video that we just watched?
Yes.
What did you hear at the beginning did Marco say, your mama ain't nothing but a effing hoe?
Yes.
To whom did he say that?
To me.
Well,
to the kids. I was recording it.
Okay. There was a point in the video where it looked like Mr. Jones may have been smoking something.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was?
It was a weed vape pen.
And then at the end, did he say something about taking frustrations out or something like that?
Yes.
Do you know what he said? It's a little hard to hear.
He said it was better than putting his hands on me. taking his frustration out on me. But he already had pinned me down to the sofa.
Did you understand him to say it was better that he was throwing stuff around than putting his hands on you?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, when he said, did you understand him to mean that he thought it was better for him to be throwing stuff around than putting his hands on you?
Yes.
Okay. Did the video truly and accurately show the events that you recorded?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we would tender Damon to Exhibit 30.
No objection.
Be admitted without objection.
Were police called that night?
Yes.
I think I already asked. That was a report made to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. So after the 2017 incident that we just talked about, did Mr. Jones leave you and the children?
Yes.
For the next several years, was he a meaningful part of your life, Asia's life, the kids' lives?
No.
Okay. Tell me sort of what happened next with Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones got arrested. And then when he got out, he came to get his car. He left and he texted me saying that it's my fault he can't see his kids anymore.
Okay. What was when Mr. Jones left in 2017, what was your family's financial situation like?
I think it clicked off. I'm not sure. It says start new video.
Oh, I think that's all right. Something popped up
Oh.
on the screen there, but I think we can handle it.
Okay.
So after Mr. Jones left in 2017, what was your family's financial situation like?
It was behind on rent, behind on light bill.
Was it a tough financial situation?
Yes.
All right. What did you do?
I started working in the apartment complex I was staying at, Quiet Hills, cleaning out the apartments, getting them ready, and showing them all to the people who's going to be moving in.
All right. Eventually, did you and Asia and Angel and Tyrell move again?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
Spalding Heights, which is now Northside Hills.
All right. Approximately when was that?
2018.
Is that in 2018 or 2019? Did you and Mr. Danny Wood become romantically involved?
Yes.
Had you worked with him after Jones left at the apartments at Quiet Hills?
Yes.
All right. Did there come a time where you asked or where you petitioned to have Mr. Jones start paying child support?
Yes.
Approximately when was that?
December 2019.
Okay. And when you did that, did Mr. Jones admit that he was Asia's father, or did he contest it?
No, he told me that Asia looked like some other man. He don't think Asia was his child.
Okay. Did paternity testing have to be done?
Yes.
All right. I'll now share my screen and show a letter that I think I previewed opening statement from DCSS related to this.
All right. Are there any objections to it?
I'll object on foundation and hearsay grounds, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, for the record. Go ahead, Mr. Butler.
All right, thanks, Your Honor. I'll go through it a little bit and then respond to the objection for record purposes if that suits the court. Do you see Plaintiff's Exhibit 20 in front of you, Ms. Damon?
Yes.
Is this, does it say, have the seal and say Georgia Department of Human Services at the top?
Yes.
Does it say custodian notice to appear for paternity testing?
Yes.
Did you receive this letter?
Yes.
Was it addressed to you?
Yes.
Does it involve children, say Asia L. Jones?
Yes,
Was this the notice to go do the paternity testing?
yes.
Your Honor, as to the authenticity, our position is that it is authenticated by Ms. Damon. She said that it is what it purports to be because she received it in the mail. And then as to hearsay, we believe it's the activity of a public office under Rule 803-8A. We also think that the let's see, make sure I'm reading my footnotes correctly. Yes, that the seal constitutes an exemplification under 24-9-920.
Any objections?
Two problems with that. 803-8 allows for a public record, not a private letter, to be published if it's a mandatory letter. This is not, and it's also the hearsay within the letter. Even if the letter itself passes the first layer of hearsay, the notion that paternity testing has been ordered is something that involves a conversation or a communication with Mr. Jones. This is just a notification of that, but it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So it's hearsay that does not escape a secondary hearsay analysis. And the exemplification is not even a hearsay exception.
Yeah, it's authentication. Okay.
If there's not test results in this, it really doesn't matter to me because she's already testified that she was required to take a paternity test or the paternity test was requested.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make this easy. I mean, I don't really think this is where the ox is going to be gored one way or the other. So I believe that we will admit that Mr. Jones had a paternity test, that it was positive. He's, other than her claim about this, which was never reduced to writing that I'm aware of, or reduced to certainly any sort of authoritative or communication with the government. I don't think there's a dispute on this issue.
Yeah, we introduced to corroborate that paternity testing had to be done. It sounds like that's undisputed.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. I'll stop that share. Let's see. When Mr. Jones was ordered to pay child support, Ms. Damon, did he pay the full amount that he was supposed to?
No,
Did he pay at least some?
no, not at the time.
Eventually over the
Yeah,
years?
eventually some.
Did he
Yes.
pay some?
Yes.
I'll now offer or do a screen share, unless court tells me not to, of the arrears and interest calculation from DC, the Department of Health.
Is this the one with the certification stamp at the top?
It is.
Okay, no objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
All right. Do you see plaintiff's exhibit or Damon exhibit 25 in front of you, Ms. Damon?
Yes.
Good habit, but yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. Does it say arrears and trying to get a better view? My computer's starting to mess up. There we go. Did it say arrears and interest calculator up there at the top?
Yes.
You see the cert? I won't go through that. Anyway, does the highlighted language there appear to show that Mr. Jones was in arrears on his child support payments, at least as of the certification date, in the amount of approximately $5,000?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would tender plaintiff's exhibit 25.
Okay, whoa. So, Mr. Jones was working what has been described as, and I use the term, being no disrespect, but menial jobs, but he was able to pay $7,309.
That's what the record reflects, Your Honor.
Okay.
This, just to be perfectly clear as to Your Honor's question, this is a span of about 4 years. We'll talk about it on cross-examination about some of the other things, but I think it dates back to the early months of 2020.
We can look now. That sounds correct. Yep, April 2020. All right, I'll stop the share. Okay. Ms. Damon, did there come a time after the paternity test when Mr. Jones started to see his daughters again?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
So the Mr. Jones started to see his kids after the paternity test in, let's say 2020, around COVID, around that time.
All right. From about let's say March of 2020 through Asia's death, about how often would he see them sort of on average?
Every other week and some holidays.
Okay. Does every other weekend sound fair as an average?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said and some holidays.
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff Exhibit 23, which is a letter, I think the evidence would show is a letter that Ms. Damon received regarding Mr. Jones and the Georgia Fatherhood Program.
Is it, Mr. Somerville, you don't have any objections to that?
No, Your Honor, that's fine.
Will be admitted, you can publish.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Let me share screen. Ms. Damon, do you see in front of you a letter from Georgia Department of Human Services?
Yes.
And then do you see, was this letter sent to you?
Yes.
Does it say that the non-custodial parent has attended the orientation for the Georgia Fatherhood Program and has chosen to participate?
Yes.
All right, and this is dated a few months, or a couple months before Asia died in January of 2023, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll now show you what's been marked as Exhibit 24, which is a similar letter. Is this also a letter from the Department of Human Services?
Yes.
Did you also receive this letter?
Yes.
Does it say that the non-custodial parent has failed to participate in the Georgia Fatherhood Program as required?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would tender Damon to Exhibits 23 and 24.
No objection.
Will be admitted without objection.
All right, on to some happier things. I'd like to now go through just some pictures of Asia and your family, and we'll do very brief descriptions of each one. As I recall, there being no objections to these. So unless I'm corrected, I'll start showing those now.
That's fine, Mr. Butler.
Thank you.
These are the photographs we talked about on the break in the breakout room, Your Honor.
That's correct.
All right.
So here's Plaintiff Exhibit 1. What are we looking at, Ms. Damon?
Asia's, I had just got finished doing her hair and she asked me to take her picture. So she's in my room.
All right. I'm showing you now what's marked as Damon Exhibit 2. What are we looking at?
Asia and Tyrell with my sister.
Okay. That's your sister, not you.
Yeah, that's my sister. We look alike.
All right. Well, I misspoke in opening statement then. I'm glad we cleared it up on the record. I'm now showing you Damon Exhibit 3. Tell us what we're looking at.
My kids, Asia, Tyrell, and Angel.
I'm showing you now Damon Exhibit 4. What is this?
Asia's starting pre-K.
Damon Exhibit 5.
Asia's graduation day.
Okay. Damon Exhibit 6.
She's ready for school. That's in Quiet Hills.
This is Damon Exhibit 7. What are we looking at?
Another school picture.
Damon Exhibit 8.
I took that before she went to school because she had an award day.
An award day?
Award day.
Do you remember what the award was?
Honors.
Honors.
Yes.
Damon Exhibit 9.
A picture I took of Asia.
Were you all playing with a filter or something?
Yeah, at home playing with filters. She loved to play with the filters.
I think I've already showed this to you. Is this
Yes,
Damon Exhibit 10, her getting ready for school?
yes.
Or ready for school?
Are ready for school.
All right. Damon Exhibit 11, tell us what we're looking at.
That's Asia's at her dad's house.
Her hair looks different.
Yes, because it hasn't been done for quite some time.
You said that was at her dad, you said that Exhibit 11 was at her dad's house?
Yes,
Damon Exhibit 12.
Asia, ready for Halloween, ready to go trick or treat.
Damon Exhibit 13.
Home from school.
Damon Exhibit 14.
Her 11th birthday, we went to the skating rink with her, and her friends.
Okay. And this will be the last of these, Damon Exhibit 15.
In Florida, we went to Florida. Asia loved the beach and the water.
Okay. Your Honor, we would tender Damon Exhibits 1 through 15.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they will be admitted.
All right. Ms. Damon, this is a part of where I'm going to ask you some hard questions. Have you ever smoked marijuana?
Yes,
Tell me about that.
I was introduced to marijuana from Marcus.
When you and Marcus were together, did you smoke marijuana together?
Yes,
Did you ever do something called dabbing?
yes.
Tell me about that.
It was this one 4th of July. Marcus and I and the kids went to one of Marcus' friends' house to shoot the fireworks, and they were in the living room dabbing. And
Who's they?
Marcus and his friends
Okay.
in the living room dabbing, and Marcus asked me to come dab.
Did you do it?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever smoked marijuana in front of your children?
No.
We'll change subjects now. During the course of this litigation, did Mr. Jones ever attempt to make you or convince you settle the case for $500,000?
Yes.
All right. How did he communicate that to you?
He texted me, threatening me, asking me to sign off for the 500,000, and
Okay.
that I was sabotaging the money because I wouldn't sign.
All right. I'd like to now show you a screenshot of that text. Let me get the screen share going. Okay, you see the text in front of you?
Yes.
Let me scroll through it, then I'll ask if this is a text that you received from Marcus Jones.
Yes.
All right. For the record, it is Plaintiff's Exhibit 31, a text you received from Marcus Jones, or a series of text messages that you received from Marcus Jones.
Yes.
It doesn't look like you replied, at least not in this screen.
No.
So we're not going to go through everything. Here at 9:30 p.m., you see the part where he says, he can't believe you got $500,000 and you, Centrell, are going to fix it to where you don't get anything.
Yes.
Read us that next bubble there about Asia.
Asia turning over in her grave, shaking my effing head.
Okay. Then he talks about child support.
Yes.
And then at the bottom, we see the part that you talked about earlier where you were accused of trying to sabotage $500,000.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would tender Damon Exhibit 31.
Counsel, by chance, do you have the, my objection is really in the form of a question, if that's a thing. Do you have the text right after this?
No.
I didn't text it.
Okay.
No, I don't. I'll go into that in a minute. I'm happy to do that now before you respond if you want.
No, I mean, I just want to know the context. So no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. And then let's talk about that question from Mr. Somerville. Do you have like the other text before and after that screenshot, Ms. Damon?
No,
Why not?
because my phone was broke.
Okay. Did you take that screenshot using a old phone?
Yes,
Do you still have the phone that you were using at the time that you took that screenshot?
no,
Do you still have the messages before or after the screenshot that we just looked at?
no,
Was there a time where Mr. Jones threatened you by
Yes.
text message?
yes.
All right. I'd like to show that text now.
Any objection, Mr. Somerville?
If it's one that Mr. Butler showed me in our breakout room, then no objection.
All right. Go ahead.
It
Mr.
is, thank you. And it is, I'll represent the one that we looked at in the breakout room.
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Damon, do you see the text on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Tell us what it is.
Marcus is threatening me to come back to the apartment. I was staying at the hotel at the time, so he sent me a text threatening me to come back to the apartment, and that's what he sent me.
Okay. By that, do you mean what plaintiff's exhibit or Damon exhibit 32?
Yes.
Okay. I noticed that we don't have the text before or after this. Can you tell us why?
My phone was broke.
Okay. It looks like this is a screenshot you took and then perhaps cropped at some point back. Maybe, does that sound right?
Yes.
Section leading.
That's okay. I want a box of tissues for Centrell. Thanks. All right. Anyway, do you have now the whatever text messages came before or after this?
No.
Okay. I notice it seems to come from a B.
I had him as baby daddy.
Okay. Your Honor, we would tender plaintiff's exhibit 32.
All right. Mr. Somerville, you said you had no objection.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it will be admitted.
I want to ask you now, Ms. Damon, thank you for staying with me, about some things that Jones has said, and then we'll conclude. And some of these things, so one of them is this, Mr. Jones said in an affidavit filed with the court that Asia, Angel, and Tyrell stayed with him every summer from 2017 through 2023.
No.
Is that true?
No.
He said in the document filed with the court that the kids stayed with him, quote, every weekend, close quote. Is that true?
No.
He said that the kids stayed with him from March through August of 2020. Is that true?
No.
He said that the kids stayed with him from the summer of 2021 all the way through February of 2022.
No.
Is that true?
No.
He said that the kids stayed with him for the entire summer of 2022. Is that true?
No.
In opening statement, the statement was made that Mr. Jones would often bring food and clothes over to your place when the kids were staying with you. Is that true?
No.
It was said in opening, when Mr. Jones did bring the kids back, tell me what kind of clothes he would bring with him.
He would bring their dirty clothes back. So I had to wash them.
Did Mr. Jones ever come back and find you in bed naked with another person?
No.
Did you at some point leave the children alone and run off to the mountains?
No.
Davis Bozeman Law Firm.
Yes, ma'am. Could you definitely?
This is she. Hi, I'm trying to log on, but for some reason or other.
Not sure who's in the
But I
background.
think,
Somebody needs to mute.
when I try to put in the passcode, it's not allowing me to put it in caps. Why that is, I don't know.
I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, that was another, people for another hearing. I've said that they can come back at a later time, but I think they're still just hanging. All right,
We're about to wrap this up, or at least the direct. I was afraid the court was like patiently waiting on me to fix the problem. I was trying to say, I don't know what it is.
no, I got it. Go ahead.
All right, Ms. Damon, did you love your daughter Asia?
Yes,
Did you care for her?
most definitely.
Did you try to be a good mother to her?
Tried the best I can.
Did she live with you under your care for the overwhelming majority of her life?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Damon, just take a minute, get a couple of deep breaths. Mr. Somerville or Mr. Felton have questions for you.
I do, Your Honor. Can Your Honor give me an idea on timing? Because we have, I don't know how many other witnesses Mr. Butler has. We have 4, including, of course, Mr. Jones, which I imagine will take some time. I don't know if lunch is in the offing or a quick lunch or a snack break or something, or how Your Honor prefers. But of course, we'll follow the court's prerogative.
I usually power through, but if that's going to be a problem for anybody, let me know. And Ms. Powell, I didn't anticipate that this hearing was going to be as long. So for anyone here for the, I guess the 12 o'clock, the 11 o'clock and the 1 o'clock, check in with Ms. Powell by chat. And Ms. Powell, you're at liberty to release anyone and reschedule if you need to.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Somerville.
Yes. Ms. Damon, my name is Darren Somerville. We have not had the opportunity to meet in person. Electronically is not nearly as nice a way to do it. I do want you to know from the outset that I'm extraordinarily sorry for what happened to Asia. I think we can all agree she was a beautiful young girl, and what happened shouldn't have happened. I do have some questions for you, as you might guess. So let's just get right to it. That's okay. Ma'am, you met Marcus, and I'm going to call him Marcus. I'm not going to be able to help myself otherwise. So I hope that informality is all right with you. You met him in New Orleans, actually, didn't you?
No.
Okay. It's just that he was living with your sister when you relocated back to Georgia back in about early 2010.
I moved from New Orleans to Texas due to the Hurricane Katrina.
Okay. And then you relocated to Georgia to move in with your sister, and Marcus was already living there, sharing space with her.
Yes, they came to get me.
Okay. And he was working at the time, wasn't he? Do you recall that he was working at JCPenney?
Yes.
And he was also taking some classes at Atlanta Tech?
Yes.
And then y'all's first moved together, y'all became romantically involved pretty quickly, didn't you?
Yes.
Were you, over the course of your relationship till 2017, faithful to Mr. Jones in every fashion?
Yes.
When did you start becoming romantically involved with Mr. Danny Woods, please?
After Marcus left, and I moved to Spalding Heights. That's when we got romantic.
Okay, but Mr. Woods is the gentleman that you said you had worked with at the one apartment complex. He's the one who paid for your hotel when you all had that spat.
In Quiet Hills.
Sorry?
Apartment complex, Quiet Hills.
Yes, my question though, ma'am, is I believe you said he actually is the one who paid for the hotel.
Yes, Danny.
Okay. He was just a work friend. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Did he stay at the hotel with you?
No. But he came some days to bring me food.
Okay. When y'all moved to Riverdale into, I think it was Laurel Park, that's when you became pregnant with Asia, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had been together with Mr. Jones for about a full year at that point, right?
Yes.
And you obviously spent some good time with him. Were you in love with him?
Yes.
And you had seen his personal habits. You testified about some gambling and maybe some temper issues. And yet you still moved in with him and got pregnant, or then offered or became pregnant with his child. That strikes me as very odd, ma'am. I'm not trying to fuss at you, but my question to you is, did you have any reservations about moving in with him and having a baby with him?
No, we didn't discuss none of that.
Okay. When Asia was born, I understand generally, and I don't want you to get too specific, but there were some medical complications that required her to go live with a Miss Vanessa Jones. Did I get that right?
What happened?
I'm asking you, when Asia was born, did you have any medical problems that required Asia to go live with Miss Vanessa Jones?
After I had Asia, I had to get my gallbladder removed.
Yes, ma'am.
Asia was,
I'm simply saying you were sort of on the medical sideline, and then she went and lived with Vanessa Jones, right?
no, Asia was at my sister's house,
Okay. Who's your sister?
Janet.
Okay. Have you reviewed, as part of this process that we're undergoing today, any of the depositions that, I'm sorry, any of the affidavits that we had filed about, I don't know, a couple of months ago?
No,
Okay. You didn't read any of those papers?
no.
Y'all, let me see if we can agree on a few things. Then you moved to College Park, and then Angel was on the way, right?
Yes.
And then we know that Marcus then took a new job at Kraft Foods because it was a little bit better pay, right?
Yes.
And then continuing to move up that pay scale, he started working for a company called CourierNet. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, y'all moved in with Marcus's aunt over in Morrow. Is that right?
Yes.
And then things got a little tight economically because Marcus was driving, and then he got in a bad accident with an 18-wheeler and he was hurt and it totaled the car. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, then I understand there was an episode where at least one, maybe it was Terrell, of your children, was being sort of bullied at school, and y'all relocated to Griffin. Is that how that worked?
Yes.
And you will concede, won't you? Just because we're trying to be fair, you'll concede that Marcus was part and parcel of all of those decisions, his efforts to help get the kids in school, to help get them clothed, fed, paying rent when we could, or getting home, get housing otherwise. All that's true, isn't it, ma'am?
Yes.
And we're going to hear from Mr. Marcus a little bit later that specifically on Thanksgiving Eve of 2016, he came home to find you in bed with another man. Are you saying that's just completely made up?
Yes.
You'll also hear that that gentleman and then two friends came back over a couple of days later and attacked Mr. Jones. Is that completely made up as well?
Yes.
Police were summoned during that time frame, weren't they, ma'am?
Yes.
And that's when Mr. Jones was arrested, and then ultimately charged. Yes?
Yes.
It is true, isn't it, ma'am, that those charges were never prosecuted because you declined to testify against him?
Yes.
When that incident happened, I think we can all agree, y'all had some differences that you probably either didn't need to work out or did need to work out. But either way, y'all took separate paths. Marcus was still paying for the rent in the apartment you were living in while that happened, wasn't he?
He was behind.
And then either, right?
Can you repeat that?
Well, you were not working at that time when y'all split up either, were you?
No.
In fact, I mean, we'll hear some testimony, and I understand you may disagree with
Other
it.
than showing the apartments out, cleaning out the apartments.
And were you paid a W-2 wage for that, or did you work in trade so that you could like defer some rent, or how did it work?
I did childcare, babysitting. And I was cleaning out the apartment. Some to
Were you
get
primarily,
caught up on the rent.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. And were you being primarily paid in cash?
Yes,
So once y'all split up, it is true, isn't it, that your only son, your oldest baby, Terrell, visited Marcus with his sisters fairly frequently. That's true, isn't it, ma'am?
yes, he wanted to be with his sisters. He never wanted to be without them.
Okay. Well, from the pictures I've seen, I don't blame him at all. That sounds like a very reasonable reaction. And you had no objection for Terrell or your girls going over to spend time with Marcus, did you?
No, because
And
he
you weren't
didn't abuse them.
Right. No question. You weren't afraid of anything like that. Y'all may have had your differences, but not towards the kids, right?
Not towards the kids, right?
And I think you said it was maybe every other weekend, but the reality is all three of them spent significant time in the summer. True?
Objection, vague.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'll speak as a group of all three kids until that's what I'm referring to. But Terrell, Angel, and Asia, the three of them, or all of them, spent significant time with Marcus during the summers. That's true, isn't it?
Some of the summer.
Sure. I mean, when y'all were together, obviously that wasn't a thing. But after 2017, that became a regular occasion that he would want to, and you would allow him to see all three children and stay with him overnights for weeks at a time. True?
They'll stay with him every other week.
Okay. And I'm also talking about summers and breaks. So remember, let's stay with my question.
Some breaks and some part of the summer, not the whole summer.
Okay. It was abundantly clear to you, wasn't it, ma'am, that Marcus really wanted to spend time with his daughters and with your son?
Yes.
You know that they went on when y'all were together, y'all went on vacations together. Yes.
Yes.
And after y'all split up, the three children also went on vacations with Marcus and maybe sometimes his family members, right?
Yes, sometimes his family.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm trying to get through the chronology of what I want to talk about, and I have some questions about what you testified about already. So in late 2019, I understand you instituted an action for child support. And then in 2020, that happened. You have never brought any sort of deficiency notice or anything to DFACS or any other government agency about Marcus being behind on any child support, have you?
No.
There will be testimony that on February 11th of 2021, there was an event that sort of was important. What's February 11th? What's the significance of that date?
It's my son's Tyrell's birthday. Oh.
Yes, ma'am. On 2021, it is true, isn't it, that you and Mr. Woods traveled to the North Georgia or mountains in the vicinity and left those three children at home?
Yes, they was at home with a friend of Danny's.
Okay. And who is that friend?
His name's Randy.
I'm sorry, Randy or Brandy?
Randy.
What's his last name?
I don't know his last name.
Okay. Was that a habit of yours to leave the kids with people that were not related to them?
No, they was very aware of, they call him Kojak, and they loved Kojak.
Okay, well, you're aware, aren't you, that at least one of the three kids, while they were under Randy's care, called Mr. Jones and asked him to pick them up. True?
Yes, because they wanted to go by their dad. Before they called him, they called me.
Okay, and so you were perfectly fine with that because you trusted Mr. Jones to look over and take good care of them. Yes?
Because they wanted to spend time with their dad.
Well, kids often want a lot of things. If you didn't think it was a good idea, you certainly would not have let that happen, would you?
They asked, can they spend time with their dad? And I allowed them to. I was not
Correct.
keeping them away from their dad.
Yes, ma'am. And because you had no objection to it, and that's because you had no objection is because Mr. Jones, you knew that they were safe with him.
Objection asked and answered.
Different time frame.
No, hasn't been.
You can answer, ma'am.
Can you repeat that?
It was a
Uh,
compound question, Mr. Somerville. You knew they were safe with them and you had no objection. It's two different things.
Yeah. How about this? I'll break that down because Her Honor is correct. So you had no objection to them going while you were on your trip to the mountains and staying with Marcus. True? That's not true, or we agree on this one. You had no objection, right?
Yeah, I had no objections.
Okay. And that was because they had spent a fair amount of time with them before. They had always been cared for, fed, clothed. That is a true statement, isn't it, ma'am?
Yes, I sent clothes with them.
Well, sure. And sometimes they might come back dirty, but maybe kids do that from time to time. But did you ever get this? Well, strike that. Let me ask you this. When you came back from the mountains, you came down with COVID or COVID-like symptoms. Is that right?
No, I've never had COVID.
Okay. So
I
there was
hardly
no.
get sick. Yeah, I
Okay.
never had COVID. I don't know where that came from.
Okay, so any testimony or any notion that the kids stayed with Marcus during that first, few months of 2021 through the summer because they couldn't get back to school, completely made up as well?
Not through the summer.
Okay, so but from February till the end of the school year, they stayed with Mr. Jones, didn't they?
March to April of Asia's birthday,
Okay.
April 19th.
So 2 months again, and you had no objection to that because he was taking them to school, making sure they were up in their studies, right?
They was not going to school. It was during COVID.
I'm sorry, the homeschooling or the remote schooling world that we lived in for those.
Yeah, they had their computers. They was doing remote learning. And yeah, Marcus asked me to buy some desks. And so I bought the desks so they can have.
Okay. And Mr. Jones bought the computers, didn't he?
The computers was given through the school.
Fast forward a little bit to the summer of 22. So at that point, Mr. Jones had moved to Fayetteville. Do I have that right?
No, I don't recall him staying in Fayetteville. He stayed on Fayetteville Road.
You're right. I didn't finish my sentence. So, okay, fair point. At some point during that, and were the kids there for the whole summer in 22?
Never a whole summer.
Okay. Do you remember a gentleman named Dylan Johnson?
Yes, he was one of Marcus's Airbnb people.
Right. Caucasian man, kind of curly blonde hair.
Yes.
Okay. And you met him in person on more than one occasion, true?
No, I learned about him from the kids.
Okay, so Mr. Johnson never came over to your house to give you clothes or food or even a generator when the power went out in a
It was
storm?
during the storm that tornado had hit. Marcus offered to bring a generator.
Okay. And that's what happened, right?
Yes.
And because he wanted the kids to make sure to have some electricity so they could eat well and sleep well and all that.
Yes.
And in fact, you were living on not a ground floor apartment, but an upper floor, and they had to carry that generator up there. Yes?
Yes.
Is the only time you've worked outside the home since you met Marcus that stint helping either babysit or helping at the apartment complex with showing apartments, that sort of thing?
Yes, I also worked voluntarily at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
That was for a two-day stint, I believe it was.
No, sir.
Okay. Were you paid to work there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what did you mean by voluntarily then?
It was a voluntary job I found on Facebook. They were looking for people to come help clean up and work through the what was the Monster Jam.
Okay. I could see why you would need to clean up. How about Terrell? Let's talk about him a little bit. Who's his dad?
Louis Young.
Okay. Is Mr. Young any fixture or anything in Terrell's life?
No, he's deceased.
I'm sorry for that. How old was Terrell when he passed away? His dad passed away.
12.
Okay. Before Mr. Young's passing, did he have really any what you would term material or significant involvement with his son?
No, because he was in and out of he stood incarcerated.
Understood. Okay. And I may know the answer to this question already, but did he pay child support for Terrell?
No.
Was he obligated to under the law and just chose not to or couldn't?
I did apply for it, but it was a case going on up until he got killed.
Okay, gotcha. So was, and going way back in time, was Marcus present when Asia was born?
Yes.
His name is actually on the birth certificate, isn't it?
Yes.
You have the original, right?
Yes.
There was really never any question until y'all had split up years later that you knew that Marcus was Asia's father. He knew it. Y'all acted and lived as a family. That's all true, isn't it?
No.
Objection compound. Go ahead. You're fine. I'll withdraw the objection. You can answer.
You
No,
understand?
Marcus did not think Asia was his daughter.
Okay. Did he express that to you anytime before the child support? Let me put it this. Let me
Yes.
withdraw that. Okay.
From
Well,
the moment she was born.
okay. And yet he still took her in on weekends, on summers, on holidays, lived with you as a family and as her dad. True?
Yes.
And I know this may sound kind of trite, but there is no question in your mind that Mr. Jones loved Asia as his daughter. That's true, isn't it?
Yes, he loved her.
The pictures that you were shown by Mr. Butler, the first few when Asia was younger, I think it was exhibits 1 through 5. I think we can both agree that she looks wonderful. She was happy and she was exuberant. Do you agree?
Yes.
And that was all during time while you and Mr. Jones were living under the same roof. True?
No.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed something. So she was born in 2011 in April, and y'all split up in late 2017, right?
Yes.
Okay. So for at least about 6 years, y'all were living together, and your girls looked beautiful, looked happy. Can we agree
Yes.
on that? Okay.
I made sure that hair was done every day. I made sure that.
Yes, ma'am. When was it you moved into the apartment complex that is now known as Northside Hills?
2018.
And did you live there with just the 3 children, or did Mr.
Yes. Me and my kids.
Okay. Has Danny ever lived with you? Ever lived with
No. No.
you? All right. And you moved into apartment J7, is that right?
Yes.
And why did you choose to move into that apartment from the apartment that you were in, which is the one that you were sort of picking up extra shifts so you could defer rent and otherwise? Why did you move?
Because my kids had one sharing one room, and I needed a 3-bedroom.
Okay, got it. And that's what J7 is?
Yes.
Before you went there, did you do any sort of research into what kind of safety record the property had?
No, but when I moved there, they had security. They had the gates. You had to use a card to get inside the gates. Without that card, you couldn't get in.
It is a fair statement, isn't it, ma'am, that those security measures degraded quite significantly over the first years that you were in that apartment complex.
Yes.
And it's a government subsidized apartment complex. You're paying about $150 a month.
I'm not sure how much you pay. I don't pay rent there.
Okay, not at all. It's zero.
Not at all.
We agree, right? Because we got a double negative go there. We agree you're not paying rent.
Right.
When did you get a driver's license?
After me and Marcus split up.
And aside from the stint at the apartment complex, you have not held a job that paid you a wage since that time. Is that correct?
Right.
Do you have a car now?
No.
I want to talk to you about a tough night, the night that Asia was shot. I'm sure you remember it. I'm not getting into it for any other reason than I need to understand what you knew about things there. Before she was struck by that stray bullet, you had an episode where another bullet had come into your apartment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And yet you stayed at the apartment complex.
Yes.
Was Danny helping you out with any of the bills during any of this time frame?
Yes.
Okay. What does he do? Forgive me for not knowing that.
He do home improvement and maintenance.
Okay. And he lives in Griffin too, doesn't he?
Yes.
Has he always lived in the same place since you've known him?
Yes.
If you need a moment, we can take it, ma'am. My questions aren't certainly not designed to insult you or make you feel.
That's okay.
Have you ever been convicted of any crime?
No.
I understood that you had have a Facebook profile under your name, Central Diamond or Damon.
Yes. Yes.
When did you switch it from public to private?
I been did it.
I'm sorry, what was your answer, ma'am?
I said I've been switched it to no, it been private. My page always been private.
Okay. You have an Instagram account with the name ShawtyRed999.
Yes.
When did that get taken down?
I don't go on Instagram.
So you wouldn't know why it went from public to private.
All my accounts always was private.
Same thing for a TikTok profile, Pure Beauty 99.
Yes.
And a Snapchat account, ShawtyRed504.
Yes.
Always private.
Yes.
I have a couple questions about some things that have been said today. My understanding is in the opening statements, we heard that Mr. Jones wouldn't let you get a driver's license and said you can't get one. That never happened, did it?
No, he didn't want me to get one.
Yes, ma'am, but you obviously are a capable adult and could find DDS, I'm thinking. My question really is, he never told you not to get a driver's license, did he?
He never told me not to.
Okay. You said that Mr. Jones gambled every day. Did I write that down correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And when does that every day come up? It's from the day you met him in 2010 to the day in 2017 where you said we can't be under the same roof every single day.
Yes.
Okay. You call him abusive and controlling. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at various times during y'all's relationship, y'all would separate for a day or two when y'all maybe had an argument and then get back together. Yes.
He would go live with someone else and left us at the apartment.
Okay. And then whenever he came back, you would accept him back and y'all would be together as a family again, at least until y'all split up for good.
He came back when he wanted to. He has a key.
Yes, ma'am. And you have a very strong voice. So you could have said, no thanks, but that didn't happen. Y'all always ended up back together until this event in 2017 that allegedly involved finding you with another man. Is that true?
I wouldn't say back together, but live together, yes.
Okay. After that event, that argument in 2017, was there another night? There were other nights where you actually still did spend the night under the same roof as Marcus, didn't you?
Yes.
And you didn't have enough concern to think that he might be abusive or anything like that. You went ahead and said, we need some place to stay. And so you sought him out, right?
Yes.
I think you told Mr. Butler that you considered Mr. Jones a good father besides the financial part of things. That's an accurate statement, isn't it, ma'am?
Besides the financial and controlling and abuse.
Well, that's not what you said the first time around. I think you said he's a good father except the financial part. And we want to talk about the abuse
Yes,
part
he's a
too.
good father.
Okay. So no hesitation, no hesitation is saying as to Asia, as to Angel, as to even Terrell, he was a good dad. Yes.
He was a good dad.
He told them that he loved them. They told him that they loved him. True.
Yes. But he also said to my son that don't call him dad.
Okay. I don't suppose that's written down anywhere.
Is that a question?
Yeah. Is that written down anywhere to your knowledge, ma'am?
No. He
It
actually
is.
told my son that.
Yes, ma'am. And I think we'll see a little bit later several videos of your son and Mr. Jones interacting together, and maybe we can see what Mr. Jones has to say about that. But your memory is that he said, "Don't call me dad." Is that right?
Yes.
So let's talk about some of these abuse allegations, and I'm going to share my screen. So what I'm showing you is a bundle of papers that were filed this morning. This first one that we're going to look at is sorry if I get to the top. There we go. Can you see that, ma'am?
Yes, Brad. Kind of blurry.
So just to make sure we agree, up here we've got the date and time reported is that's June 16th of 2013, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I apologize for doing that. And you didn't call the police this time. The police were called by Mr. Walter Colston, right?
The neighbor, yes.
I believe you told us on direct that, and this was at night, right?
No, in the morning.
Oh, I'm sorry, early in the morning. Well, I thought you told us on direct that the kids were asleep and that you had gone downstairs to go to a party. Was that party in the early morning hours?
Oh yeah, that happened that was at night, like after midnight.
Okay, so the kids were asleep at night. You leave them in the apartment and go downstairs to a party, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then obviously there's some sort of incident between Mr. Colston and Mr. Jones. Police are summoned, yes?
Yes.
Okay. This is the narrative that the police officer wrote down. I want to see if you agree with some of this. So he says at 7:34 in the morning, he responded to 2135 Godby Road at Building 12. Is that where your apartment was?
Yes.
Okay. And then Walter Colston was the caller. We know that now. Yes.
Yes.
And he was chilling with his lady friend, Centrell Damon. Is that how you would describe the relationship
Relationship with who?
between you and Mr. Colston?
No, we didn't have a relationship.
Well, that's what Mr. Colson said you were his lady
That's
friend.
what Marcus assumed, because when Marcus pulled up, me and Mr. whatever his name is, I was telling him to give me back my phone. Marcus walked up, he assumed there was something else going on.
Well, you can read just as well as I can. The caller, Walter Colston, said he was
Let me
chilling
pause
with.
and object if y'all will. We'd object to improper impeachment to the attempt to impeach Ms. Damon with what the police officer says that a neighbor named Colston said to him. I don't think there's
Sustained.
proper objection.
Well, I can ask her if he. Well, let me ask you
Well,
this one.
Mr. Somerville, just change the form of the question, because what you're asking for her is to verify that what the police report says is what Mr. Colson said. She has no way of doing that.
Well, let me ask you this. Were you, Ms. Damon, were you in earshot of the investigating officer during this investigation in the early morning hours of June 16th, 23? I'm sorry, 13.
They walked up to me I was already standing outside. They walked up to me.
And they asked you questions, I assume?
No, they basically seen the bruises and scratches on me and proceeded to arrest Mr. Jones.
Okay, so you didn't say anything to the police officers?
He dragged me down the stairs, pulled my hair.
Right. My question is, did you say anything to the police officers?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. And you told them that you would not provide a written statement or even cooperate because you never wanted him to be arrested. True?
Yes, I didn't want my kid's father to be arrested.
Okay. And did you hear the police officers when they went inside and talked to Mr. Jones?
Yes, me and the kids was there.
Okay. And did you hear Mr. Jones say that he had been outside with a male subject while the children were inside alone, and this is a common occurrence? Did you hear him make any statement like that?
No.
Objection calls for hearsay.
It's their document, Your Honor. They wanted the court to use it.
Yeah, my objection is that I think Mr. Somerville is asking Ms. Damon to testify about something that.
Yeah, what she heard someone else say, so sustained.
That's not hearsay. That's actually just the fact that it was said. So, but regardless,
Okay, so my understanding is you're asking her to verify that a person who's not present and testifying made a statement. You're asking her to verify that she heard the statement that they made. Is that correct?
Right. That's basically
so what makes that not hearsay?
Because it doesn't matter if it's the truth of the matter asserted as to what Mr. Jones said. It's just that it was said, and she was there to hear it. So we can also say it's not hearsay because Mr. Jones will testify later.
But
Okay,
I think it's over.
Okay, I'm going to overrule it to the extent that if she heard it, then she can testify to it, and Mr. Jones, because he's going to testify, can verify anything that she says. Go ahead.
Ms. Damon, did you hear anything that Mr. Jones said to the police officer?
No, what I heard was he was telling the officer, trying to get the officer to handcuff me because he was saying that I left the kids in the house alone.
Okay. So that was his understanding, at least according to what you heard, that you had left the kids.
That's all I heard.
Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit about. Oh, and by the way, in the aftermath of this, no charges ultimately pursued. Nothing came of this, right?
Right.
And y'all were still living together for 4 years after that.
Yes.
Fast forward to 2017. You'll look with me here. This is the second report. Up here where my cursor's flying around, looks like that's that November 26th, 17 date that we talked a little bit about. You recall that date?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was, I want to make sure I get this right, that the kids were screaming and hollering when Mr. Jones came home. And because he thought something had gone wrong, or when he woke up, right? The kids were already screaming and hollering. Is that right?
No,
That's not your testimony?
no.
Okay. In fact, the kids were asleep in their rooms and didn't even know this event was happening until Mr. Damon attempted to wake them up so they could come with him. True?
Yes, they knew it was happening because they heard me screaming and hollering, which scared them.
Okay. Well, let's see. Did you, in fact, state to the police officer that you were never struck or injured during the confrontation?
Don't recall.
Okay. Did you, in fact, tell the police officer that the kids were in their room asleep when you were being pinned down on the couch?
Yes, up until I was screaming and they woke up.
Okay. And you said, and I think I got this right, is that he had a knife. Mr. Jones had a knife in his hand.
Yes, a
And
pocket knife.
let me finish my question, please, ma'am. I promise I'll give you an opportunity to answer. That he had a knife. You say it's a pocket knife. Is that what it is?
Yes,
And he was swinging it around. Somebody came to the door to see what was going on, and he went out and tried to fight them with a knife in his hand. Is that your
yes,
testimony? Okay.
yes.
Do you have any idea why the police didn't arrest him for attempted murder or anything like that?
No,
Do you have any idea why it's not mentioned by anything in this police report?
I have no idea.
In the video that Mr. Butler showed you, Mr. Jones says to you, once y'all had exited the apartment, that you were probably drunk. Do you remember him saying that?
In Quiet Hills, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I was not
I
drunk.
think I think right, but my question is whether or not you remember him saying that.
No,
Okay, I guess we can all remember what the video says, or we can see it again. But my follow-up question then is, it was a common occurrence that Mr. Jones would believe you were intoxicated with alcohol while you were looking after the kids, isn't it?
no,
You don't have any problem with alcohol at all?
no.
Oh, let me ask you. Sorry, let me did that too soon. Mr. Butler briefly asked you about this document. Let me see if I can help you out on the screen here. Maybe that helps a little bit.
Yes,
Judge, can you still see everything you need to see? This is a report about the amount that Mr. Jones was behind in child support. So you remember some questions about that?
yes,
You'll also remember that Mr. Butler showed you 2 letters about participation in the family leadership program. And
yes,
that letter from DFACS, the state of Georgia, said if there were a problem, then they would take enforcement actions against Mr. Jones. Yes?
yes.
That never happened, has it?
No, I'm not sure.
So let me ask you this. We know that flipping down to the bottom, and this hopefully will give you some orientation. So April of 2020, that's the first month that child support was owed under the Spalding County directive. Yes?
Yes,
And you'll see, for example, and it was $231. That's for both Asia and Angel, correct?
yes.
And the first couple of months doesn't look like anything was paid. True.
Right.
And then the third month, though, all of that's caught up, and then we've gotten some better payment. I say that just to simply say, I hope you can agree with me that rather than shirk his duties to make sure his children, including Asia, were taken care of, Mr. Jones was trying his best, just like you were, to give you what money he could that he'd been ordered to do. Is that true?
No, he didn't want to pay me any money, but
But he did nonetheless, right?
yes, when he came.
And here is kind of, this is an unfortunate date, obviously. This is March of 2023, the month that Asia was killed. He's paying more than he owes. This is probably a catch-up payment in that month, right?
Yes, catch it.
And if we go all the way over here, the way this reads is that the airage or the shortfalls stack up over time. So at the time that Asia was killed, he was about $2,800 behind. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And even after she was so tragically taken away, he's still trying to catch up in the months that followed. And even after Asia died, he is paying her child support, even though he has no legal obligation to do so. Isn't that right, ma'am?
Yes.
Couple more questions, then we'll finish up. The text messages that you were shown by Mr. Butler, let me make sure I got this right. So you took a screenshot that somehow captured just those texts that I think you would probably deem incriminating, somehow saved that, deleted the rest of the text before and after, and then lost the phone that had all the original texts on it. Did I get all that right?
The phone was broke. I didn't lose it.
Okay. That one email that said, I think this is, we were told by Mr. Butler, I don't know, do you know when that email was that there was this alleged threat about killing everybody, things of that nature? I know that's strong language, but it just had a time on it. Do you know when that was?
I was in a hotel at the time, and he was threatening me to come back to the house, to the apartment.
Okay. You didn't call the police?
No.
Okay. Did you ask anyone to go back to the house with you?
No.
One last group of questions. In the lawsuit, you relied on your lawyers, both Mr. Felton and Mr. Butler's fine firm, to give you advice as to what to choose. True?
Yes.
I mean, you get to make the decisions, but you're trying to be informed about it and you're taking their advice when you think it's the right thing to do. Right?
No.
We're getting kind of near an attorney-client privilege objection here, and also perhaps relevance.
Well, it's relevant.
Whether she's taking our advice, I think, would be the attorney-client problem.
Well, I haven't asked anything about that.
Mr. Somerville,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm getting the picture. Y'all don't need to give me the infinite detail.
Okay. Hopefully it's
Not
a
to
clear.
Let's not take it to the pixel level. I got it.
I hope it is a clear picture, Your Honor. So, Ms. Damon, the task that the judge has been assigned in this case, and that your lawyers and I and my team have been assigned, is to try to figure out and make the best arguments about what is fair, in terms of the allocation of an amount of money that will change both your and Mr. Jones' lives pretty significantly, I think. Let me see if we can agree on just a few factors. No doubt that Mr. Jones loved Asia, Angel, and Terrell, right?
Yes, he loved them.
Okay. No doubt that even when times were tight, he was trying to contribute money. He often had multiple jobs. I know we have this gambling thing to talk about in just a second, but he's trying his best. He's paying child support. While he was together, he was the one who was the primary breadwinner, trying to make ends meet. True?
You have to say yes or no, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. School. We know that Marcus was just integral in registering Asia and the others for schools. sometimes taking them to school when they were staying with him during the school year, and so on. Also true?
No,
He didn't take them to school?
we both registered them. We both took them to school.
Okay. All right. So you would have taken them to school only after you got your driver's license in like 2017, 2018 though, right?
Yes.
And you know, both directly because you've observed it and so on, that Mr. Jones tries to make sure his kids are taken care of in terms of emotional well-being, like getting them gifts and helping them with tasks, teaching Terrell to play basketball, all those sorts of things that a good dad does, right?
Yes.
Those are my questions, ma'am. I really appreciate it.
I have a few questions. Mr. Butler, you want to ask your follow-up or you want me to ask mine first?
Well, you're the boss, so I would defer to you. I've got
I
about
believe one of the three of us have contempt power, so we're going to go with that option. So
I've got probably like a minute of questions. And so, Your Honor, you're the decider.
I might touch on some of what you're going to ask. So, Ms. Damon, first of all, my condolences, because I'm a mom and I can't imagine the unimaginable situation that you and Mr. Jones found yourselves in. So you have my condolences. The first question I have is, when you were living with your sister, you said Mr. Jones was already there and then you came up from Texas.
Yes, they came to get me from Texas. They drove all the way to Texas to come get me.
And when you left New Orleans, had you been affected by Hurricane Katrina?
I lost all my clothes.
So you had lost everything?
Yes.
Of value?
Everything.
Okay.
Yes, everything.
When you get into the relationship with Mr. Jones and he's selling the EBT card to his father, I know I have heard where people will sell the EBT because it's limited where you can use it. You can only use it like grocery stores for food items. But if you get money in exchange for it, you might be able to pay a bill or something like that. Was he using the money in that way?
Not that I know of.
Okay, but you weren't aware of how he was using it?
No.
Okay. All right. And the next thing is, you said that he had a gambling issue and he gambled every day. But are you talking about somebody who, just to be clear, I used to represent those convenience stores with the machines in them. That was one of my previous jobs. So I'm clear on what you're talking about. But was he gambling in the sense of, like, some people, I play my numbers every day and I'm going to go to the store because I'm trying to, hit the lottery or something, or he's like placing a bet on machines or sports betting or something? Was it the, like, I'm going to get some scratch offs or some tickets, or I'm going to like seriously bet?
No, he would gamble on the slot machines. He had a problem.
All right. And so when you got the apartment, did you seek an apartment that what was your criteria for seeking an apartment? Was it someplace you could afford, someplace that Section 8 would pay for? How did you choose the apartment?
Somewhere I can afford.
Okay, had you gotten a Section 8 voucher that you could
Not
use?
Section 8, it was affordable housing.
Okay, and so you had gotten that voucher and you were using that to look for an apartment?
I applied at the apartment complex and they gave me a call back to come do the application.
And they accepted your voucher?
Yes.
So it wasn't a matter of where you could just choose any place you wanted to live. You pretty much had to choose a place where the voucher was accepted.
No, I never had a voucher.
I mean, where the affordable housing would pay.
I had to stay in that apartment that I applied for.
Okay. All right. So when we talk about your driver's license, did you have a driver's license in New Orleans?
No.
How old were you when you moved to Atlanta?
I was, when I moved to Georgia, I was 20, I was 20 something.
So you were old enough to get a license.
Yes.
Is there something that prevented you from getting a license when you came of age? You know, a lot of 16-year-olds, I got my license, I'm so excited. Was there something that kept you from getting a license?
Yes, so the people I was staying with, they end up stealing my birth certificate, my social security card, stuff like that, my important papers.
Okay, by the time you got, after Katrina, by the time you got to Atlanta, were you able to get those documents back or copies of those documents?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a sister. Did your sister drive?
No, she had someone drive.
Okay. But you could have taken MARTA or found somebody to drive you if you were going to go get your license?
Yes.
All right. Next was for the apartment that you had. When you talk about this party that you went to, how far away were you at the party from where your apartment complex was?
Right below me.
Okay, so it's like the kind where you walk up the stairs?
Yes.
Okay, and the party was at the one right below you?
Yes.
Okay, how many entrances did your apartment have? How
2.
many doors? So
Front
there
and
was
back.
front and back door, and the
Yes.
back door was secured?
It was a patio door, sliding door.
All right. And let me ask you this, and this is going to be indelicate, but I don't mean to upset you in any way. Who paid for Asia's funeral?
We both paid for Asia's funeral, but I think I paid the majority of it.
Okay. All right. And I apologize. Like I said, I don't want to upset you. I can only imagine how tough this must be for you. I think that Mr. Butler, that's all the questions I have.
Your Honor, I think you covered a lot of territory. It occurred to me as you were asking questions that what I was going to ask can be saved for our closing remarks, and I'll do that.
All right. All right. So do you all have another witness, or are we switching now to Mr. Somerville's witness?
We have a few more witnesses. They will all be far, far shorter than Ms. Damon. I anticipate 4 more.
Okay. All right. So I scheduled it. If I schedule too many hearings, it is my fault, and I apologize to everyone. We will reschedule you as necessary, and I'll go as long as I need to. But thank you all for your patience. You can work while you're listening to whatever, and when you hear your name called or when Ms. Powell contacts you, we'll be ready for you if you've chosen to stay. All right. We can switch to the next witness.
Next witness, Your Honor. Mr. Mabra has just stepped outside to find our next witness. Ms. Damon. Okay.
All right. And I'll leave this spotlight up if you're going to seat the next witness in this chair.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be the same lawyer sitting where I am, witness sitting where Ms. Damon was.
All righty, sounds good.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor. I know we all share that sentiment.
Well, this is important. So every case that comes is important, but it's important that everybody here be heard so that I can make a decision that works for the families, the family here, because even with the separation, they're still a family. All right. All right. Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
All right. You can put your hand down. Your witness, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Ronnie Mabra.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mabra.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Ms. Scott. Would you please introduce yourself to the court?
I'm Paris Dorsey Scott, and I'm Centrell's downstairs neighbor.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live at Northside Hill apartment.
And what county is that in?
Spalding.
All right. Thank you for being here today. And if you can, how long have you known Miss Centrell Damon?
It's been, well, my youngest is 14 now. I've been knowing her. Our daughters was friends. And ever since they was in the pre-K up to now.
Okay, and what's your daughter's name?
Mackenzie Scott.
Mackenzie Scott. And so you know Asia Jones.
Yes,
And did your daughter spend time with Asia?
yes, they've been going to school together ever since pre-K all the way up to it happened.
Did they play together?
Yes.
Where did they play?
They play outside in the front of our building, and they walk to the bus stop together, and
And so when did your daughter and Asia meet and become friends?
Ever since they was in like the pre-K kindergarten.
Is that when they started when they moved into the apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. Do you roughly remember around what time they moved into the complex?
It's been, I know way over 5 years. Probably I'm like 10 years maybe,
Okay.
roughly speaking.
And with Centrell, do you remember meeting Centrell when she showed up at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. And who else did you meet along with Centrell when she showed up at the apartment complex?
Her and her 3 kids and Danny.
All right. Did you ever meet Mr. Marcus Jones?
No, not until the night of when it happened.
Okay. And did you see Asia most days?
Yes.
And you mentioned Danny. Who was Danny to you?
I thought he was the kid's father because when we spoke in passing, he always had the kids and unloading groceries, and he'd be like, I'm finna go cook for my kids, and I seen him at stores, and
So you thought Danny was the
was the
father of all the kids?
yes.
All right. And did you spend time with Centrell?
Sort of like in a neighboring way, like we sat on the porch sometimes together and talked, and.
And where was just so the court and everyone understands, where was your apartment in comparison to Centrell's apartment?
Downstairs, right up under her.
Okay, she was right above you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you ever see or have an occurrence where you saw Centrell drinking alcohol?
No.
So she never had an alcohol problem?
No, not that I know of. I never saw, like I said, we hung out on the porch and stuff like that. No, I never saw her drink anything.
Was Miss Centrell Damon a good mother in your eyes?
Oh, yes. And like I said, I live downstairs, so like our apartments are really thin. You can hear, I can hear her kids playing through the house, skating, and I could, it just like we basically lived in an apartment together because it is just so close.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Scott. Those are all the questions I have for you at this time.
Thank you.
Hold on one second. Stay. Yeah. Your Honor, those are all the questions I have.
Just about 2 or 3
Sorry.
minutes.
Mr. Mabry, go ahead, Mr. Somerville.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, good to see you. Appreciate you trying to help us out on this one. Let me make sure I understand. So you, in addition to knowing Asia, you still know and observe Angel as well, right?
Yes.
Does Angel have the relationship with your daughter that Asia did or something close to it?
They all played together, but my daughter, she was younger than them, so my daughter referred to her as Asia's little sister,
I got
but
you.
they all played together, yeah.
And do they still walk to the bus stop together?
No, not since it happened. No.
Okay. You said when Miss Damon first arrived, it was her, the 3 kids, and Danny. Do you know what Danny's last name is?
No, I don't know his last name.
And you said that you've seen him like unloading groceries, and he mentioned he was going to go cook for his kids and things like that. Is it your impression that he was staying over or living there?
Yes.
And one last question, you said, I want to make sure I heard you right, that you've never met Marcus Jones, that's my client, until the unfortunate's not strong enough, the tragic night that Asia was killed.
Correct. Yeah.
So really, if we're talking about, his ability to parent, his relationship with Asia, it's just not a fair question to you. You can't add anything to that.
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right. Any follow-up, Mr. Butler?
Just one follow-up, Your Honor. You never met or saw Marcus beforehand during the time that Centrell and the children were living above you?
No.
Never saw him pick up the kids?
No, and only time I saw him the night it happened and how I knew it was him, I guess he announced himself to the police and the police was like, I thought the other guy was the father. I heard them talking amongst themselves and they had to get clarification of who he was to let him even go upstairs. So.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Scott. That's all I have.
Just one follow-up. Ms. Scott, the night that happened, you said that the police had already sort of kind of thought that Danny was dad. That's because he was there that night and they confronted him and they saw him first.
I don't know. I just know when I was standing out there, I guess he was already up there and I saw the guy Mark with it, the father. And the police had to get clarification of who he was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much for giving us your insight.
Anything else, Mr. Mayberg?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Scott, I do have one question. Was your apartment the one that hosted the party?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so were you at the party that Miss?
No, ma'am. I wasn't at a party. I was at home, but I wasn't. I wasn't at a party.
It needs to be cleaned up and.
Okay, someone needs to mute. If you're waiting, please make sure that your device is muted.
Your Honor, this is the complex in which Asia was tragically killed. So this is the last apartment complex that they were in Spalding County.
Okay, thank you.
Northside Hills.
All right, I'm trying to keep them straight, but
yeah,
thank you.
I know it gets a little confusing.
All right. Okay, next witness.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Your Honor, Matt Kahn here. We're gonna call Danny Wood next. We'll go get him and get him set up for you.
Okay.
It's okay.
Hook this up.
Yes, sir. Here, that's great. Feel like really right. You want to silence your phone? Oh, okay. All right, then. Chill, let me grab that water. Just waters for documents. Just look at that camera or look at Mr. Khan.
Okay.
All right, Your Honor, have you been swearing the witnesses in, or would you like me to?
I've been swearing him in. Mr. Is this Mr. Jones or Mr. Wood?
This is Danny Wood.
All right, Mr. Wood, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, go ahead. You can put your hand down, sir.
Thank
Your
you,
witness.
Your Honor. All right, Mr. Wood, will you just state your full name for the court, please?
Dana Wood, Jr.
And Danny, what is your relationship to Centrell Damon?
Best friend slash boyfriend.
All right. Can you just walk us through when you met Centrell?
I met Centrell doing well when they first moved over there, and I was doing maintenance in Quiet Hill in apartments.
Okay. Was that about May 2017?
It was before they made, yeah, 17, yeah.
Okay. And you just said it was at Quiet Hills. Were you working at Quiet Hills at the time?
sir.
And what were you doing at those
Maintenance.
apartments? Okay. During that time that Centrell lived at Quiet Hills, how often did you see her?
It was every day. Most times, yeah, I see her every day.
Okay. When you met Miss Damon, was she living with Marcus Jones at that time?
Mm-hmm.
Who else lived with her?
He had three. When I met her, she had 3 kids. Tyrell, Angel, and Asia.
Okay. How often during that time did you see Marcus Jones?
It was when I see him when he around, he come out. He'd be outside.
Okay.
Sitting outside.
How often was he around?
He was around all the time except the weekends.
Except the weekends, you said?
Yeah, cause most of the time I used to talk to him. I used to speak when he'll leave Friday, come back Sunday night, some like nighttime.
Okay, so he was gone most of the weekends.
Yeah, he was gone most weekends.
Did you ever see Marcus Jones smoking marijuana?
Yeah.
How often?
Every day, if I see him outside every day, he got a blunt.
And I guess if you could be a little more specific, where would you see him smoking marijuana?
If he ain't on the car, he right there in the doorway, the back. See the front. He be in the back door, at the back door.
Okay, and just to be clear, that's the doorway of the apartment that they lived in. Did he smoke marijuana in front of the kids?
No. He just be outside.
Would the kids be home while he was outside smoking
they were
marijuana?
home because they know come outside too much.
Okay. While Marcus lived with Centrell, would you say that he provided for his family?
Not as much. No, no, sir.
Okay, and if you could just elaborate why you say that.
Because around the time she got a job working for me, doing cleaning the apartments and stuff, and then something they needed it. So I bet the dough. When he gone, like he be gone, then they ain't got anything to eat. I bring him somebody there, cause my kids should be out there sometime too. Be over there too. I bring them pizza or something.
Okay. Did Marcus buy clothes for the kids?
No, sir.
Did you ever buy clothes for the kids?
I purchased clothes, things they needed.
And why'd you do that?
I got kids of my own. I was just kind of, and then I used to see all the time they just wear like same little stuff, and then I helped one time to wash the clothes for them and all that.
Okay. Who bought groceries for the household?
Central.
And how did she pay for those groceries?
EBT.
Okay. Did Marcus pay rent at Quiet Hills?
Somewhat, not much. No, not much at all.
I
used to get the statements.
Okay, yeah. So explain how do you know that he?
Cause most of folk had their rent, they give me the money order. I know I had all the list with how much their rent is and who ain't paying, who behind, and all that.
Okay, and so I think I don't want to confuse what you said, but I think you said somewhat he paid rent. Can you just elaborate on what you mean by that?
If it one, he might pay. If it is a month, he might pay 133, 141. It be always short. Then in 1 month he didn't pay, so he really got behind. Then you add the late fees onto it.
Okay. If you know, how far behind on rent were they? And I guess I should be more specific. Like in November 2017.
Through November, that's how December they was 2,100.
And how do you know that?
Because I ended up paying helped out when when all the other situation, I paid 2,800.
Okay.
Helped out.
Was Mr. Jones abusive, verbally abusive to Central?
Yeah, he was in front of the kids when they be out. He be in the doorway or something. He ain't ate or something. He got mad once because I brought the kids some pizza. He got pissed down and started cussing out because why they ain't say him no pizza. I'm like, them kids, they supposed to eat the pizza.
And I think I heard I may have heard you wrong, but did you say that he was verbally abusive in front of the kids?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Jones ever physically abusive or violent with Central?
No, I just seen it was just happened once. It was on the it was twice. It was once on the phone. He was verbal, and then once I don't know. He was too physical, but I don't know how he didn't. I think we tore the house though. Cause we was out. They got the call. Anytime you have a problem at apartments, I had to make a call to me. I come up there.
Okay. So I guess tell us about the physical time.
Cause he was ranting, raving, and I don't know what happened till I found out. Then he was throwing stuff out the house, microwaves, toasters, mattress, drag, and I'm back on that mattress. And he was throwing everything out by the dumpster.
And I guess we'll come back to that in just a second. But were the police called on this specific occasion? Was Marcus taken to jail?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we understand that the testimony in this case is that Marcus left at some point. Do you know when that was?
Right in November, right around the time he got locked up. I mean, he left when he got locked up.
Okay. And do you know why he left?
Family thing. It was family violence. Cause he couldn't come back on a property with the kids or whatever. So he come anytime you get locked up for family violence, you can't be in the same home.
Okay. Did Central tell him to leave?
No. He left. They could be doing he was back and forth. He was never there anyway. He was there doing, I don't know what he was doing with it.
So you're describing the manner in which he left, throwing, I think you said microwave and a fridge. Can you describe that for the court?
He was randomly, ain't nobody gonna get this. He ain't gonna have nothing out here. I leave. And the kid like, I'm like, you doing all this in front of your kid, like you gonna went your lost your mind. Ain't nobody be here. Man, you see this bullshit? I'm like, I'm listening to you, but you just still throwing stuff out of the house. It was a wreck.
Let's go. I want to go through the items that he threw out of the house.
It was a mini fridge, toaster, oven, like they had like one little cook oven, toaster oven, microwave, little table thing, mattress. It was just some other small item stuff he had. Just out there with hood, he was just throwing it out.
Whose mattress did he throw out?
Central.
Did he throw the kids' mattress out? Kids' bed?
No, he didn't throw it. He just threw it. I think. No, he didn't throw it. They really had something to lay on, but I don't think he didn't throw that out.
Okay. So after Danny left, how did Central pay for the bills?
Oh, I helped out.
You helped out, and how did you help out?
I seen that she was struggling. She didn't know that I already knew that they were behind, and so then she was getting the letter from the consul that they would just see if we're gonna get put out, but I just couldn't let it happen. So I already seen how the situation was, and she was a good person. She worked it for me, and she worked. She came in, clean, did what she did. She used to give them money because their lights got cut one time. I gave them money to get the lights. It happened twice, but I gave them money to get the lights cut on. They didn't get it paid time. They got cut off then because he took the money. So I helped, got them back on. And he said, somebody tell you whoever give you, you gonna go back to work, make me some more money. Some smart miss he made. Remark. Then before that, he got locked up.
Okay. So it sounds like you really helped in two ways. You gave her a job and then you also gave her money. Is that fair? Okay. I want to make a point of this because I think there's some testimony that Mr. Jones claimed that he paid rent after he left. To your knowledge, did Mr. Jones pay any rent after he left?
No, sir.
How do you know that?
Because I paid. I got them. If I could put up my bank statement, you know, I sent Mr. King, I sent him 2,800.
When did you and Centrell become romantically involved?
It was around in we got good around. It was in January, right before, a little before my birthday.
Okay, and that's January 2018.
Yeah, 2018.
Where did Centrell move after Quiet Hills?
To move to Northside Drive, 615 Northside Drive.
That's known as Northside Hills or Spalding Heights?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Asia and the kids live with Centrell at Northside Hills?
Uh-huh.
Did Marcus Jones pay any rent at Northside Hills?
No, sir.
Did he pay for any furniture?
No, sir.
Did he pay for anything in the kids' rooms?
Mm-mm.
How do you know all that?
Because I put everything in there. I bought everything in, put everything in there. Bed, my beds, everything. I bought it.
So after this, I'll call it the 2017 incident where Marcus is throwing all the stuff out of the house, was Mr. Jones involved in the kids' lives?
No, sir.
How long was Mr. Jones just absent from the kids' lives after that incident?
17 to mid-19. He got into it then. He didn't really get back into it like to after the paternity test.
Okay. So all of 2018 and most of 2019, he was just completely absent.
Yep.
Who supported the kids while Mr. Jones was absent from their life?
I did.
Did Mr. Jones do anything for the kids during that time?
Right, like mid-19, he bought them some little clothes or something. Cause that kid came back. My dad hit the machine. He bought us, and they bought him the little shirt, little pants, and stuff like that.
Hit the machine? Is that a like a slot machine?
Yeah.
So about what time would you say that Mr. Jones came back into the kids' lives?
Like 20 after the paternity test, after 22 COVID, he had him for a minute when COVID was here.
Okay.
Spent time with him.
And tell me about the paternity test. Do you know why a paternity test was ordered?
I think it was doing through the child support when they were going back and forth. It was I think then he had, I think he got mad at somebody. He telling Asia ain't his daughter, and you missed some other man, but she heard it. I think she overheard it because she had talked to me about it. Because it was the time when he bought Angel a phone and didn't get her no phone. So I said, don't you worry, I ain't up buying her phone. I bought Asia a phone.
I just want to make sure I understand that right. So Asia overheard Marcus deny being her father.
Yeah, she was hurt.
How'd that make her feel?
She was upset. She was actually like, then because she's on right mom. Then after we took it down to the paternity thing, she's like, well, "What are we doing?" I was like, "No, Dad said he didn't think you were here."
So I guess around the time, shortly after COVID in 2022, around that time when Marcus started seeing Asia and Angel again, how often would he spend time with them?
Every other weekend.
Every other weekend. So from the point in time where Marcus was somewhat, I guess, to use your words, every other weekend when he was seeing them through the time that Asia was killed, did Mr. Jones buy groceries for the kids?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Jones pay for the kids' school supplies?
Mm-mm.
Did Mr. Jones pay for the kids, back to school clothes?
No, he bought fruit things, but like clothes for the clothes. No, I did. I bought all different outfits for him.
Did he pay for Christmas presents?
He don't celebrate holiday. I bought Christmas.
Well, I guess you've answered a few of these, but who paid for all of those things during that
did.
period? You did. Okay.
Me and Central.
So almost done. I want to just talk a little bit about your relationship with Asia. What was your relationship? How would you describe your relationship with Asia?
About my little partner. We were good. You know, till we went swimming all the time. You teach Angel how to swim. I just watch Angel have her flow, and she always, Angel, you flowing, you flowing. Used to love dancing, and she's good with the phone. Used to do the correct, like little created stuff on there, the cartoon stuff. And she used to show me all the time. I said, "Yo, you gonna be something going on." She used to help me with my phone because I ain't good at it. She was like, "Oh, Danny."
What did Asia call you? How'd she refer to you?
Sometimes she call me Dad or she call me Danny. And depending, when she be excited, she'll say, "Daddy, I wanna," and he go answer, "You just call her." Oh, that's all right.
So you were dad.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay. And then I think this is the last question, but was Centrell a good mother to Asia?
Oh, it's awesome. Well, make sure they had the best thing they haven't ate, things they like from seafood, from Florida trips to all the every year we go to Florida. I make sure she and Asia love the beach. Hey, we used to be out there all. She loved the beach. I make sure she got it. I always keep her promise for every be going to the beach. And she sure go remind me. Now, what time I'm gonna go get my outfit? We bought a bunch of. I know I talked to him, but we bought a bunch of scuba stuff, little toy, little knocking all this stuff for her to go. Cause she loved the beach.
All right. Well, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Mr. Somerville may have some questions.
Your Honor, I'm gonna examine Mr. Woods, but can we take a 5-minute restroom break?
Sure, y'all got to go? I'm an old magistrate judge. We never stopped. Yeah, sure, no problem. We'll be back in 5.
I'm just old, so now I do.
All right, I'll see y'all in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Judge, if there is a break in the case, one of the cases should be really quick. It's a dismissal for want of prosecution. I don't know if you want to hear that.
Yes, ma'am. Give it to me.
2024-03342.
All right, what's the name?
The name on that case is going to be, if you give me 1 second, 23342, is going to be Alexander James versus Gregory Paul Bronner in the estate of Ruby Bronner and John Doe's.
All right, James versus Bronner. Who's here on behalf of the plaintiff?
Plaintiff has not appeared, Your Honor.
All right, who's here on behalf of the defendant?
Rod Dabke on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor, and that's both defendant, Mr. Bronner, and the estate of Ruby Bronner.
Okay. The plaintiffs having not appeared and having been given notice of this hearing and this bench trial setting, the court at this time finds that a dismissal for want of prosecution is appropriate and will enter such upon the record.
Yes, Your Honor. May I be excused in light of that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. All right. Do we have another one, Ms. Powell?
There's another quick damages case. Should take just a few minutes if you'd like to knock it out.
I will.
2020-CV00164. The parties' names are, if you'll give me 1 second, 00164 are Plaintiff California Casualty Indemnity, Defendant Marlene Corcoran, and Antonio Rodriguez Barnes.
All right. Anyone here on behalf of the plaintiffs in that case?
Deanna Smith here on behalf of the plaintiff. I have my witness, Diane Planimus. Diane, are you still with us?
I am.
All right.
This, my understanding, is a default. So anyone here on behalf of Bronner to challenge damages? All right. I'm hearing none. Ma'am, if you, Ms. Kleinmaas?
Yes.
All right. Raise your right hand for me. Did I pronounce that properly?
Yes.
Okay. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. All right, go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Diane, where do you work and what is your title?
I work for California Casualty Insurance Company, and my current title is Subrogation Manager.
And for how long have you been employed in this capacity?
For just under 9 months for the Subrogation Manager position. Total, I've been with the company for 30 years in different capacities.
Okay, and do you have training and experience in evaluating property damage to vehicles?
Yes.
And can you please, at this time, Your Honor, I tender Diane as an expert witness.
She will be so tendered and accepted by the court.
Thank you. Diane, are you familiar with this loss that occurred July 29th, 2017?
Yes, I am.
And can you please tell me what type of vehicle California Casualty insured?
It was a 2013 Nissan Rogue.
And in your opinion, what was its fair market value prior to this collision?
$10,034.05.
And were there damages to this vehicle as a result of this collision?
Yes.
And did California Casualty recover any salvage?
Yeah, $1,311 in salvage.
Okay, so what is the difference between the ACV and salvage?
$8,723.05.
And did they pay for any loss of use or a rental car during this time?
Yes, there was rental car of $890.34.
So what is the total amount of our claim today?
$9,613.39.
And is that amount fair and reasonable in light of your experience as well as the damages resulting from this collision?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, we are also asking for attorney's fees in the amount of $1,500. We did include this in the original complaint. We're arguing that the defendants have been stubbornly litigious when no bona fide controversy exists under OCGA 91113. I submit to the court that my time on this case took approximately 5 hours and $300 an hour is a reasonable and customary rate. We're also asking for costs of court. I did email Ms. Powell a proposed judgment in Word earlier today.
All right, there being no one to dispute the damages in this case, the case having been in default, the court will grant damages in the amount of $11,113.39 plus court costs, and we'll sign the judgment that's been entered into the record of the court.
Thank you. May Diane please be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you both, and you both may both be excused unless you have something else, Ms. Smith.
I have something else, so I'll wait. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Smith, I was looking at my page because this is the second 2013 Nissan Rogue that I've done today. I had one on the 10 o'clock calendar, and so I was looking, I was going, wait a minute, I just did this, but no, it's a Nissan Rogue.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. All right,
Thank
well,
you.
I'm so
back-
sorry.
Thank you.
You just
back
excused
from
me.
your break.
Judge,
Mr.
this is
Phelps.
Rod Dabke. You just excused me a second ago. I had
Yes.
one quick follow-up.
Yes.
I wanted to note, this is a refiled case. And so I wanted to make sure
So
that,
it would be a dismissal with prejudice.
yes, Your Honor.
All right, just make sure that's in the order.
Would you like me to submit a proposed order or?
Yes, sir, I would. That would be great.
Yes, Your Honor, I will certainly.
Me and Ms. Powell gonna be busy with the order on this one.
Yes, Your Honor, I will send that. Is there an email I should send that to, or should I just file that into the record?
Kiera, KIERRA.Powell at ClaytonCountyGA.gov.
Understood. I will get that out today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your
Judge, I know the parties are ready. Oh, excuse me. I know the parties are ready to continue. Ms. Smith does have one more that will likely be just as brief, and that leaves us with only one additional case to try to get out of the way this afternoon.
All right, Mr. Felton, can I beg your indulgence, sir? And then y'all will have my attention.
Yes, that's fine, Your Honor. That's fine.
Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Smith, Ms. Powell, cue it up for me.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So it's going to be 2021 CV 02076. Parties' names are Plaintiff Alpha Insurance Corporation as subrogee and defendant Aaliyah Bry.
Yep.
All right, so Ms. Smith, you have a witness in this case,
Yes.
Mr. Arthur?
Yes.
Mr. Arthur, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, Mr. Arthur, thank you. You can put your hand down. Ms. Smith, your witness.
Tyler, please tell me where you work and what is your title?
I work at Alpha Insurance and I'm a claims adjuster.
And for how long have you been employed in this capacity?
I've been with Alpha for almost a year and in the insurance business for almost 11 years.
And do you have training and experience in evaluating property damage to vehicles as well as bodily injuries arising from motor collisions?
Yes,
And are you familiar with this loss that occurred October 10th, 2019?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender Mr. Arthur as an expert witness.
All right, there being no objection to that, the court will accept him as an expert.
Tyler, please tell me what type of vehicle Alpha insured.
This is a 2005 Toyota Corolla.
And in your opinion, what was the fair market value of that vehicle immediately prior to the collision?
$5,647.23.
And were there damages to this vehicle as a result of this collision?
Yes,
And was it a total loss or was it repaired?
total loss.
And did Alpha recover any salvage?
Yes, $1,597.
So what is the difference between the before and the salvage value?
$4,050.23.
And did Alpha pay for any loss of use or rental car?
Yes, loss of use was paid for $699.07.
And was Alpha, okay, thank you. And was Alpha's insured Katrina Simmons injured as a result of this accident?
She was.
And did she submit medical bills in Alpha in support of that?
Yes,
And did Alpha make a settlement with the insured under her uninsured motorist provisions?
yes.
In what amount?
$4,025.75.
So what is the total amount of Alpha's claim today?
Total amount of claim is $8,775.05.
And is that amount fair and reasonable in light of your
Yes.
experience as well as the damages resulting from this collision?
Yes,
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking also for attorney's fees in this one as well in the amount of $1,500. I submit to the court that my time on this case took approximately 5 hours. $300 an hour is a reasonable and customary rate. We did ask for attorney's fees in the original complaint under OCGA 13911. We're arguing the defendants have been stubbornly litigious and caused unnecessary expense.
All right, there being no one to object, the court will grant the attorney's fees, and the total that I get is $10,275.05. And are you also seeking court costs?
Yes, court costs and post-judgment interest.
All right, is my math right?
I haven't done it.
All
I'll
right.
trust your math, Your Honor. I will. I'll trust it.
Okay, go ahead.
I did submit a proposed judgment and it outlines the principal, the attorney's fees, and the cost of court.
All right, so we'll sign it and we'll get that back to you. Thank you so much for your patience. And
Thank you for
I would, I initially raised an eyebrow about the value of that 2005 Corolla, except I have a friend that I've known almost my whole professional career, and we had to beg her to buy a new car because she had a Corolla that she had ended up putting a bungee cord on the front. And we were like, could you please just buy another car? So when it comes to Corollas, I have some experience with that.
Perfect.
All right.
Well,
Take
thank you,
care.
Your Honor. May we please be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Arthur, you may be excused.
thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Felton, Mr. Somerville, and all present. Let's get back with Mr. Wood. And we were across with Mr. Felton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wood. How are you doing?
All right.
My name is Eugene Felton, and I'm here to ask some questions based on the testimony that you just given to the court, okay?
All right.
You don't deny that Mr. Jones loved his daughter, Asia, do you?
No, I ain't gonna deny that.
Yeah. And you won't deny that he didn't love any of the children that Miss Damon had. Is that correct? He loved them all. Is that right?
Yeah, he loved them all.
And I think you said that you and Centrail became boyfriend, girlfriend in 2018.
Correct.
Do you remember what month that was?
January.
January of, and where were you living at that point in time?
I had a 105 West Cherry Street,
And where do you live at now?
446 North 9th Street.
And who lives there with you?
My kids. I got custody of my kids.
How far is that from North Side?
About a mile and a half, about a mile.
About a mile? Okay. And I think you testified earlier that Asia call you dad from time to time, or Danny?
Yes.
But you would agree with me that you've heard Asia on several occasions refer to Marcus as her father, correct?
No, I just knew she was her father. She ain't never said anything to me, but we ain't talk like that about Margaret, her father. I already know that.
Did you never hear Asia talk about her dad?
Only when she go over there. When she go over there.
What did she refer to Marcus Jones as?
Her dad, Marcus.
Did she call him Marcus or did she call him dad?
I don't know. I don't be around them. I don't be around both of them. When she at her house, when she at the house with Centrail, we don't talk about him.
But have you ever heard her refer to her father in any respect, talk about him?
Probably to her mama.
And you never heard her call Marcus Jones her dad?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you said you all became involved in a relationship, Centrail and yourself, in January of 2018?
Correct.
Can you tell us the first time that you actually met Ms. Damon?
Around May 17.
Okay.
I first remember when they first moved over there, but I left. I was still doing. I had my own kids to do. I was doing the other thing. I was working in different apartments.
And when did you first know her to come over there?
Huh?
You said you knew her when she first moved over there. Is that right?
Yeah, I did the maintenance over there.
And my question simply is, what month and year was that?
That was 16th, I think. Year 16.
Okay. So you first met her in 2016, is that correct?
Yeah. I ain't meet her. I ain't really see her because he had them in the room. I was in there doing the maintenance in the bathroom.
Had you ever spoken with her in 2016?
No.
You never spoke to her in 2016 at all?
I left.
Okay. Tell me the first time you spoke to her.
It was in 17, May.
May of 17. And how is it that you first had your first interaction with her in May of 17?
I was outside doing the maintenance. I met Mark before I met her.
Okay.
Cause Mark was out there. I thought I met him. He was in the doorway. He was smoking. I said, "What you got smoking on?" What? That's how we met. We just chopped it up, talking. I ain't had no beef with him. We was already cool. We was all right.
Fair enough. But let me get back to my question. Do you remember the first time you had conversations with Miss Damon?
It was what I was doing.
What month and year? What month and year?
Trying to remember. It was around that same. It was in May. I talked to him about his girl, about her working. So I need somebody to clean the apartments for me. He said, yeah, she can come on work, get that money.
So you met her in May of. So you met her in May of 17 when you were having conversations with her. Is that the first time, right?
Yeah.
And you said you all became a couple in January of 2018.
Right.
Were you all intimate at all in 2017?
No, sir.
So the first time you were intimate were in January of 2018.
Yep.
And I think you testified earlier on a direct examination that there were times that you have seen Marcus smoke marijuana. Is that right?
Yeah, we be outside. I'll be outside cleaning up, working.
And he was outside. And who else besides yourself saw him smoking marijuana outside?
But the people outside, everybody, the guy that he would meet around with me. Cause I'd be
Any
on back of my truck.
Any children?
Yeah, plenty of children outside. Them children okay.
Asia?
No, they was always inside. The kids never come out.
Okay. Did Asia ever see him smoke marijuana where you were when you were present?
No, sir.
Okay. But you will agree that you have also smoked marijuana around Miss Damon, have you not?
I don't smoke.
You don't smoke?
No, sir. I only smoke cigarettes.
Have you ever received any emails or any correspondence or any kind of communication from Miss Damon about you and powder or cocaine?
And who?
Have you received a text message from Miss Damon about you and powder?
Powder?
Yes, yes.
Well, be more specific what you're saying.
Did you hear me when I say powder?
Yeah, baby powder, lotion. I'm trying to figure what you're talking about first. Be more specific.
Have you ever received a text message from Damon about you and powder?
It's a girl?
No, I'm just asking.
What you saying?
Have you
Has Centrell ever sent you a text message about powder, quote unquote?
Oh, drug cocaine. No.
Yeah, you have known that powder to be referred to as cocaine to be referred to as powder, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay.
But folk, we don't say all that.
What do you say?
Huh?
What do you say?
I don't be around it like that. You in the area, it be in the area, but most everybody around there, they smoke weed.
You have indicated you will agree that Marcus has used his money to purchase things for his children, correct?
Yeah, around in late 19.
Okay. And is it your testimony that you have done more for Asia than Marcus Jones, the father?
Well, for I know the time I've been with her, I showed her a lot and done different things with her. But when they go over there, they just be in the house. But I took a vacation. I done a lot of things for them. Same with I do for my own kids.
So do you think you're entitled to some of the settlement?
That money don't make me. I make my own money. I'm not on that.
Do you think you're entitled to some based on what you've done?
I'm entitled to my respect and keep doing what I'm doing for God, because God gonna bless me regardless.
Do you think you're entitled?
I don't have that. I don't done it.
Do you think that you have entitled to some of the settlement based on what you have done for Asia?
Objection asked and answered twice.
I didn't get the answer. Was it yes or no?
He's not a party. So, I mean,
what they got to do with me? I said no.
It goes to bias, Your Honor.
Hold on, Mr. Wood, Mr. Felton. A lot of stuff could go to bias in this case. He is her significant other. So let's assume there's some bias there just from the fact that they have that kind of relationship. If the money comes in the household, of course he's gonna get some of it. Mr. Felton, can we move on a little bit? Y'all are okay.
Yeah,
what I'm telling you is y'all are painting me a picture and you get me into the pixels. I get it. I get what the issue is. I get what y'all are trying to paint, but some of this stuff has been asked and answered. Some of this stuff
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Irrelevant. And I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to everybody who asked a question today. Yeah, I think y'all think I'm not listening, but I am, and I'm taking really good notes, and I'm multitasking really well. And so I'm hearing, which is why I'm able to go back and ask questions about things that I really want to know. So if y'all would just kind of keep it moving, we don't have to belabor or beat down, because if he answers the question, he answers the question. If you don't get the answer you want, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to hear the answer that he's giving and I'm going to make my decision based on that. But if it goes to bias, let's just assume that everybody in this situation has some bias as to their connection with the funds that are to be distributed.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wood, you indicated, I think earlier that, and you will acknowledge that Mr. Marcus Jones would visit his daughter and the other two children as well every other weekend.
Yes.
And I want to be clear, and this is so important, I want to nail it down for the court. What period of time are you saying that Marcus was absent from the life of Asia Jones? What period of time? That's very important.
Time was 17 to mid 19.
From 2017 to 2018, he was not involved in
He said
Asia.
19.
19, I'm sorry, 17 and 19, not
Yes, sir.
involved. Do you remember when he stopped in 2017?
When he got locked up, when he got out of jail, whatever. I know he got locked up.
And you don't know when that is?
When he got locked up?
Yes.
It was in November.
Okay. And then you said up until 2019. Do you know when he began to get back involved in 2019? Or are you saying the entire year of 2019 he didn't have anything to do with Asia?
No, not the whole year. I think around the summertime. By the time took her to Florida, we got back from vacation. I think they went over fruit time through this summer.
And that was the summer. So, okay, when we referred to 2017, you said around November. Is that right? Time period where he got locked up, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you said with regard to 2019, you said the summer he became more involved of 19.
I ain't saying more, but yeah, not more, but cause I don't know, he still had doubts or whatever,
But he was involved during the summer of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 2018, is it your testimony that Mr. Jones did not have any contact or involvement in the growth and development of Asia Jones, the year of 2018?
No, yeah, yes, sir. I was there.
But
Birthdays.
and I'm saying, and as you just said, that's just from your knowledge, right? You don't know whether Marcus saw her at all in 2018.
I didn't know. I didn't stay there. I was back and forth. I still had my own. I had two houses. I had my own two houses to deal with.
And that's what I want to get clear. You're not here to tell the court that Marcus didn't have visits with his daughter during the year of 2018. You're just saying that you didn't see, right? You can't say to the court that you know for a fact he was not involved in her life in 2018.
He wasn't, because I was there most of the time.
And how is it that you would?
Because they needed things they needed, clothes. They didn't have no clothes. I furnished it. I furnished the beds, TVs, whatever they needed. I bought her first gerbil. Through 18, I was mostly there, back and forth with them, because they didn't have no, from school clothes to the whole year. I paid for everything for them.
Now
we did not hear from him. He was not acknowledged, and that's on good, sir.
You just testified that you were there most of 2018. Is that correct?
Yeah, back and forth. Yeah, I had my own house.
Okay. How many days?
Most time they at my house.
How many days a week were you there?
At the house?
In 2018, how many times were you there at the house?
Most weekends and through day when they need me. When they would just want to see me, I come in there, I cook for them. They like the way I cook.
Okay. So you said the weekend, is that correct?
I just don't pick day. Wherever they need me there, I'm there.
So would it be fair to say in the year 2018, which has 365 days, you were not there every day?
No, sir.
And then you also talked about Ms. Damon having a job cleaning, is that right?
Yes, sir, she did.
At the apartment complex?
Uh-huh.
And what apartment complex was that?
Quiet Hill.
Okay. And who was her supervisor?
Me.
And in what year was that?
17.
Okay. And did she get paid weekly?
Yeah, she got paid she got paid by the job.
Okay.
And I pay her weekly through Burger King. I contract with Burger King.
And also with regard to rent, you're not saying that there weren't instances where Marcus didn't pay the rent. Is that right? He paid the rent.
He didn't pay the full rent, no, sir. I got a list. He didn't pay the full rent.
Well,
He was
how much?
behind, he was behind 2,100 when he left.
So how much of the rent did he pay?
He was buying 2,100 of rent. He didn't pay them. He was 2 months from it, and then the 135, the 180, the little stuff he paid, the late fees killed it.
And we talked about violence, but let's make sure we're clear for the court. With regard to violence, I think you described 2 incidents, right? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
One was on the phone, right?
She was
And in that
screaming. She was screaming because he was doing something to her, and she was hollering. And she called me running, and then he was threatening things. I got her a hotel for a week, and I said, "You just be safe, be here, be right." Then I think that she talked to him on the phone. He was telling her, "If you don't bring something home, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that." And like I said, if you go home, go take the police with you. Make sure you be all right.
Okay. And
that was before the other incident in November.
And that instance didn't have anything to do with him being physical, the one on the phone, right?
Yeah, I heard he was holding her. She said he was holding her down and doing something to her because he was pissed. He was mad about something.
And the second incident you talked about was the one where he was throwing things around, right?
Correct. He threw the stuff out the house, out the apartment.
And you're not saying he hit her on that instance, are you?
I ain't say he hit her. No, I ain't say he hit her. I said he was throwing anger, throwing everything at the apartment.
And do you from time to time live with Miss Damon now, presently?
Yeah, I go there sometime, yeah. When she call me, I go there and see how she doing.
And I think you said you have kids of your own, is that right?
Yes, sir. I got cussed all my kids.
I think that's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, any follow-up, sir?
No further questions from plaintiff, Your Honor, or from
All right,
Damon
next witness.
plaintiffs. Yes. Ryan is going to get Janet. Well, Your Honor, we're bringing am I on? Can you hear me right now?
I can.
Okay, sorry. So we're getting the next witness from the hall. It will be Janet Damon, Centrell Damon's sister.
Okay.
This is your. It's you. You can put your stuff right there, and then put your phones on mute. I'm gonna sit right here. We need to connect anything, but you're already. It's on the Zoom. Perfect. I'm gonna put this mic on you, man. And you can look into the camera. This is a monitor. You just look in the camera or look at the. Let me ask you. Okay, cool. Put this right here. That's okay. Great. Thank you, man. All right.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Mr. Somerville, your witness.
Not my witness.
Oh, I'm
I got
sorry.
it. Thank you, Your Honor. Ronnie Mabry, I got it. Thank you.
Oh, Lord, I don't see you, Mr. Mabry.
No, that's all right. We're using the same computer. It's all right. Miss Janet Damon, would you please introduce yourself to the court?
I am Janet Damon from New Orleans, Louisiana, resides in College Park, Georgia.
Thank you for being here today.
You're welcome.
We're gonna move rather quickly, but we're gonna be efficient, and we're gonna cover a few areas. Just wanted to give you a sort of outline. Ask you about Centrell and Marcus, about Asia's relationship with Marcus, and Asia's relationship with her mother, Centrell. That sound good?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is your relationship with Centrell Damon and Asia Jones?
Central Damon is my sister, Asia Jones is my niece.
How do you also know Mr. Marcus Jones?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones used to be my roommate.
How long have you known Mr. Jones?
I know Mr. Jones since 2010.
How did Mr. Marcus come to be your roommate?
I remember Mr. Marcus off the chat line. He was looking for someone that was renting.
And how was Mr. Marcus Jones as your roommate?
He wasn't too good.
What do you mean he wasn't too good?
Like he was unreliable and never on time with his rent payment or anything. He had a serious gambling problem and smoking problem.
Do you know in particular what type of gambling he would do?
He normally likes to go all across in a casino to play poker.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about Marcus' relationship with Asia. Can you tell the court about Asia, what type of person she was?
Asia was a great, outstanding, outgoing person, full of life.
Got you. And how long did Marcus, Centrell, and Asia live together?
It was off and on.
All right. And when do you remember when Asia was born?
Yes.
Okay. And did Centrell and Marcus, were they together living with you at that time?
Yeah, they was living with me at that time.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And how long did they stay with you?
They stayed with me about 2 or 3 years, then off and on.
Okay.
Mhm.
And what sort of stopped them from living together and living with you?
Well, Marcus, he was just unreliable. He wasn't paying the bill. He wasn't on time with his rent. So I had to put him out before I fall down.
Okay. And do you know where Marcus stayed when you put him out?
Sometimes he'll stay in his car or by his friend somewhere because he have a real gambling problem and smoking problem.
All right. So let's move along to 2017. Was there a situation or incident that occurred in 2017 that you know about?
Yes, him and Central got into it real bad. I don't know what all happened, but it just was bad.
All right. Have they got into it before?
Yes, on certain occasions.
Okay. Do you know anything in particular about those previous occasions when they got into it?
He just always like be angry and they'll just go back and forth. He'll just start a fuss. Especially when he don't smoke or he don't have money to gamble. It's just bad.
All right. Let's talk about Asia from when she was born through 2017. What kind of father was Marcus to Asia?
For the first 2 years, he was a great outgoing father, but then sometime down the road, he just vanished and just unreliable again, off and on, off and on, till 2017. Then when they fell out, and then that was that. Then he started coming get him, bring him back the next day, but he was never reliable.
So it was an up and down type of relationship?
Yeah, it just was bad.
Did Marcus financially support the family?
For the first 2 years.
And how did he help out?
He'll buy a few clothes here and there, make groceries or something. I'll probably take him somewhere. They'll drop it back off. He was good 2 years, but the rest is just like he just went downhill.
When things went downhill, did people help Centrell and Asia out?
Yeah, she had a lot of support.
Who helped her?
I helped the one, my sister and them, and a few more people.
Okay. Was Marcus a good role model for the kids?
No, not that I could say of.
Why do you say he wasn't a good role model?
Because he's not responsible or reliable in no shape or form.
And when you say unreliable, do you have any incidents that you could think of or things that he did that would say he's unreliable?
When the bill's unpaid and you ain't taking care of your kid and doing what you got to do, that's called unreliable and irresponsible.
All right. Thank you. So I want to talk a bit about Marcus' relationship with Asia from 2017 to, the tragedy that took place at the apartment complex. What kind of father was Marcus after he and Centrell split up?
He vanished, so he was gone for a while. Wow. Then he come back, like 2020 and try to come around. But then he left again. Then he just left again, and then it was over.
That gap from 2017 until he came back in the picture, how did Centrell support the kids during that time?
It was the help of family, and she do the best she can. So she had all the resources and the support, but it still was hard on her.
Did you try to help her out personally?
Yes, the best I could.
Did Marcus help out during this time he wasn't around financially?
No.
When did Marcus come back into the lives? I know it was that gap from 2017. Do you roughly remember when he came back into the picture?
2017, that was the last of the last. It was bad, and so that ended.
It ended, but he sort of got back. Did you see him around after 2017?
He tried to come around, then he was seeing them for about a couple of weeks, but he still ain't did nothing. He was just taking them for rides and stuff.
Okay, but he was spending time when he
Yeah,
showed back. Okay, all right. Let's talk about Centrell's relationship with Asia. What kind of mother was Centrell to Asia?
She was a great mother, outstanding mother, epic mother.
And why do you say that?
Because that's who she are and that's who she is.
What are some of the things that Centrell would do so you would have that impression about her?
She just outgoing, and she always have been outgoing. Outstanding too, very epic.
Now, was Centrell Asia's primary caretaker?
At all times.
Did Centrell financially support Asia?
Yes.
Did Centrell provide an overall good home for Asia?
Yes.
Those are all the questions that I have for you, Ms. Janet Damani.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes. Ms. Curry is going to handle this one.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. This is my first time speaking to everyone. Hello, my name is Allison Curry. I'm Marcus Jones' attorney. I have just a few questions for you. Did I get it right that you described Marcus as unreliable? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said he had a gambling problem. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said he had did you say a weed problem or a marijuana?
Yes.
He had all of those things when he lived with you as your roommate?
Yes. I didn't know that at the time, but as time went on, that's what he was.
When did you find out? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you finished with your answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
When did you find out that he had a gambling problem and a weed problem?
After every excuse, he kept saying he ain't had no money. And he just started falling off, going to casinos and gambling. That's when I found out, 2013.
Okay. So you didn't know that he had a gambling problem and a weed problem at the time that you had him drive across the country with you to pick up your sister in Texas?
Yeah, he was smoking weed, but it wasn't bad.
You didn't think he had a problem at that time,
No.
but you knew he smoked marijuana.
Yeah, not like that though, where you're unreliable.
And despite the fact that he smoked marijuana, you invited him to drive from Atlanta to Texas to pick up your sister after Hurricane Katrina, right?
Yeah, he invited himself.
And
So
you
drive.
and
He
you
invited himself to go get her. So he did the driving. Let's go, drive.
had they ever met before?
Yeah, over the phone, I was talking to my sister one day, and he said, "Who that is?" I said, "That's my sister." He said he want to get out with her. So here go the phone. She had no way to get out here anyway. So he said he was going to go get her. So that's what happened. Drive.
So you introduced her to him.
Yeah.
So you introduced her to your roommate who had a drug problem and a gambling problem.
Like I said, that time I didn't know it was that bad.
So you never told your sister that she shouldn't date Marcus.
Well, I told her not to date her. That was up to her. She took that chance, take a risk.
And then you invited them both to come live in your house with you for several years.
Well, they needed somewhere to house, so that's what I did. House.
And she got pregnant with Asia while they were living with you?
Yes.
Did Central work during the time that they were living with you?
Yes, part-time doing hair, candy lady.
I'm
And
sorry,
working at the, doing part-time, working, doing hair, working as a candy lady as well. And also at the motor, speedway.
how long did she work at the Motor Speedway?
I couldn't answer that.
Okay, was it more than a week?
I couldn't answer that.
And you said she also did hair,
Yeah,
and you said she also was a candy lady?
yes.
What does that mean?
Selling candy out your house.
Okay, selling candy like door to door in the apartment complex?
No, door to door. No, they come to my door. Our door to door. That's the door.
Where would she get the candy to sell?
I buy it.
You would
In
buy it.
bucks. Yeah, in bucks at the warehouse.
So she was your employee selling candy?
No, she was my sister. We were business partners. If you want to call it that.
You ran a business out of your house selling candy, and she
I
assisted.
sure did.
Miss Curry, every neighborhood had a candy lady. We had one when I was growing up. That is not that big a deal.
Did you pay
Right.
her
We
salary?
sold thrills too. What y'all call them, little ices? Y'all sold the Kool-Aid ices?
That part, yeah.
All right, we called them thrills when I was growing up in Savannah.
Okay. Did you pay her a salary for that?
Yeah, I paid her salary. I don't let nobody work for free.
Okay. How much did you pay her an hour?
No, I give her however much we make, we divide it.
Okay. What was the division?
Sometimes it depends how good the day, how the weekend or the day went with making the money. Sometimes 600, split that. What you get? 300.
Okay. So you split it 50-50 with her.
Yeah.
Did Centrell and Marcus pay rent to you when they lived with you?
Yeah.
Did
But then
Centrell,
Marcus stopped paying rent. Unreliable. So now it's time to go.
did Centrell pay you the rent when Marcus stopped paying the rent on behalf of their family?
Yeah, she was giving here and there like she had to take care of kids. So I understood that.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said, yeah, she was paying rent.
Okay.
She would get whatever she could afford, because she got kids.
When Centrell and Marcus were living with you for 2 to 3 years, did Tyrell, Centrell's son, also live there?
Yes.
And Marcus didn't treat him poorly, did he?
Somewhat, some good, some bad.
What do you mean by that?
He was, like I say, he was there for the 2-3 years, then he vanished.
So during the 2-3 years that Centrell and Marcus lived with you, along with Tyrell, her other son, Marcus treated Tyrell well, right?
Yeah, as his own 2 years. Then after that, it was like, no, it was nothing to him.
So my question is, for the 2 years that they lived with you, he never treated Tyrell poorly.
No.
When your sister got pregnant with Asia, was Marcus an involved father during the pregnancy?
The 2 years?
He drove her to her doctor's appointments, prenatal appointment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Was Marcus there when she was born?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no, ma'am, just because we're recording it. We need to be clear
Gotcha.
on it.
Error. Go ahead.
That's a yes that he was there. He
Yes.
drove prenatal appointments.
Yes.
Marcus was there when Asia was born.
Yes.
Marcus claimed Asia as his daughter when she was born.
Yes.
He never denied that she was his daughter in the 2 years that you witnessed his relationship with her, right?
No.
He performed dad roles for her when he lived in your house, right?
Yes.
Changed your diaper.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Fed her.
Yes.
And did the same with Tyrell.
Yes.
Were they still living with you when Angel was born?
Yes.
Was he the same way with Angel involved in her life?
Yes.
Changed diapers.
Yes, for the 2 years.
Claimed her as his daughter.
As the 2 years, yeah.
Her. Fed Angel.
Yes.
Were you present for the 2017 incident where the police were called?
No, my sister called me on the phone crying and screaming. It was a bad situation.
Do you have any understanding of why your sister and Marcus broke up?
Because he was unreliable and he was putting his hands on and all that, so it had to come to an end. Take that down for me.
And after that, so 2017, that's when he didn't see the children for a period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, because he didn't want to come around. because he was so busy in the gambling and smoking.
So after they moved out of your house, if they stayed there for 2 or 3 years around when Asia was born, that would be 2013 or 2014 when they moved out. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
So between 2014 and 2017, even though they didn't live with you, your understanding was that Marcus remained involved in his kids' lives.
He wasn't around for the couple of, like I told you, the 2 years he was there. The rest he'll vanish, come back, vanish, and vanish.
What I'm trying to get from you are the dates when he vanished. Was it after 2017 when they broke up?
It was off and on.
Okay. When is the period of time when you said there were 2 years that he didn't see them?
For the 2 years, like I told you, he was there. Then he just took off and on, off and on. I can't keep count.
I'm sorry, I misphrased that. I heard you say in your testimony that beginning in 2017, he didn't see the kids for around 2 more years, that he quote unquote vanished after they broke up in 2017. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So from 2017 to 2019, he didn't see his children, is your understanding. Is that correct?
Yes, because he didn't want to. And
Okay.
he was unreliable.
And again, 2017 to 2019 are the dates we're talking about, yes?
Yes.
Are you aware the kids lived with him for a period of time during COVID?
Off and on, yeah.
Are you aware that they did their virtual schooling at his house during COVID?
Yeah, off and on. Yeah.
Are you aware that he paid child support?
Oh no, he in the real. Check that. Take that down for me.
Are you aware whether he has ever paid any child support?
I'm not even sure, but he in the real. Take that down for me.
Is it your understanding that he never paid a penny in child support?
He probably paid some, but he in the real. And he shouldn't have to go through that to pay child support because he's supposed to did it on his own. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Now put that back up for me.
You mentioned that Centrell financially supported her family when Marcus refused to. How did she support her family when Marcus was no longer in the picture?
She was doing hair working at the Speedway and the candy later. That's how.
Okay. And at what time roughly was her working at the Speedway? When
Like
was
again, I say I'm not sure, ma'am.
okay. And when did she do hair? When about?
She do hair days in, days out. Still
Okay.
do hair.
And is that something she's licensed in or just does out of her home?
Oh no, she got it out of home, not dug.
I'm sorry.
She got it out of home. She ain't dug it out of home. She worked out of home.
She worked at her home.
Yeah, she didn't dig it.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have. Thank
So
you.
now,
All right,
take that down for me.
all right. Any direct?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a few follow-up questions. Ms. Janet Damon, I know you don't hold Marcus in high regards, and you've known Mr. Marcus for some time. When he wasn't paying rent, who actually put Mr. Marcus out? Did you call a landlord? Who
I
handled
put
that?
him out. Then the police came. The police said, "You by the law of state, you can't put a person out. They live with you over 2 weeks." Okay, so I'm gonna lock him out again. Change the lock. So I risk myself to go to jail to lock his ass out. You ain't paying no rent. Oh, you take care of your kid. Get out. Take that down for me.
All right. And do you know if Marcus ever legitimated or filed paperwork on Asia to legitimate her?
I'm not even sure. At that point, he didn't even care no way. And he really just was going to get him because he was scared of the child support.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
All right, anybody else?
None for me.
All right. Then next witness, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Done. Oh, sure. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, you guys have a blessed one.
You too.
Go ahead and sit down, Matt, and call Chantel. Go on in. Thank you. Step down to the last green chair.
How you doing, ma'am? Put this mic on you. It's right over here. That's you didn't put your personal. Is I'm gonna reconnect it in a second, but we're still going. And just look at the camera with Matt.
Okay.
Is this yeah, everything's still going.
Okay.
I just gotta reconnect the monitor. What's going on? I'm just gonna reconnect the monitor. We're still good. We're still good. Yeah, you're good. You're ready.
All right, Your Honor, I believe we are ready.
All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Bowser, will you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, my name is Shantae Bowser.
And thank you for being here today. I'm going to
Wait,
try to.
Bowser, can you spell your first name for me?
S is in Sam, H is in Harry, A Apple, N Nancy, T Tom, E Edward.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
All right, we'll try to get through this quickly, but we appreciate you being here. Can you just tell the court how you know Centrell Damon?
She's been my friend since about 2017, the end of 2017.
Okay, and how did you meet Centrell?
Actually, I met her coming to the apartment complex, visiting Danny Wood.
Okay, and then do you know why Centrell and Marcus broke up in 2017?
From technically, for what I know, he was abusive.
Okay, what makes you say that?
Well, she called me in tears and stating that he had beat her up.
Okay, did Marcus ever abuse Centrell in front of the kids, as far as you know?
I didn't physically, I wasn't in the home to see him do it, but yes, when she called me, the kids were there, and she doesn't have iPhone, but I do have iPhone, and the only way we can video is through Facebook.
Okay.
And I saw the bruises.
So I guess what sort of things would you hear Marcus saying to Centrell while you're on the phone with her?
He called her bitch. He called her whore. Excuse me, I can. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He called her bitch. He called her whore. He basically was saying that, trying to degrade her in front of the kids. You know what I mean? He's just called her out her name.
Mm.
Yes.
So you'd shared something with me about when Marcus left, the manner in which he left the apartment. Can you share that with the court?
That he took the items out the house? Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, he took a bed. He took like a microwave. He took some other items, and I'm not exactly sure everything that he took, but she was just more distraught, when she was talking to me to let me know the things that he took.
After he took the bed and all those things, did the kids have a place to sleep?
No, not until some time after. I can't say exactly how long, but she didn't have the kids didn't have, anywhere to sleep. And
Now, was Marcus involved in the kids' lives after he left?
no.
And
And the reason I would say that, because I didn't see him, in the times of coming to visit Trail in Griffin, where then I was living in Decatur, Georgia. I now live closer, which is in Fayetteville, Georgia. And I would come to Griffin and I didn't see him. I mean, I could say she said, the hearsay that, okay, he's the kids are with him today, but other than that, I can't say any time that he was present.
Okay. What kind of father was Marcus to Asia?
Want to be honest? Okay. So he's a manipulator. He's a narcissist. He manipulates the kids to go against the mom. He would say things like, to the kids now, this is to the kids. He would say that he's sleeping in his car, which was not true. And the kids would come to the mom and ask her, why is he sleeping in the car? Why he can't stay with you if he's sleeping in the car? I'm just giving you some type of insight of what I mean by him manipulating the kids.
On the weekends when you'd visit Central, were the kids with her or with Marcus most of the time?
No, they were with, I call her Trail, but he was with Central. The kids were with her. Holidays, like I was there on Halloween. I took a picture with Asia one year on Halloween, and he was telling her that he was going to come for the kids, but he never came for the kids. So I do know personally about that situation because I was there for that, and it wasn't hearsay. It was, I actually was there for that.
Did you ever observe Marcus being a good father to Asia?
I can't say that. And the reason I can't say that is because I've never seen him actually with them. That's why I can't say that I saw him observed him being a good dad.
Okay. What kind of mom was Centrell?
Well, a great mom that I know of. I've never seen anything different that would show that she wasn't a good mom, because I'm a mom. And when you're physically there for the kids at certain ages in your life, kids' life, they don't know if you're good or bad. They just know you're a mom and dad. And the reason being is they can't say he bought me a pair of shoes or she bought me a pair of shoes. They just know the presence at a certain age.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
I just have
All right.
one question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Ms. Bowser, good afternoon. My name's Darren Somerville. I am one of the lawyers representing Mr. Jones. Make sure I nail this down. You first got to know Trell, if I can use her name in that sense, at the end of 2017.
That is correct.
Okay, and you became acquainted with her when she was coming over to visit, I believe it's Mr. Wood. Is that right?
No, when I was coming over to visit, yes. When I was
Oh,
coming over to visit, yes.
I
I
misunderstood.
know Danny from school,
Got it.
elementary school.
And last question is, the reason you can't answer the question about has Mr. Jones been a good dad is you didn't know him at all, or Chantrell at all, before they split up. And then after that time frame, you just never seen him. So you really can't comment one way or the other. Is that fair?
Can you phrase that again?
Sure, I can break it up. So you didn't know Mr. Jones at all from anybody. You couldn't pick him out of a lineup before he had split up with Miss Damon, right?
I didn't know him, but I knew of him.
Okay.
I knew of him through her.
Understood. And so everything that you have learned about him prior to them breaking up is just through Miss Damon, and you haven't, is that right?
Somewhat. Okay, so I knew him by her calling and hearing him in the background. So I did know of him, and I did hear him in the background talking. I did, but I couldn't tell you his face.
Understood. And after that time, so when y'all first got together, you've never seen Mr. Marcus with any of his children?
I did not.
Okay. Those are my questions, ma'am. I appreciate you helping us out.
No problem.
Anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you may be excused. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Ms. Damon's side have an additional witness to present at this time?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I had just told my first witness to sign on. So let me
Oh, no, you're fine, Darren. This was our last witness, so we're.
Yeah, I'm asking if there was.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought that was a statement. Okay, I'm sorry. So, but I definitely think we can take down the spotlight because we will not have folks parked in the chair that those guys have used.
Okay, no problem.
And just for reference, our first witness will be Mr. Dylan Johnson. And he is standing by. I'll ask him to sign on. Nope. Sorry for any delay. We just didn't know when exactly that break would come. There we go. Mr. Johnson, go ahead and unmute yourself and here so the court can see you. Great. Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
Mr. Johnson, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear? You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down, Mr. Somerville.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, it is even afternoon in where you are. Where are you, sir?
I am located in California right now.
Okay. And were you, probably know the answer to this, but were you there this morning at 7 o'clock or so your time or a little before, ready to testify?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure the court and everyone else is wondering, who are you? Take a little bit of 30 seconds to brag on yourself and sort of introduce yourself to everyone, please.
Okay. My name is Dylan Johnson, and I moved to Atlanta at 19 years old, pursuing a music career. I stayed in Airbnbs. One of the main Airbnbs I stayed in was at with Marcus for over a couple months, over a year. And I moved back to, sorry, what?
You said a couple months over a year. You mean it's, I think it's, did you move here right in the beginning of 22, thereabouts?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you go back out to California?
I want to say around March or April.
Okay. Not to put too fine a point on it, but was your last night in Atlanta the day that Asia was killed? Okay.
Yes.
So you had a chance to, and you're living in the same house as Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Okay. And got a chance, maybe it's obvious, but you got a chance to observe him and how he was around people?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember his children?
Yes.
Okay. And we've talked a little bit about Asia. Angel's her younger sister, and then there was Terrell. Tell me just generally how you on a day-to-day basis observed Mr. Jones and how he interacted with his kids.
Yeah, so he would have his kids over every week, I remember, and made sure I knew his kids were coming over because he would mow the lawn and get his house all in order, and then they would come over and they would get right on the games usually, or have something to do, or and I can vividly remember them saying that I don't want to go back to my mom's house. I like it here. My dad's better. And my dad's fun. He actually has fun with me and stuff like that. But I know he would definitely make projects with them. He was teaching Asia how to cook, and Angel as well.
You told me a little bit about an experience over Thanksgiving in 22 about a cooking lesson. Do you remember that?
Yeah. He was teaching Asia how to make sweet potato pie. I was actually my first time trying. It was really good. So he did a good job teaching her.
I am going to go out on a limb and say you are not from Georgia. Okay, gotcha. Tell me, did Marcus treat Asia and Angel and Terrell differently? I don't mean to, you call them all the same name or anything, but just in terms of how he acted towards them, the love that he showed, any of those things. Tell me, did he differentiate between the kids?
No, I didn't even know that Tyrell wasn't his biological son until he told me. Um, that's how much he was just. I thought he was treating him like his dad, and I genuinely thought that. But I I would say, yeah, he treated them all as a whole. Um, the kids are my kids, and when they came over, it was all about them.
Did it seem like it was a burden to him or something he wasn't looking forward to?
No, never.
We've heard a little bit about sort of the time that Marcus had with his kids. For the summer, or summer of 22, you'd been there a couple months. Were the kids in town and staying at the house?
Yes, they would come over a lot, and I think they came over a lot more in the summer. And yeah, again, they definitely during the summer he always made sure they had stuff to do when they came over, and I could just hear them playing in there, just having all kinds of fun, and yeah.
What about holidays? We've heard a little bit more about how some people remember Marcus being excited about holidays, maybe Christmas. Some people not so much. What was your observation?
I can say I remember on Christmas he was getting ready for Christmas months in advance, starting to buy presents because he wanted to make sure that they had an amazing Christmas with lots of gifts, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Gotcha. Do you have kids yourself?
No.
Gotcha. Have you ever lived in a house with kids? I mean, not when you were one. How about have you ever lived in a house with kids when you were an adult?
Yes.
Okay. Does this house compare favorably in terms of how everyone got along?
In comparison to the house that I was living in with the other kids, in comparison to Marcus' house,
yes.
I would say not really. I actually feel like at Marcus' house the kids were a lot more cared for and attended to.
Okay. Did let's talk a little bit about Asia for a little bit. Describe her personality, would you please?
Yeah, Asia was kind of quiet. I remember her as quiet, and she was really creative. She used to always go and do videos and photos, and that was like her thing. And I got a chance to hang out with all the kids a few times, and Asia seemed very like just happy as a kid.
And you may have alluded to this earlier, but when it came time to go back and shuttle between houses, just generally, describe what you observed in terms of how the kids were feeling or acting or saying.
Well, yeah, I vividly watched them um, start getting sad when they heard that it's time to go back to their moms several times. And they would call him and ask for money when they weren't staying because they didn't have anything to eat. And yeah, he would always make sure that he gave them all money so that they had food, and took care of anything that they needed. And yeah, I do vividly remember them saying things like, "Oh, I don't like going back to my mom's. I wish I could just stay with you," and stuff like that.
Okay. Okay. I believe at some point while you were living in the same house with Marcus, you were unfortunately diagnosed with COVID.
Yes.
I'm sure you don't want to remember that, but I'm sure you do. What was his reaction to learning that you had had the virus?
He wanted to. His biggest worry was that he didn't get sick. Unfortunately, he did end up getting sick, and his main focus was that he couldn't see his kids if he got sick, and yeah, he was upset about that, and yeah, that's about all I can remember. Is he was upset that I got him sick, and he just because for the main fact of he couldn't see his kids. I remember him saying, "Now my kids can't come over." So.
Were there any times where you would accompany Marcus over to Centrell's apartment?
Yeah, I can remember several times we came over there to give the kids money for food. We came over there when they didn't have any power. I think it was around the time of a tornado. And we gave them a generator so that they had power for their house. And I think I just came the last time I went over to that area with Marcus was the night of everything.
Okay. Did you see any, I mean, were you struck by a general impression about either the kids or the apartment that Centrell was keeping?
Well, in a general sense, looking into the apartment, I could kind of got a feeling that the kids weren't as well attended to or taken care of at this house than at Marcus's house. Even just based on the like the attitude of the mom and the kids when they were there.
When the kids were at the house that you shared with Marcus, did they have what they needed in terms of furniture, clothes, food, heat, water, air, all that sort of thing?
Yes. From what I recall, that and some.
Okay. You gave us an affidavit in this case. Do you remember that process, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you to review that affidavit in anticipation of today. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you stand by all the testimony that you gave in that affidavit and adopt it again here today?
Yes.
If you had to describe Marcus, just his general personality, I'm going to ask you another question about him and his kid, but just him, what are some of the words you'd use?
I would say genuine, very enthusiastic, and he's a giver. I watched him, he likes to give people things, and he was starting a little gift basket thing, and he lady on the side of the road gave her a couple baskets just because, and just things like that I would notice a lot. Actually was a good influence on me wanting to try to be more giving as a person.
Okay. Let's flash forward. Let me ask one more question about how about him as a dad? Same question, sort of what are some of the words that pop into your mind about how Marcus was as a dad and the relationship with his children and Terrell?
Yeah, I would say that he was definitely caring and loving, and his kids were his biggest priority. I mean, when they came over, it was all about them, and even when they left, it was all about the next time they came over.
Let's talk about, unfortunately, a bad night in March of 23, the night that Asia was killed. Do you remember a conversation that night that you were having with Marcus about sort of the future and how it might look a little different?
Yeah. So we had just got done
Performing at a nightclub, and we had a lot of fun, and we just started getting into music together. It was kind of as a group thing, and we were just talking about how we feel like everything is about to change in our lives, and it's a new chapter, and it feels like it's going to be a new chapter, and we were meaning it in a good way. And the next morning, it's crazy how that whole thing happened after that conversation.
Did the conversation include anything about his girls or Terrell, about how they might be involved in that process?
Not that I recall. I think if anything, he was talking about when we have our businesses that his kids are going to be the face of it.
Got it. Okay. Dylan, I very much appreciate you spending your day with us for this brief time, but I'm sure that everyone else appreciates it as well. Thank you. There may be some questions from the other side.
All right, cross-examination.
So, hi, Dylan. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
So my name is Matt Kahn. I represent Central Damon. I'm going to just be very brief here. So before today, how many times have you spoken with Mr. Somerville?
Two.
Two or more?
One or two, really.
One or two. And now the affidavit that you signed, is that something that you prepared or that he typed up and then gave to you to read and sign?
So we kind of went back and forth with over the phone, and I think they just filled out everything that I put and sent it to me as a document to sign it.
Did they send it to you as a Word document or did they send it to you like as a PDF to sign?
Objection. It's a false dichotomy.
Sorry, speak up.
What was?
It's a false dichotomy. In other words, it's just those two choices. So.
No, overall, I get it. Go ahead.
You can answer, sir.
Oh, I honestly don't. Can I check real quick?
Sure.
Okay. Sorry about this.
That's all right. Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
PDF.
PDF. So it was not a Word doc that you could make edits to. It was just a PDF.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all on that. Thank you. And then moving on, it sounds like you were home a lot. What sort of work did you do during the time that you lived with Marcus Jones?
So I had a interesting job. I was working at a music studio as an audio engineer, and I didn't really have a scheduled time to go into work. People just ordered a session, and it was kind of like gig work, to where if they needed me, they would call me in. I got called in pretty frequently, but I also didn't get called in enough to say like a 40-hour shift or 40-hour work week or anything.
Okay. So you think you were at work like 30 to 40 hours a week?
No, I would say I wasn't getting called in enough to get like a full time. I was home more of the time because of my job. They would just kind of call me in for a couple of hours at a time here and there. So
Okay.
yeah, it wasn't really like an 8 hours a day type job.
And I think I heard you say that you had performed with Marcus.
Yes.
What kind of music did y'all perform together?
So I produce and I write music. I do just about everything with the music, and so we kind of both just made a song. It was if you're asking for genre, it was hip hop, and we both made our own song and decided that we're gonna perform it.
Were you involved in? I think the most recent album was called Dat 420 CD. Was that one that you were involved on?
Yes.
What is that? What does Dat 420 mean?
It just means like that. I don't really know how to describe it. I guess. It's just like a lingo, a term of oh, it's just like a lingo. So that 420 CD, it's just like the name of the CD.
What does 420 mean?
Oh, 420 is that is the honestly don't know. I know it has something to do with weed, but I honestly don't know the definition. Yeah, that's my take on that.
Did you ever see Marcus Jones smoking marijuana while you lived with him? We're going to need a verbal response.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I thought it must have cut out.
Oh, okay. So not once in the year or so that you lived with him, did you ever see him smoking marijuana? Did you ever smell marijuana in or around Marcus's home?
No. Yeah, usually because his house was kind of like down the hill. It was away from everything, so yeah, it was just cleaning supplies most of the time.
Okay. Did you ever smoke marijuana with Marcus?
No.
Okay. So did you live with Marcus at any time before February 2022?
No, that was the first time that we had met.
And did you live with Marcus at any time after March 2023?
No.
So your personal observations are just based between February 22 and March 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
One quick follow-up, Dylan. Has anyone made any offer to you, promise to you, any sort of financial overture in exchange for your testimony or in any way about this case?
No. I personally feel like while I lived at Marcus's house, he was very good to me, and I feel like he's a good person. He doesn't deserve what's happening right now. So I just decided.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And I just have one more question. If you'll bear with me while I download this exhibit. It's not letting me.
All right. Don't worry about it.
Never mind. Thank you for your time.
All right, anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, he be excused and you can call your next witness.
Absolutely. Dylan, that just means you can sign out. Or actually, I mean, if you want to, I guess you can stay since we won't be recalling you. Very few people take up that opportunity, but up to you. But otherwise, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to call Marcus Jones as our next witness, and I will be handling it. Allison Curry.
Okay. Are we ready?
Your Honor, I just responded to an email from Mr. Butler. He had requested that we go ahead and send over our exhibits for him to review, as they did with us before Ms. Damon's testimony. So I imagine he may want a few minutes to look at those. We're ready to proceed whenever he is, but I don't want to deprive him of the opportunity to see the evidence and videos that we're going to put forth through Mr. Jones.
All right, wish y'all had done this while other attorneys were handling the witness testimony, but go ahead.
I bet you I can do it really quickly, Your Honor. Let's see, Ms. Curry, I've just got your link.
Yeah, and that's on me. He had emailed me and I just saw it and was able to prepare everything, so.
Yeah, all right.
Can you access that file?
Damn, I get a message that says the folder doesn't exist.
Okay, great.
The court wants to keep moving, which I understand. Can you tell me generally what you got? If you just describe.
Hang on
it,
one sec,
generally,
Jeff.
I'll take it.
Yeah, sure. I'm inviting you to. Okay.
Yeah. Search video.
Your Honor, while the parties are reviewing the evidence, may I make a brief announcement?
Sure.
Excuse me, Judge. The next case, the final case that waited to be heard today, should take about 5 to 10 minutes, which should give
Can we do it now?
time for plaintiff. Yes, ma'am. If that works for you, both parties are ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that's going to be 2024 CV 00515. And the parties are Mattis Derone Ferguson as plaintiff and defendant Richard Jones and Matthew Jones.
All right. Who's here on behalf of the plaintiff Ferguson?
Chris Ferguson, Your Honor, on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right, doing a little family law for your family.
Family law, yeah.
Yeah, been there, done that. All right, and Jones, who's here for Jones? Mr. Barton, is that you?
Judge, I don't represent.
Oh, Mr. Davidson?
Yes, Your Honor. Defendant Matthew Jones.
Your Honor, this is John Cersei here on behalf of Richard Jones.
All right, and this is the case where we had an issue about, you bring it up to my mind, about whether somebody should testify in a civil case because there might be criminal charges that could potentially be brought, but no criminal charges had been filed at the time and they were not contemplated at the time of the last hearing. Boom,
Yes.
am I right?
Yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
that is absolutely correct.
Okay, and Mr. Barton is here as the criminal attorney for said individual.
That's correct, Your Honor. That's correct.
All right, so let me hear what it is.
So, Your Honor, it's plaintiff filed a motion to compel discovery. The court granted plaintiff's motion to compel discovery, and in the September 18th order granting plaintiff's motion to compel, the court also found that there was no ongoing or active criminal investigation into the subject matter of the civil action that we've brought here. And it's pretty clear. We had an affidavit from the head police officer investigating the hit and run, that there were no arrests, no citations, and no criminal investigation or prosecution to any prosecutor in Henry County. So it's the plaintiff's understanding, and I believe it's also defendant Matthew Jones's civil attorney's understanding that any assertion of the Fifth Amendment would be in violation of the court's order at this point.
Nope, the court's order was he can answer as he wills. If he wants to assert the Fifth Amendment, that's fine, but please realize at trial that that's not sacrosanct in a civil trial like it is in a criminal trial. And so a jury may be able to have an adverse inference from him taking the Fifth in a civil case as opposed to him taking the Fifth in a criminal case. And so that's where you stand. I can't tell your I can't tell the defendant in the civil case how to respond. I can only tell him that he should not perjure himself in his responses because the court will take that very seriously. But I did not direct him in any way in how to respond. If he wishes to assert his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, that is his constitutional right. But it is a civil case versus a criminal case. And once it comes to a civil jury, it is not going to play the same way.
Understood, Your Honor. If I may just add some. So when I understand what you're saying, but when we looked at the law in Georgia, the law says that the defendant in a civil action cannot do a blanket assertion of the Fifth Amendment. So
I never assumed that they would do a blanket assertion. They're to answer each of the questions as they need to answer. If he left his house that day and that's the question, then I don't know that that requires an assertion of the Fifth Amendment. Whereas were you driving at the time of the incident might require an assertion of the Fifth Amendment. But y'all are trained attorneys. I'll leave that up to you because each and every discovery matter, whether request for production of documents, whether interrogatories or requests for admissions, requires you to read them carefully, to understand what they're saying, if not ask for clarification, and to respond to each of them as in a way that is truthful. And so beyond that, I can't direct you, but if you're gonna just assert a blanket Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination without addressing each of those discovery issues in turn, then that's not going to play well with the court, and I will sanction you.
So, I mean, that's
Now,
what.
If you look at every one of them and decide, after you explain that this is, I mean, that's different, but whether your name is such and such does not require a Fifth Amendment blanket assertion of right against self-incrimination.
Right, Your Honor. For instance, in response to plaintiff's request for production, the defendant, Matthew Jones, asserted his Fifth Amendment originally to every single request. One of the requests was a copy of your driver's license. He asserted his Fifth Amendment to a copy of your driver's license.
Mr. Barton, I'm not asking for privileged communication, but really? Or was that we don't know what to do, so we're just gonna do everything? Come on, y'all are better than this. Everybody knows that in civil,
Judge, I don't know if you look.
each of the required requests individually. And if you have information that is responsive to the request, you need to provide it. If it requires a Fifth Amendment, then you can assert it. But if it's just, I'm going to say that on every one of them, that's not being responsive to the discovery.
Judge, was that addressed to me?
I don't think so.
I'll give his civil attorneys a chance because I see Andrew
Mr. Davidson
online. Yeah, Mr. Davidson.
Was that you who just said we just gonna say Fifth Amendment for everything? That's lazy lawyering, sir.
Well, Your Honor, those were our first responses before the discovery dispute came before the court. And
I did it, but why does it have to be more than that? Y'all could do the research just like I can. Y'all know that each and every one of those does not require a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination assertion.
You're right, Your Honor. And my conversation with Mr. Barton and defendant Matthew Jones was the essence of that was Matthew Jones is not going to say anything and didn't want to talk to me outside of Mr. Barton. We felt that our position on the motion to stay while the criminal investigation was pending was stronger than it was, as it turns out. But that's the reason for those blanket assertions of the Fifth Amendment. We certainly don't intend to do that again in responding and providing substantive responses to plaintiff's discovery now that that matter has been resolved and we've been ordered to respond. Our concern from my side of things, from the civil side of things, was asserting the Fifth Amendment, mainly, given the difficulties in communicating with Matthew Jones without having to get Mr. Barton involved every time. And Mr. Barton's, I believe, my understanding from him is that Matthew Jones intends to plead the Fifth Amendment to just about everything that he possibly can.
I'm sorry. I'll let you go.
Well, that is his right. but I'm gonna tell you, if I look at the discovery and a sanctions motion and it doesn't require the Fifth Amendment, and I've practiced civil and criminal. I presided over civil and criminal. If we just don't do a Dave Chappelle skit, I plead the fifth, and that's not gonna work for me. And so I will sanction accordingly if I see that it's not being used properly. But otherwise, I can't tell your client what to say or when to assert a constitutional right. All I can do is judge it once I see it, and if it's not asserted properly in this context, then if I find it evasive or a non-responsive, then I will go ahead and deal with it as I see it. But no civil suit ever requires that everything be responded to with "I cannot recall" or Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, or "not at this time, but I reserve the right to amend."
I'm not making the argument that it does, Your Honor. One of the goals here of us requesting the status conference was to make the court aware that the wheels aren't turning at the same speed on the civil side of things and the criminal side of things.
They never do. But if what y'all are waiting for from the criminal side is to determine whether he's going to be charged, those wheels generally turn faster.
Yes, Your Honor. But I want to provide as substantive of responses as I can. But if I can't communicate with Matthew Jones, my hands are somewhat tied, and I wanted to make the court fully aware of that, of the obstacle that we're facing.
Well, he is your client, isn't he?
He is.
Okay, then. So you chose this puppy. You chose this horse. Let me just say that if he's not responding in the way that you wish for him to respond, and it gets too difficult for you to wade through these waters, then go ahead. I'm gonna use another metaphor: fish or cut bait. I mean, you're not required to represent him. That is your choice, and that is his choice. And so, if at some point the relationship is severed, that's between y'all. What I'm saying to you is, I can't tell you how to represent him. All I can say is if it doesn't meet the requirements of the Civil Practice Act, then I'm going to respond as I need to.
Understood. There may be there's insurance coverage involved, and there may very well get to be a coverage issue.
Sounds like it already is. So, but I don't know that we thwart Mr. Ferguson from moving forward with the plaintiff's case, because your client is assuming that at some point in the future, barring a statute of limitations, that he may be charged with some case that is the basis of the civil suit. I mean, how long do we wait for that? And I will tell y'all, juries aren't stupid. So when you make an assertion, a Fifth Amendment assertion in front of a jury, they listen to it. Doesn't matter what I tell them is what kind of inference they can take from it. They're going to take whatever is reasonable. So am I wrong, Mr. Barton?
Judge, I don't care. I hope these guys, I hope they write this guy a big old fat check and he's happy, and that Mr. Ferguson's happy and has gets a nice check out of this case. I could care less which insurance company writes a check here. My client's not going to say anything that could in any way establish any fact that can be used against him in a criminal charge, and I will make sure that happens.
Okay, so Mr. Barton has a different he has a different mandate than you do, Mr. Davidson, and where those mandates where they meet and where they diverge, I'm going to do what is required in the civil context. The criminal case is not before me. And so if the Civil Practice Act and discretion require me to sanction in some way or adjudicate in some way based on his answers or non-responsiveness, I'm going to do that. But I'm not going to hold up this case saying that y'all get to just sit on your hands until Mr. Jones decides he's either going to say something or not say something. I'm with Mr. Barton on that. I just really don't care one way or the other. But with respect to what has to be responded to with civil, if it is non-responsive, you leave yourself open to sanction.
Now, once 2 years elapses, then we might have a different point of view. I don't think we're there yet.
I know that Mr. Ferguson's willing to wait 2 years, but I mean, it's.
We're not willing to wait 2 years. And Your Honor, I just want to
The
be,
problem is civil usually gets to trial in 2-3 years, but the discovery has to be done timely so that you don't lose witnesses and you don't lose documents. And so this case, has a bearing on whether Mr. Ferguson can conduct discovery in a timely manner and efficiently. And so that's something y'all gonna have to work out. If Mr. Ferguson, you already know that this is an obstacle you have to face, then work around it to the extent possible. But I can't force Mr. Jones to say something that goes against his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. But I will deal with it if it comes before me on the civil context.
And that's, Your Honor, we just wanted to make you aware of that issue that, we're kind of going in a triangle here that I'm on the same page with Mr. Ferguson and wanting to provide substantive responses and move the discovery along. But I understand where Mr. Barton's coming from the criminal side of things and not wanting our mutual client to respond. But I can't get responses out of our mutual client when he's worried about going to jail from the criminal side of things. So I'm just I'm going around in a circle here.
Well, somebody was hurt in this is the assertion of the plaintiff. So I like to give people their day in court. So defense and plaintiff. So I'm not going to allow continuances and waits and all of that based on Mr. Jones's non-responsiveness. The case is going to move forward. Y'all do what you do. And then, like I said, if I have to sanction, I'll sanction. But that really is not gonna. I'm not going to wait 2 years for him to decide to say something.
And I'm not asking you to, Your Honor. I just wanted to make the court aware of that. I fully expect if we get to a deposition, Mr. Jones will sit there and plead the fifth to it'll be a Dave Chappelle show.
And bless his heart.
but yeah, I mean, we are prepared now to move forward with deposition. So that's the next step. And discovery, the court reopened discovery until December the 16th. So we have until then.
I might extend it a little bit because y'all have been sitting on this issue, not sitting on it, but I thought y'all were clear when we talked about it the last time. So I might extend it into January. But with that being said, that it's time to get discovery moving.
Understood.
All
Judge,
right.
would you like an order? Do we need an order at this point? Or do you want to wait to give the parties an opportunity?
Mr. Ferguson is clearly capable of doing an order.
Yes, I can send you an order extending the discovery period. Do we have a date in mind?
January 20th.
Okay.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much for the time.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Judge.
thank y'all.
Take care.
And Judge, just so you're aware, those were the cases that chose to wait. The rest will file roll 9 sides for later. And so I'm turning it back over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right. Y'all are excused unless you have something else before the court. All righty. All right. The Mr. Jones is up for testimony.
And Your Honor, may I have the screen sharing capabilities assigned to me?
You can share your screen at any time.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I had to be made the speaker.
Yeah, hit the green button.
Do that. Okay. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Jones. It has been a longer day than I think any of us quite anticipated. I will do my best to move through this efficiently. Based on a lot of the testimony that we've heard today, the first thing I want to ask you is, do you smoke marijuana?
Yes.
Do you smoke what some people might consider to be a fair amount of marijuana?
No.
Okay. You smoke marijuana regularly?
Yes.
Has smoking marijuana or being high ever prevented you from taking care of obligations for your kids?
No.
Did you sign an affidavit in connection with this case?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review it today or yesterday?
Yes.
Do you agree with everything that it says in your affidavit?
Yes, everything except paragraph 20.
Okay.
It says 2017, it should say 2018.
Paragraph 20 reads, in March of 2017, I had saved enough money to rent a house located at Mozart Drive in Riverdale.
Yeah, it should say 2018.
Okay, so paragraph 20 is 2018.
Yes.
Other than that change to paragraph 20, was everything else in your affidavit accurate?
Everything that I see.
As you sit here today testifying in court, do you adopt all of the statements in your affidavit as true?
Yes.
When did you meet Central Diamond?
2009, 2000 and, I'm sorry, 2009.
For record purposes, we object to the affidavits and the admissibility is hearsay, and so under the continuing witness rule, I don't think the court needs to rule on that now. I just want it on the record. Back to you, Ms. Curry.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Did you
I met Central in 2009, Christmas Eve.
Did you have any children when you met?
No, I did not.
Did she have any children when you met?
Yes, she did.
Did you move in together shortly after that?
We met Christmas Eve in New Orleans. Me and her sister and her brother and our other roommate, John Fowler. We drove to New Orleans. She caught the bus to New Orleans. I got a room at the Harris Cherokee Casino. We stayed there. Then she came back to Georgia with me. We was intimate. And that's when after we was intimate, that's when I found out she had a kid that was still in Texas. She had to go back to Texas for a court date. She went back for that court date. And then after the court date, I rented a car, and me and John Fowler and her sister drove to Texas to go get her and her son.
And did you drive back to Atlanta after picking her up in Texas?
I didn't drive anything. My license was suspended, but John Fowler drove. I paid him to drive.
Where did you go when you picked her up in Texas?
We went back to her sister's house in Georgia, 2290 Swallow Circle.
Did you and Central live in her sister's house together for a period
Yes,
of
I
time?
was renting a room at her sister's house, and she came to live in the room with me and her son.
Her son is named Tyrell.
Tyrell Demond, yes.
How old was Tyrell at the time that Tyrell and Central started living with you?
Tyrell couldn't even walk good yet. He was still in Pampers, so I'll say he would maybe been about 9 months, 10 months. His birthday was February 11th, so I give him, he came in January, he was 11 months old.
Did you take care of Tyrell when you all lived together?
Always.
Did your relationship with Tyrell continue throughout his childhood?
Yes.
Did you see Tyrell as your own son?
Yes.
Did you ever tell Tyrell not to call you dad?
No, I did not tell Tyrell not to call me. I'm glad you asked that. I want to talk about that. What I did was told Tyrell, do not call me dad, because I was walking out the house and about to leave her. That was one incident out of emotion, but I don't tell Tyrell, do not call me dad. Tyrell has always called me dad.
When was that incident that happened?
That was when we were staying at 2135 Godby Road after I had got out of jail.
Approximately what year would that have been?
That would have been okay, 12, 13, 14. The Angel was born. Angel was born in 12. We stayed there for a year. It was 2013.
Okay. At some point when you were living in the house with Central and Tyrell at her sister's house, Central got pregnant with your first child. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you always want kids?
Yes.
How did you feel when you found out Central was pregnant?
I felt like I didn't know, because she was loose. You know, she had been sleeping with somebody else too. So I felt like this is how I felt. I felt like the kid might be mine, the kid might not be mine. but it's a chance that the kid is yours. So you need to step up to the plate and be a dad. That's how I feel.
You decided when you found out that Central was pregnant with Asia that you were going to act as her father.
Yes,
Did you go to the doctor with Central while she was pregnant?
I took her to all her OB,
YN?
OBGYN. Is that
Prenatal
right?
visits. Yeah, prenatal visits.
Yeah, I took her to all of those appointments.
Were you present when Asia was born?
Yes, I was the first person to hold Asia.
Did you sign her birth certificate?
Yes, I did.
Did you give her your last name?
Yes, I did.
Was she always known as Asia Jones?
Yes,
When she was born, did you accept responsibility for her as her father?
yes,
Were you there when she was brought home from the hospital?
yes. My daddy bought the car seat for us because we had run out of money.
Were you there when Asia first started crawling?
Yes,
Were you there when she started walking?
yes,
Were you there when she went to school for the first time?
yes.
Are there any other milestones that you were present for?
She learned how to cook sweet potato pie. She learned how to do animation and videos messing around with me. She learned how to garden. She learned how to ride a bike. She learned how to swim with me. I don't know who was saying they taught her how to swim, but she learned how to swim from me in Biloxi. I have a video of that too. She learned how to ride a bike. She learned how to cook with me. She learned how to do everything with me. Every time my kids came to me, I had to play catch up because they wasn't getting the home training at home. So whenever they come to me, we on catch up because you're not learning what you need to learn. You're not learning how to do extracurricular activities at home. You're not learning how to cook at home. You're not learning how to clean up behind yourself at home. You're not doing any of that.
You taught her those things?
Yes,
What was her name for you? What did she call you?
she called me dad.
Did Central ever ask you to quote unquote legitimate Asia?
No, she did not. No.
Did Central always treat you as a co-parent?
Yes, until recently, she won't let me see Angel anymore. Like, I haven't seen my daughter since before the summer. Like, well, yeah, that's another story.
Okay. Did you ever deny that you were Asia's father?
No,
You had another daughter the next year. You just mentioned her, your other daughter, Angel.
yes,
When was she born?
she was born in 2012.
Did you all live together as a family of five? You, Cynthia, I'm sorry, Centrell, Tyrell, Asia, and Angel?
Yes,
When you were all living together as a family of five, that entire time period, what was your role as a father? What kind of responsibilities did you have at home?
okay. When we first started living together, we left, and that's another thing that I need to bring up. My kids did not ever stay with her sister, Janet. When Asia was born, I had already moved out of Janet's house. She did not put me out. I left on my own, okay? When Asia was born, we moved into a rooming house, a hotel on Highway 85 called Pembroke. We stayed there for a fair amount of time, and I was working at J.C. Penney. I worked it there, saved up my money. Then we moved to Laurel Park next door and stayed there for 1 year. I did not get put out, okay? We stayed there the whole year, and I worked at J.C. Penney the whole time. I did not like the apartment. I didn't like the roaches. I did not like how when it rained, it leaked in the house. So I moved to 2135 Garby Road. Okay. We stayed there for a year. You know, at least it's 1 year. When we was there, I worked at J.C. Penney. I felt like J.C. Penney was not paying me enough money for 3 kids and a woman, and me too. So I got a second job at Kraft Warehouse. So I would work at J.C. Penney and then go to Kraft and work there on 3 days. I had a 3-day shift at Kraft and a 5-day shift at J.C. Penney. I worked there I finally left JCPenney and went to Only Craft. Then my auntie died. And when my auntie died, and I'm sorry, then my grandmom died. And when my grandmom died, we went to the funeral. My auntie said I could move in with her. We moved in with my auntie. I took that opportunity to get a better job since my bills were not so much of a pressure to me. So I got a job at CarrierNet, being an independent contractor, making good money and doing Uber on the side so I can make even more money. That's the point when we left my auntie house and moved into our own house for the first time. Okay. Then a 18-wheeler hit me and totaled my car. So I couldn't work anymore. Okay. So now I got to figure out what I'm going to do about bills because we're about to get evicted, really. You know, she didn't gave me a pay or quit. So that's when we moved to Griffin for a cheaper spot. And I told her we're moving to Griffin not to stay. We're moving down so we can come back up. That's what I did the whole time, work. And when I came home, I cleaned the dishes, I cooked the food because she was outside drinking and partying with the people downstairs.
So you just walked us through a long period of time. All of that is laid out in your affidavit with a more coherent timeline. In view of our time constraints, I'm not going to ask you to go back through that, but suffice to say, you've had a lot of different jobs over the years trying to provide for your family. Is that right?
Yes.
You've worked more than one job at a time.
Yes.
When you came home from work, would you play with the kids?
When I came home from work, I would go clean the kitchen and cook for the kids. And when they was babies, change their pamper because she wouldn't even change their pamper. I go to work, she go out the door, leave the kids in there all day by themselves, all night. I came home in Quiet Hills in Griffin at 3 a.m. and my kids were, this is a bad location, in the house by themselves. She was down getting drunk with some people down the way that I don't even know that she'd have met.
If you're working and cooking and cleaning, what were the responsibilities that Central took on while you were living together with the kids?
Central only did kids' hair. That's about all she did was their hair. That's about it. That's all I can give her that. She did their hair.
Did Central ever have a job outside of the home?
Central worked at Atlanta Motor Speedway for 2 days for the Monster Jam. All that other stuff about a job, I'm not going to take it away from her, but it didn't happen when I was with her.
In the 15 or so years that you've known Central, have you ever known her to have a job other than the 2 days at Atlanta Motor Speedway?
That's it, Atlanta Motor Speedway. I have came home from work and been like, you know, when I'm at home, that's a time when you can go work at fast food down the street. All I get was crickets. I don't push it because understand Trail will put her hands on me. She's saying I'm abusive. I'm the one that done said, when you gonna stop hitting me in my face?
Marcus, did you ever abuse your kids?
No, I've never abused my kids.
When did you and Central break up as a romantic couple?
Mentally or physically?
Let me be more specific. When did you move out of the house where you had been living with Central and your kids?
2017 in November, right after Thanksgiving.
And what happened to cause you to leave?
I came home on Thanksgiving Eve. I had told Central to not send my kids by her uncle's house because I wanted to spend time with my kids for the holidays because I wasn't going to work for the holidays. Well, she didn't know I had made a lot of money. I had enough money to move out of where we were staying and get our own house. It was a surprise. I came home on Thanksgiving Eve. She had sent the kids over to her uncle anyway. And she assumed since it was a holiday and I'm usually Uber and making good money at the airport that I wasn't going to come home. But I came home and I caught a man butt naked in my bed. And that's why my bed ended up in the dumpster. Because I caught a man butt naked in the bed. And that's the last time I seen her. I mean, as far as a relationship is concerned.
Your relationship with Centrell stopped on that date.
Yes.
There has been some testimony from several witnesses today that after 2017, Thanksgiving Eve, Thanksgiving Day, through about 2019, you quote unquote vanished, that you never.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Is that true?
No, I'm glad to get to the facts. Okay. Everybody that just got on stand and said that I wasn't with my kids from 2017 to 2020 is a liar. Okay. 2017, Thanksgiving, November, I left. The only reason why I left the apartment that was understand this is my apartment, okay? Not Centrell apartment. Centrell didn't have an apartment till she went to Northside Drive. It's my apartment. So I have the right to come back. But I'm not gonna put you out and the kids, I gotta work 2 jobs and the kids don't have nowhere to be. So instead of doing that, I picked the lesser of 2 evils. I went and stayed in my car and paid the bills anyway. When January came, I went to file my taxes so I can get me a house. Only to find out Centrell had filed fake taxes saying that she was the head of the household. I left that alone. I just went to work, said I'm not going to pay the bills anymore, and I'm going to save my money. By the time March came, I got a house at 6285 Mozart Drive. My kids came over to my house right after I got the house. Centrell came with them. Danny, her boyfriend, dropped them off. I have a witness with me that was there with us. I have videos to prove that my kids were over there.
Right. And that's a good segue. I'm going to share my screen and show this video. Can everybody see this?
That's 2018.
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
No, no, the videos with the red car. With the red car and the white Chevy with the kids talking, that's 2017.
Okay. This one? Hang on. This video?
No, the red car. It's a red car. They standing outside in the driveway.
Marcus, you sent me a whole bunch of videos and I only selected a handful of them that I'm going to show the court and opposing counsel today. So that may not be one of the ones I picked. I picked a couple things to show just to illustrate the fact that you were seeing your kids in 2018. So if you'll indulge me, because I have this video I'd like to show right now of you with your kids in 2018, and I'll ask you to narrate what's going on. Would you watch your screen, please?
Okay.
Okay, can everyone see that?
I can.
Okay, that's 2018.
Hold on.
Okay.
Sir. Can you just let her direct your questions
I got you.
instead
I'm
of
sorry.
just telling
I'm
us
sorry.
what's going on? Okay, because it may not be the video you're thinking about. Let her ask the questions, all right?
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to play a little bit of this video and then stop it and let you tell us where this is, who's there, and what we're doing, okay? Okay, Do you recognize this video?
Yes,
Is this a video that you took?
yes.
Can you tell me where this video is?
That's Six Flags. That's the Thunder River roller coaster. That's me, Asia, Angel, and Tyrell on it. Asia and Angel is in the front, and me and Tyrell is in the back.
Okay. I'm gonna keep playing for a minute. Is that Tyrell that you just panned to?
Yes, that was Tyrell.
And you're holding the camera?
Yes.
My back ain't gonna be no good after this.
That's
Y'all got to carry me to the car.
That's me talking.
What'd you say?
My back is not gonna be no more good after this. Y'all gonna have to carry me to the car.
Okay. Unless Mr. Butler wants to see more, the rest of the video.
You were say 2018 under my name?
August 5th, 2018.
Yes.
Okay. So that is one example of a time in 2018 when you were hanging out with your kids. Did you hang out with them regularly in 2018?
Yes. The kids, 2018, the kids were, okay, no, that's 2018, right? Let's slow down. Okay, 2018, 2017, 2018, I'm in Mozart. Okay, the kids came over for the summer in 2018. They stayed at my house for the whole summer. Not only did we go places, they had a trampoline and a basketball goal and a swing set. Okay, so yeah, I did have to work and stuff because I had a house to take care of. So we couldn't go out as much, but we went to places like Main Event and stuff like that, and to the movies and stuff. And we went like to buffets, like the Sweet Tomato up in Gwinnett when it was Sweet Tomato, the vegan buffet we used to go to a lot. But they used to ride with me at work because I understand I did independent contract work. So I worked for myself and I was a courier. So I delivered stuff. So they used to ride with me while I delivered stuff a lot, you know, so they was always like with me.
Did you also see them in the year of 2019?
2019, yes, I seen them in 2019.
All right, I'm going to share my screen again to another video. I'm going to play a few seconds of it and then let you tell us about this video, okay?
Okay.
Marcus, who's this in the video?
That's Angel.
Okay.
In the beginning of the video, you can hear me telling Tyrell, when we ride to Biloxi, you can sit in the car and work on that. And what I had did was bought him one of those workbooks for school where you work on the next grade. Like you in the 6th grade, I bought him the 7th grade book so he can work on the next grade. And that's why my kids are smart, because every summer when they come to me, I'm making sure they're getting prepared for the next year of school.
Okay. I'm going to play a little bit more of this video. Can you tell us what Angel is doing?
She's lip syncing.
And sorry, go ahead.
She's lip syncing and she's trying to get her sister to join in with her.
And where are the kids?
They're in the backseat of my car.
And are you driving?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Is that Asia next to her?
Yes, that's Asia next to her.
The girls look like they're wearing school uniforms.
Yes.
And
I don't give them time to change clothes. I go get them on Friday. If I had a car, I go get them on Friday. I'll be there when they get out of school.
Right, so in 2019, you, on at least this occasion, you picked them up from school and were driving them.
I'm not gonna say that I picked them up from school. I could have picked them up from the apartment, but I was there when they got out of school.
Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing. Tell me about, they spent every summer with you, you said. Did you see them on weekends as well?
They came over mostly every weekend. Now, I don't want to take discredit Central. She took them to Florida one time in the summer, and that was 2022. One time. She didn't take Asia to Florida, but one time, 2022. When they came back from Florida, they came back to my house and stayed the rest of the summer.
What about Christmas vacation?
That's us. Always. They was always with me for Christmas. The only Christmas they wasn't with me was when COVID first hit. They was with me every Christmas. I took them to my sister's house in Tennessee. I took them to Mississippi to my sister's house before.
All right, I have one more video that I'd like to show on this. And this is was labeled Christmas 2022.
Yeah, that's 2022.
Can you tell me who that is in the still shot?
That's Angel.
Okay. And is Asia next to her?
Yes.
Okay.
Tomorrow depends on whether or not you can open up another gift, on how you act, and you do everything you're supposed to do. So go ahead, finish. Okay.
I want to see. Yeah.
She's overwhelmed. She wanted that jacket so bad.
Will you give her something that she likes?
You heard Angel, when you give her something that she liked. That was Tyrell opening up his gift. I told them in the beginning, tomorrow, if you be good, you can open up another gift. See, they stand with me for Christmas. Okay? And I, like Dillian said, I had a whole bunch of presents for them. They open up one present every day, if they be good.
Oh my God.
Angel like to draw. That's an art set I bought for her so she can enhance her skills to draw.
Okay. So getting to the point, did you still do dad things with Asia after you and Central split up in 2017?
Yes.
Did you do other things other than just the fun holiday stuff, like take him to the doctor?
I took Asia to the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta in 2020. And I took Angel too. Yeah. Cause they was acting out. They had got us some trouble. And then Asia started saying her chest hurt, her heart hurt. Angel started saying her side hurt to keep from getting in trouble. And I fell for it. And I took him to the hospital.
Let me show you this photograph.
Yeah, that's them at Children's Healthcare. I took that picture to send to their mom to let their mom know that we was at Children's Healthcare.
So they were staying with you and you took them to the hospital.
Yes, that's during COVID. While I was homeschooling my kids and working during COVID, I was also paying child support.
Okay. Tell me about child support. Are you still paying child support?
Yes.
The records that we've been shown today show that you paid it in some amount from June 2020 to the present. Is that correct?
Yes.
When the kids lived with you during COVID, you said you still paid child support?
Yes. And not only did I pay child support, understand, I homeschooled them. I went to work and I paid child support. And we went to food banks to get food because the mom only bring us the food stamp card and let us get a little bit amount and then take it and go back home.
How did the kids come to live with you to be homeschooled during COVID?
Because their mom only has a fifth grade education, so she can't homeschool them, and I have college level education. So, she can't teach them. She tried to get her GED and she took her son with her and he embarrassed her in class. Cause he answering all the questions and she looking dumbfounded.
Did something happen on Tyrell's birthday in February 2021 that you can tell us about?
Her and her boyfriend went to Harris Cherokee Casino. Left the kids at home. Tyrell texts me, say, Dad, Mom went to the mountains, left us at home with some random person. I immediately said, I'm coming to get you guys. I didn't ask their mom for permission to come get them. I just told him I was coming to get them. Then Tyrell called his mom and told her that I was coming to get them. And she was kind of upset about that they had told me that she had left them at home by themselves.
After that event, did the kids spend longer chunks of time with you?
When they came back from Harris Cherokee, she was saying she had symptoms sounding like she had COVID. So I called the school and told the schools that the mom sound like she might have COVID, so the kids need to stay out of school for a few more days, maybe a week. And they said if the kids don't come back to school on Monday, then they got to stay out for the whole year. So the kids ended up staying out of school for the rest of the year because of that, and they were staying with me for the rest of the year and that summer.
That was approximately February 2021 through August 2021. Is that right?
I'm calculating in my head. Give me 1 second. 20, 19, 20. Yes, that's correct.
And during that time, so that February 2021 to August 2021 period, they were living with you full time?
Yes.
And you were, excuse me, were you pretty involved with their schooling?
Yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Were you involved with their day-to-day at that point?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I have, and when you say the kids, you mean including Terrell?
Yes.
And he's not your biological son, correct?
Yes.
But during this time, Tyrell, Asia, and Angel all stayed with you.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen again. Did you sent some lots and lots of text messages with Centrell over the years about the kids? Is that right?
Yeah, I shared all of them. I didn't crop any text messages or anything. I shared everything. It's an open book for me.
Is this what you see on your screen a true and accurate copy of a text exchange between you and Centrell?
Yes.
And is this Mom Damon? What's that?
That's her.
Okay. So that's what you called her in your phone?
That's what the kids called her in the phone, because understand they with me and they communicate with the mama too. So I give them an extra phone. So they put Mom Diamond in there.
Okay. Which text messages are yours in this exchange?
All this is me.
Are you the gray or the green?
Oh. I'm the green.
Okay. So I'll represent to you that based on surrounding text messages, which I didn't excerpt, this is in May 2021. At the beginning of this text message, it looks like Centrell texts you, tell Tyrell answer the phone.
Yeah.
Does that mean that Tyrell was staying with you?
Yes.
And she was trying to call him at your house?
Yes.
Okay, and then what's the next text message that you send to her right here?
the Georgia milestone tomorrow, can you pick Angel up from school at 12:30? Okay, so I'm gonna drop Angel off at school so she can take her Georgia milestone. But I'm assuming I needed to go to work or something. I don't know. So I'm asking, can you pick her up at 12:30?
Okay. And then going to the next slide, which is just a screenshot down of the text. It looks like you are copying a text that you received from somebody official from school, maybe?
Yes, that's from the school.
So does this mean that in May 2021, which is the date on that copied text, you were receiving communications directly from the kid's school?
Yes.
Objection leading.
That's not new. She's been leading, but sustain.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. In May of 2021, were you receiving communications directly from the kid's school?
Yes.
This is a text message from April 2021. It starts midway through.
Objection leading.
He hasn't asked the question yet.
It's fair.
Can you tell me what this text says?
I don't know exactly what came yesterday.
Let me direct you to the second two texts, Monday, April 19th. What is Central asking you?
Oh, Monday, April 19th. She asked me what the kids doing because she's trying to bring Asia her birthday gift.
And what's your response?
We at the house not going nowhere right now.
Does that mean that the kids were at your house on that date?
The kids were living with me. That's why she's bringing Asia her birthday gift to my house.
Was Central trying to come over to visit the kids at your house?
She was just coming over to drop off Asia birthday gift and keep it moving.
Okay. I have just one more in this vein. This is a text from August 6, 2021. So the other end of that time period, those were April and May. Can you tell me what this text message exchange is about?
Okay, she asking me, am I going to bring the papers so they can ride the bus because the lines to pick them up long. Okay, so I registered them for school, so she needed the papers to do the bus thing. Hold up. Yeah, I registered them for school and processed Angel papers, and they supposed to expedite it. We were having a problem getting them on the bus because, she's not going to take them to school. They're going to have to catch the bus when they go back to her house,
So were you responsible for handling their the ins and outs of their schooling even after they were being homeschooled?
Yes, I did. I did. I mean, wait, hold up, slow down. Ask the question again.
Were you involved in arranging their schooling and education even after you stopped homeschooling them during the pandemic?
So you're meaning in September of 21, right?
Yes, sir.
No, September of 21, it was a silence from them. I reached back at them in like October, I think, or November, and it was like, hey, what's going on? I haven't heard from you guys in a while. And she said she had lost her phone or something.
So they moved back with their mom for some period of time?
Yeah, see, school started back in August. So they went back to school.
Did you continue to see them regularly?
Not until I'm trying to make sure the date's right. Anything. 22nd. This came on 22nd. Okay. Yeah. So this what happened. In February of 22, I wrecked my car. Somebody hit me at the light and totaled my car. So I didn't have a car. So I had to go get a job at Taco Bell that was walking distance from the house. And she would bring them over. And I don't think they really came over. I think 21 was the only Christmas. I'm thinking 21 was the only Christmas that I didn't spend with my kid. I think that's the Christmas where they stayed at home for COVID. And I just brought them presents. All right, it might have been 20. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Okay. Um, we've gotten into the weeds a lot on dates, and I think that the judge is getting a picture of your relationship with your kids and your involvement. So let's be more general. A lot of what we talked about in the beginning was about Asia and Angel and Tyrell's young childhood, but Asia was almost 12 when she died. Can you tell me about what Asia was like as a 12-year-old?
Okay. Well, 11-year-old.
11-year-old, and almost 12-year-old.
All right. So Asia was starting to blossom. She was starting to go through puberty. And I actually thought I had lost my daughter for a minute because she would get the tablet and she'd throw a blanket over her head and get away from everybody. And when, Angel and Tyrell, she stopped playing with Angel. She started being herself. And then one day I got a tablet and looked at it and seen what she was doing. And I was like, oh, okay. That's okay. I'm not mad at you. She started to be mad at her, I'm like, you're doing animation and you're getting followers. I'm not mad at you about that. You building up a fan base. Okay. So then I thought I had lost her because when I tried to take the tablet from her, she tried to fight me for it, right? She went home to her mom, then she came back, and we played the whole time. Me and Asia played the whole time. That the last time she was at my house, we played the whole time.
Approximately when was this? We can take a break for a moment.
All right, we'll be back.
Okay, this is a good time for me to.
I'm ready.
I don't think the judge is back yet. I'm going to test the screen share just to make sure I can do it.
I didn't go anywhere. I'm right here.
Okay. My fault.
All right. Ms. Curry?
Marcus, I only have a few more questions. What were some of the things that you and Asia enjoyed doing together? Some hobbies you shared?
Cook together, we garden together, we made music together, we made videos together. I taught her how to make gift baskets, stuff balloons I bought a balloon stuffer and taught them how to make gift baskets by stuffing stuff in balloons. I'm sorry, y'all.
Of course. You mentioned one of the things you like to do was make music videos together.
Yes.
I have a video here that I'm sharing. I'm going to play a little bit of it and then pause it, and you can tell us what's going on in this video. Okay. What are you doing here?
We're trying to shoot scenes for a song we made about climate change called Raindrops.
And where are you?
We're at a park close to the house in Morrow.
Who all was there with you this day?
Asia, Tyrell, and Angel.
All right, I'm gonna play a little bit more. Are you behind the camera?
I think Asia behind that camera. Cause Asia was the video person. You know, she did the animation and video. She was learning and all that. So that's why she's not in a lot of videos, because she was always the person with the camera.
Okay.
No, actually, I got the camera, and that's Asia with the another camera look like. So we got more than one camera going. So yeah, that's probably is me with the camera right there.
Okay. And then quickly, this is from, I believe is this from the same day?
Yeah, that's the same.
And I'm gonna scoot this one ahead.
Okay.
To see right here.
You better at this than me. Ages. Wow.
Okay. Who's that?
That's Angel.
And is that you with her?
Yes.
Okay.
I want you to
And I'm gonna just scoot ahead for time, but is that Asia?
Yes, that's Asia. The Tyrell took the camera from her.
Okay. And then there's just one moment at the end. Is Tyrell filming?
Yes, that's Tyrell filming.
Do you know approximately when this was, as far as what month in 2023?
That was in between February and March.
Okay.
I'm thinking it was March because I texted her the next week and said, what happened? The kids supposed to came back over. And then that was the next week after that, Asia got killed.
Okay. So, I just want everyone to hear what you say here at the end of this video.
Because memory is a thing of truth. If you record it for a long time, I'm not gonna be able to do any more recordings.
Oh, actually?
Okay.
That's how storage exists.
Did you just say memories or things too?
No, I was telling him the memory card that we got have in the camera is not don't have a lot of storage, so we need to be careful about the videos that we record to save space. Or I might have been talking about the battery. I'm thinking the memory card though.
Okay. Are Central and your other daughter Angel still living in the apartment complex where Asia died?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns about that?
Yes, I have concerns about that. When Asia got killed, Central withdrew Angel from the school at the end of the year after I didn't took Angel in my home and drove her from Jonesboro to Griffin every day and picked her up every day. And then at the end of the school year, she withdrew Angel from the school, gave me the paperwork. I went to Woodward Academy. I got Angel to take the tests and orientation and everything, got her hopes up. They put on the waiting list saying if they get a space, that they was gonna let her in Woodward Academy. If they're not gonna get her in Woodward Academy, they was gonna find me another place to put her in a private school. Her mom abruptly took her back to the projects and got her walking through the projects to that same bus stop where the dude been shooting and killed my daughter every day, and it's still going on. My daughter was texting me saying she's waving at trees when cars pass because she want the cars to think that she waving at somebody, so she's scared she won't get kidnapped.
Those are all the questions I have.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I hear you just fine.
All right, thank you. We've had some tech difficulties with this, and my computer's video card seems to be about to go. But anyway, Mr. Jones, my name is Jeb Butler. I'll have some questions for you. It's late in the day. I'm gonna try to be fast. You have accused Centrell of being unfaithful to you. Is that right?
Yes.
And just a minute ago, in speaking with Ms. Curry, you called her, quote, loose, close quote, right?
Yes.
Although Centrell denies it vehemently, you claim to have caught her in bed with another man, right?
Yes.
Now, you and Ms. Damon were never married, were you?
No.
You met in about 2010 and had a child in 2011, had a second child in 2012, right?
Yes.
You continued living together until approximately 2017, right?
Mm-hmm.
At no point in that period were you and Ms. Damon married, were you?
No.
So far as you know, Ms. Damon has never been married, has she?
No.
But you have, right?
Yes. Yes.
In fact, you were married on February 10, 2010 to a Miss Adamna Maduaka, right?
Yes.
You were married until I think 2015, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
All right, I'll share a document with you. We'll see if we can refresh your recollection about the dates, and then we'll move on. All right. $35. All right. Do you see Damned Exhibit 35 on the screen in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
See, it says complaint for divorce.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see Miss Maduako's name and your name here in the left side, which we call the caption, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter much, but if you can do a yes or a no answer.
Yes, yes, yes.
For the record. Good
Yes.
deal. And we've established that y'all were married in 2010, right?
Yes.
And then we'll scroll down and we get to page 4 of Damned Exhibit 35, and we see settlement agreement, correct?
Who?
It says settlement agreement in the middle of the page, right?
Okay, yeah.
And we see the same two names in the top left, Maduako and then you, right?
Uh-huh.
And that agreement in this divorce action has a date at the bottom we're looking at now on page 5 of the exhibit that is September 24, 2015, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's your signature there, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Do you gamble, Mr. Jones?
Can we stay on that for a second? You didn't ask me a question and you just showed it. Can I
Yeah,
respond to that?
I know. I want to establish that you were married for 5 years, and I want to move on. And if Ms. Curry wants to ask you questions about it, she can.
Okay. Okay.
Do you gamble?
Yeah.
All right. What games do you like?
Poker.
Do you play slots?
No.
Do you go to convenience stores and gamble?
No.
People who say that are liars.
Huh?
Are you contending that
You said people that say that are liars.
That's right.
People that say that don't know me like that. People that say that wasn't with me when I went to gamble. People just only going by assumption or thinking they know. People don't know if I won or lost. I used to go gamble, play poker when my kids was in Pampers with $40 to come back to buy Pampers for my kids when I only made $9 an hour.
Are you a good gambler?
I don't gamble. I play poker. Poker is a sport. You only gamble if you take a risk.
Is it a risk when you play poker?
If you play risky poker, yeah, it's a risk.
How about you? Is it a risk when you play poker?
No, it's not a risk. Every now and then people do get a little bad look, but no, it's not a risk with me because I don't play poker to lose. And then I don't play poker that often. Anyway, I don't. I just recently went to the casino to play poker. I work every day. When I do go to the casino, it's not to gamble. It's a resort. I take my kids to swim and enjoy the beach. I might play a little poker, but guess what? That poker give you a free room at the hotel so you can bring your kids back to enjoy a vacation again.
How often do you get free rooms when you go to casinos?
I can't answer that. That's on the logistics, the algorithm in the computer.
No, sir. How often do you get free rooms when you go to casinos?
They give you a free room during the week every month if you go to a casino and put $20 in a machine.
What machine?
You never come back again. They will give you free rooms 2 days a week for a year, every month, off of $20.
In what machine?
A roulette machine, a crap machine, a slot machine, the crap table.
How many times have you had free rooms when you went to stay at casinos?
I
How
always
often
had free rooms when I stayed at the casino.
Let me make a note. I'll come back to it later. All right. Okay, let's move. I was going to ask you about marijuana, and we'll keep that short because you've already answered some questions about that. Is it fair to say you smoke a lot of weed?
No.
Isn't it true that you have a wake and bake routine?
Yeah, when my daughter got killed.
At about 9 o'clock every morning, you smoke weed, right?
When my daughter got killed.
Okay. We saw some of your social media posts when you were speaking with Ms. Curry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no is preferable.
Yes.
All right. And we saw it was specifically from your Facebook instead of or that's what I mean. I'm not trying to be rude to you.
I'm saying, but you didn't ask a question though, but go ahead.
Okay. Your Facebook has that little cat in the circle with the green, yellow, and red colors on it, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, good. So I'm going to show you a Facebook post here of yours. And specifically, it's going to be number 42.
Yeah, because I didn't delete my Facebook.
All right. Is this, we see the top left, we see that cat and your middle and last names, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is that yes?
Yes.
This is Damned Exhibit 42. Do you see that in the top right?
Yes.
Right. This is from your Facebook account, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the text here is, this young woman done interrupted my 9 a.m. wake and bake routine. And isn't that what it says?
Yeah.
Was that young woman Angel?
No.
Who was it?
It was an Airbnb guest that decided she was going to squat on me.
Okay. I wanted to ask you some questions. We've all heard from a Mr. Dylan Johnson. Just briefly, what's your relationship with Dylan Johnson?
He was an Airbnb guest.
Okay. Have you ever smoked weed with Mr. Johnson?
No.
He testified that he had never even seen you smoke weed. Does that sound right to you?
Sir, he's an Airbnb guest.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you want me to get reported to Airbnb by my guests? Or you want me to keep it professional?
He testified that he'd never seen you smoke marijuana. Is that true?
That's true.
He said around your house, he never even smelled it. Is that true?
I have a tent. Yes, I have a tent in the backyard. I had a tent in the backyard.
What's the tent for?
That's where I go. That's my man cave.
Okay. Is that where you smoke weed?
Yeah, if I wanted to smoke a blunt or hit a bong, yeah, that's where I would go.
Did you and Mr. Johnson release an album together?
No, we did not release an album together. He is an engineer. He engineered music. Okay. I made me an album. He mastered it and I released it. That's the involvement he had in my album. We do not do music together. We don't have a friendship like that. Everything we did was business.
Was Mr. Johnson your friend?
After a year in your house, you're gonna have to be friends with the person, because if you're not, then there's gonna be some problems, yeah?
Did he work with you on at least an musical album?
Like I said, the only thing Mr. Johnson did with me that's concerned with music was master my music once I recorded my music.
Does the name Dat 420 CD ring a bell to you?
Yeah, that's my CD that I dropped right after Asia died. Yes.
Is that the album that Mr. Johnson was perhaps in some sense involved with?
Some of the songs on there, yes, he mastered.
All right. And we'll share that with you. Is this Plaintiff's Exhibit 51 from your Facebook account? Do you see Damned Exhibit 51 in the top right?
Can you scroll up?
Yeah, it's gonna be. It should be that yellow sticker.
Oh yeah, I see that. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, and this appears to be from your Facebook account, right?
Yeah.
Is this post related to that album that you worked on, perhaps in some capacity with Mr. Dylan Johnson?
I don't know. All you have is a picture that's undefined. That's not even a picture. That's a video. I don't even know what video that is.
Does this image have the text on it, Dat 420 CD?
But that doesn't mean I don't know what this is.
Am I reading the text correctly?
You're reading the text correctly, but that is a video. When you press play, that is a video. I don't know. What are you asking me? What are you asking me?
I've asked you all I need to ask you about this. If my notes are correct, when Mr. Johnson testified, he said that when the children came to your house, they would go often, this is what I wrote down, right to the games. Does that sound correct to you?
Yeah, sometimes they go right to the Tyrell goes straight to the PlayStation. Yes, he will. That's what you're referring to. Not my girl. Tyrell though, yeah, he would go straight to the PlayStation. Yes.
I think you said that Asia at your house was using a tablet quite a bit. Do I remember that right?
Yes.
And in fact, she would throw a blanket over her head while she used it, right?
Yes.
And you concluded that she was, quote, building up a fan base, close quote, right?
I concluded that she was making animation, and through her making that animation and posting it on TikTok, she had built a fan base.
Did it bother you that someone of Asia's age was building a fan base on TikTok?
No. I was hands-on with my kids, but now, okay, let me answer that question. Now, yes, it bothers me. Now that I'm more savvy with social media, because social media was never my thing. Now I'm more savvy with social media. Yeah, it kind of bothers me a little bit. But then I wasn't so savvy. I didn't even know what TikTok was back then like that. I just knew that if you had a fan base, and you post music, you make money. That's all the logistics I knew of it. I didn't know about all the other stuff, all the bad stuff that went on. I learned that. So yeah, now it'll be a little concerning, but then no, it was not.
I think you said when Ms. Curry was asking you questions, there was at least one occasion where you told Tyrell, quote, "Do not call me dad," close quote. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Walking out the door abruptly. Daddy, don't call me dad. Yeah, I did that once. I'm not
All right.
proud of it, but I did it once. But the mom was the cause. You understand? The mom was the cause. If the relationship is done and you're mad and you thinking the relationship is done and you got two girls that you know that's yours and you walking out the door and her son saying you done with her son. And then once the relationship was done, guess what? I wasn't done with her son.
Is it Centrell's fault that you told Tyrell not to call you dad?
No, I don't put blame on anyone for my own actions. No, it's my fault that I told Tyrell not to call me dad. But even though I told Tyrell not to call me dad, he know who dad was. I still treated him like my son. We got over that hump.
I want to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 34. This is a police report that's been published before the court by both parties. This has a certification up at the top. There's the exhibit sticker 34. And I'll come down and I'll ask you about this highlighted language here. It says, quote, referring to you, quote, "He also stated they went into the kids' rooms to tell his two juvenile daughters, names removed, that they needed to get up and come with him because they were leaving. Mr. Jones stated that he told the other juvenile child, name redacted, removed, that he was staying with his mother because he wasn't his child," close quote. Do you see that?
I did not tell Tyrell at that time that he was not my child. See, I remember this stuff vividly, okay? So I did not tell Tyrell at that time that he was not my child. That's not the time that I told him he was not my child. The time that I told him that he was not my child was at 2135 Godby Road, okay? This time, all I told Tyrell was that I didn't even tell Tyrell. I told Asian Angel, y'all got to come with me. I can't take your brother. And then they say, why? And hey, I might have did say because he's not my child. And I don't think I said that. But anyway, Asia started crying saying that she don't want to leave her brother, you know. So that was null and void at that point anyway.
Do you know where the officer who wrote this report would have gotten the idea that you told Tyrell that he was staying with his mother because he wasn't your child?
Objection, hearsay.
The question was whether Mr. Jones knows where the officer might have gotten that.
Sustained.
Okay, we'll move on. I want to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 32. You see Damned Exhibit 32 in yellow in the top right?
Say that again. Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. You see the text that says, quote, "You think this shit ain't game? I fuck around and snap, kill you, me, and the kids," close quote. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
This is what I think about that. I think a few things about that. First thing I think about it is why all my text messages got the whole history from years. And then this text message is just a crop. The next thing I think about it is, I don't even remember this. I must have been going through some real trauma.
Any idea whether you were sober when you sent it?
I don't drink.
Do you think
I
this
drive,
is...
Sir, I used to drive for a living. I was a courier. I don't drink.
Does this look like something that a good father would say?
This looked like a crop and you don't know what it came from. That's what it looked like to me. I don't know what was before it. I don't know what was after it. All I know is at 12:35. All I know is at 12:35 a.m. this text was sent. I don't know what it was in response to. If I sent it, maybe I was saying to her that what you doing causes stuff like that to happen.
And you
Trying
think
to get her to see that she wrong. Look, the point is this. You think this shit ain't gang or a gang. They don't even sound like me. They don't even write like that. I don't even use the word ain't. Sir, Ashley, I don't even spell like that. But yeah,
Can you,
whatever. Go ahead. Go ahead.
can you imagine any context that would make something like this appropriate?
Objection. I've let this go on for a while
Judge,
now.
speculation over, sustained. Let's move on.
All right. In direct examination, I think you allege that Centrell had been abusing you. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
How many times has Centrell been arrested for battery against you?
I have never called the police on Centrell for battery. Why would I jeopardize my family situation when I'm the one that got to go to work every day? Come on, man.
Do you recall any police? Do you know of any police reports?
But no. Only police report I know is Centrell, the domestic violence she did in Texas whenever, that's it. That's the only thing I know.
Do you have any police reports involving Centrell allegedly battering you?
No.
I want to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 31. Let's find it. Is it true that you attempted to persuade Centrell to settle this case for $500,000?
No, I wasn't persuading Centrell to settle the case for $500,000. The case was settled for $500,000 under a eroding policy. Centrell was not even communicating with me about what was going on. If you can read in there, you will see that Centrell sabotaged me from taking, understand, this text message came through, I still had Angel, okay? I had Angel since Asia had died. I still had Angel, okay? Me and Centrell both withdrew $7,000, okay? She went and took her $7,000 and I don't know what she did with it. I'm not going to insinuate anything. I took my $7,000 and bought Angel everything that she didn't have anymore, because when Angel came to me, she came to me with nothing. So I spent my whole $7,000 on her books, school supplies, clothes, everything she wanted, everything she needed. I spent money on that. So I had no more money to pay rent. I needed to pull out some money again to keep going, only to find out that Centrell had abruptly moved to you guys and not communicating with me about it. So this was about that. This was about Centrell leaving and not telling me, not communicating, leaving C. Felton and not telling me. The policy said 500,000. I was just going by what the policy said. The policy said 500,000. I'm going by what it said.
I think as the court has told us a couple of times, the court has a pretty good picture of what's going on. I'm gonna wrap this up pretty quickly. I do want to ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate for a father to tell his children that their mother is nothing but an effing hoe?
Objection, argumentative.
No, it was part of a question that was asked, and Mr. Wood, I believe, was the one who testified that he had heard that was said. I could be wrong about the witness, but I'm not wrong about the word.
Let me put it like this, okay? When you come home on Thanksgiving Eve and you chase a man out your house butt naked, then he come back a couple of days later with his homeboys and hit you upside the head with a 2x4 and then flee while the police on the way. The police is on the way right now, okay? They're gone. No, it's not appropriate to tell your kids that, but it was a moment of heated passion. I just found my wife in the bed butt naked. These guys then came back and they hit me upside the head with a board. I done called the police. Understand? I called the police. I done called the police. They gone.
Just to be clear, sir, was not in fact your wife, because the testimony was that you never married Miss Damon. Is that correct?
Say that one more time, ma'am.
It wasn't your wife. You never married Miss Damon?
No.
Okay, because I don't want the record to be confused that
I said wife. I said wife. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I think maybe we can cut this a little shorter. I will show you a video. I'm gonna ask if it's you in it, and then I believe I'll be done. All right, and we'll share screen now. And I need to share computer sound. That's already done. All right. I'm going to ask if this is you in the video, Mr. Jones.
Your mama, because your mama ain't nothing but a fucking hoe.
Was that you in the video?
Yeah.
All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ms. Free, have any follow-up?
Briefly, Your Honor. Marcus, tell me the story about your marriage from 2010 to 2015.
Okay. So 2010, I was staying with her sister, right? And her sister had a friend named YG. He was an African, right? And he had a sister, and her sister, the one that just testified, Janet, told me that if I marry YG's sister, which YG was her boyfriend, they would give us money.
This right now because I anticipate this is going into something that could be criminal. Mr. Jones is testifying, and you about to put some stuff on the record that probably shouldn't be. I get the inference, but I'm gonna let y'all go with it if you want to.
Okay.
Your Honor, Marcus, let me just ask you one question. Did Centrell know about your marriage to this other person?
Yes, she was there when it happened. She was, I was staying with Centrell the whole time. The woman that I married, I never lived with her. I never even kissed her.
Okay, I'm gonna advise you to stop testifying about that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I just have last question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
This is Damon Exhibit 42 that Mr. Butler showed you that talks about a young woman interrupting your wake and bake routine. Can you read the date for me on this Facebook post?
June 18th, 2023.
It's not an eye test, but I think it's the 13th, having the bit of a bigger text here, but June 2023.
Yeah.
How soon after Asia's death was this?
A few months.
She passed away in March, is that correct?
Right.
All right. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jones. I got a couple of questions. So there was testimony earlier or a statement made earlier that you have another daughter. Who's the other daughter?
Angel.
Okay, you don't have any other daughter beside the children you have with Miss Damon?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now you talked about Woodward Academy for your daughter.
Yes.
How were you intending to pay for Woodward Academy?
Okay, I was hoping that we could get it settled and I could use some of my money to pay for it. But the woman said that we could start a GoFundMe. She also said that it was people, the woman at the school said that it was people at the school that had a lot of money. They had students at the school that had a lot of money, and that if they got her a spot, that they would help fund her.
So like a scholarship for Angel?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you talked about poker, where you can go and play $40 poker and get free rooms.
Biloxi?
So you just, as long as you, because you know they chart your play, but not to be indelicate, but I've been to Biloxi. That's all I'm gonna say. But I didn't get a free room. How much did you have to play to get a free room?
When me and my homeboys go, they go to the crap table. They stay at the crap table all day. I be at the poker table all day. At the end of the day, they be like, "You ain't made but $400. We made
What's the buy-in?
40. You made 4,000. I mean, no, we made 4,000 in a couple of hours. You been on the poker table for 10 hours. You ain't made but $400. But we'll go back another time and 10 hours on and play poker. Let me get $100. We lost all our money.
Okay, so I get the difference between the games. I've seen them play. But this is the other question I have. So a lot of times when people play, particularly when people play regularly, they'll set like a limit. So like if I go to a casino, then I might spend 100 or 200 or 300, and that's the money I'm gonna spend, and I'm not gonna keep going back. If I win on that, fine. If I don't. When you go, what's your limit? Because I know you're not just playing one hand if you're playing for 10 hours.
I don't
You got an ante.
What I do is this. I leave all my like bank cards at home except for the one that I need to check in. And I might take it. The most I done took with me is $200. And that's
So
five
why you
tries.
not on the poker circuit? Because let me ask you something. Because you're talking about some stuff that I have seen on TV. And so here's my question: if it's $40 a hand, and you're talking about playing $200 is your limit, but you're gonna stay on the table for like 10 hours, you either got to be a really, really good player, which means you could be winning some tournaments and actually going on the circuit, or you got to be putting more money in. So let's not kid each other.
I'm a really good player. Let me tell
So
you.
why haven't you been in some of the tournaments? Have you been out to Vegas in some of the tournaments? Tell me.
I haven't played in the tournaments. Like I'd played in the tournament in Biloxi and we chopped it up like first, second, and third before. But like as far as live tournaments, it was not my thing. Now I used to play
video poker.
I used to play free rolls on internet. Like the tournaments, the free roll tournaments on internet.
Right.
Now, when Centrell was pregnant with Asia, I bought into a tournament for $3 on Poker Stars. And it was like 5,000 people in that tournament. And it was a rebuy also. I didn't even rebuy. I finished in 8th. I cashed out for like $1,200.
Okay, so let me ask you this. They don't have those sites anymore. So you playing video poker at the casinos, or you playing live?
Oh, I don't. That's the thing. I don't even go to the casino like that anymore. That the post that he showed you with the Caesar's Palace, that was TravCon. That was my friend Anika Pitchfork. That's one of the ones that did an affidavit. She's a travel nurse, and every year they have TravCon in September.
But you understand my concern that I'm about to divvy up a large amount of money, and you and Miss Damon still have the responsibility. It's not going to be one or the other. You'll still have the responsibility for.
Yeah, I get that. I have no reason to gamble anymore.
Well, I
was playing poker at the beginning. I started playing poker, and I was using it to fund my kids, for the supplement. It was a supplemental income at first. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now I really have, the only reason why I play poker now, it will be for fun. I have no reason to gamble anymore. That'll be dumb to gamble when I can just go get an annuity, and when I'm done here, leave that annuity for my daughter. My mom died and left land in Mississippi that my sister and her sibling, my half sister and her siblings are fighting over with her my stepdad. They're fighting over the land. It's not much. It's a lot of land. It don't cost much. I'm good with that. I go back home and stay with I get custody of Angel and I go back home in Mississippi and stay with my God-fearing family.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is that the intention that you'll be trying to get custody of Angel once this
Oh
part of the
yes,
case
that's
is
the
done?
first thing that's going to happen when this is over with. That's the first thing I'm filing for is custody. Reed, the lawyer. I'm doing too much. The lawyer Reed.
Probably.
The lawyer Reed.
Don't tell me what you and he discussed.
I used to call him. I've been calling him for a year.
Okay, but don't tell me what you and he discussed because that's what's called a privileged communication.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay.
All right, but it is your intention.
I've been seeking
not
custody.
what you've discussed with him, but it is your intention to get custody of him.
I've been looking to get custody for a long time. The
Okay,
only
well,
reason why
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So have you ever gone down to the courthouse prior to this settlement, prior to Asia passing, to seek to get, like, especially when you walk in on Miss Damon and she's in, a compromising situation with somebody and you say, well, I got to get my kids out of that. Have you ever gone down to the courthouse and said, hey, let me start a case so I can get custody of my kids?
Yeah, I didn't want to stir the pot because she was letting me have my kids when they wasn't in school. She was letting me have them every summer. She was letting me have them every spring break, every winter break, every fall break, every Christmas, every Thanksgiving. So I didn't want to stir the pot. What I told my kids and I kept telling them was, you're about to be 13 and 14 in a minute. You'll be able to tell the judge where you want to stay. Then I'll file for custody.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Anybody have any follow-up?
Not for me, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Does Mr. Jones and Scott, you all have another witness?
Yes, we have a brief witness, Your Honor. We have the father, who will keep it very, very short. I'll try to keep it to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Your Honor, we call Alvin Jones, the father of Marcus.
Mr. Jones, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. Your witness.
Mr. Jones, I have just a few questions of you, but I want to set the record by having you state who you are and where you live.
I'm Alvin Jones. I live in Covington, Georgia.
Okay. And who lives in Covington with you?
My wife, Patricia Jones.
And do you have any children?
I have, my oldest son is Marcus Jones. My daughter lives in Tennessee, Victoria Jones, and Vanessa Jones live in Tennessee. My other two kids are in Florida and Ohio.
And would it be fair to say all of your children are over the age of 18?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about Marcus. Are you familiar with Marcus's children?
Yes, I am.
And do you know their names?
Angel is the baby, and I would say Terrell. I almost said his stepson, and Asia was the one that got killed.
Okay. Did you, from your observation, did Marcus appear to love his child?
Yes, he does.
Did he do things, do activities with his child?
Yes, he did.
If you could give the court a couple of examples of some of the things that he would do with his child.
Well, he used to take him to Biloxi, Mississippi with him on vacation. And he also took him swimming in the swimming pools.
To your knowledge, did he ever spend time with them on holidays?
Yes, and I did too. I took him to Tennessee for a family visit for Thanksgiving.
Okay. And are you aware of him providing for his children financially?
Yes.
And tell me what you know about that.
He had 2 jobs working. He used to do work with a forklift, and he also did Uber.
Your Honor, that's all I have of this witness.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Alrighty. All right, Mr. Jones, thank you so much. We don't have any other questions. Does Mr. Jones' side have any additional witnesses at this time?
I think that's it for us, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything else we need to cover before we adjourn?
Uh,
Are you all wanting to do closing?
That is the only thing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we excuse Mr. Jones?
Yes, you may. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Jones, thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you for your patience. You've probably been here a minute. Okay, closing.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, could you unpin the screen or pin it differently so we can see each other?
Sorry, it's not pinned on mine. Hold on a second. Let me figure out what I did.
Oh, it may be, it may just be.
There it is.
Okay, thank you.
Is that better?
Very much. So.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to be a little scattered going through this. I'm not asking for time to put it together because it is late in the day, and we appreciate the court as much time as you have given us.
Okay, as an old trial attorney, you should have had it together. It was as it was rolling, but can I see you? You just have a picture with no video.
Oh.
There are 2 screens actually with Jeb on it, Your Honor. So.
Well, yeah, because I'm here on one side and
the one with the actual
right.
show, and then yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Butler, because I'm looking at one lighting up and you're talking over on this one. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
Is this any better, Your Honor?
That's better.
Okay. I have the lower quality camera because of a malfunction in my machine. I'd like to start with where we began, but in briefer form, and that's going to be to walk through the factors that are before the court to consider. So I'm sharing that screen now, I believe. It appears that all parties concur. This is governed by 19-7-1-C6. So there are 4 factors. The first is permanent custody. It's very clear who has permanent custody. That person is Centrell Damon. The second factor is control. It is clear that Ms. Damon has control under the law, under OCG 19-7-25. It's also clear that Ms. Damon is the custodial parent and that Asia always lived with Centrell. Although, as we said in opening statement, she did spend some time with her father. When, for example, when the DC, when the letters came to the custodial parent about needing a paternity test, they came to Centrell because she was the custodial parent. Support is the next one. As to financial support, there was conflicting evidence in a lot of areas, but the evidence is pretty clear that Marcus Jones is and has been a gambler. Right? What he has said along those lines is, I would respectfully submit, consistent with someone who has an issue with gambling. When he says it's not a risk when he plays poker, that suggests that his view of the game is perhaps different than the mathematical truths of it. He said at one point when I was asking him questions that poker was not gambling. When the court was asking questions, he said, "I'm a really good gambler." So as to historical support, which is sort of encompassed by this third factor, I think we know what happened to some of that, at least. And then the court's already heard about child support after the family breaks up. He has to be ordered to do child support because no matter what everyone has said, the records show that he had to, a paternity test had to be done before he would start paying. And he's paid some, but not all. He is in significant arrears. We've also heard testimony that I believe is actually unrebutted, although so much is disputed that I do kind of lose track, that a lot of support was provided by Danny Wood, principally after the breakup. Any other factors found to be pertinent is the last thing. There's really not been any dispute that these two occasions of abuse are real, that in 2013, something happened. It's different, very different stories about how Mr. Jones got mad, but it's clear that once he did, Centrell suffered. She had marks all over her body, we believe, from being dragged down the stairs. In 2017, again, there's different stories about how everything started, but the video shows what the man said. He told his children that their mama wasn't anything but an effing hoe. And then I don't think it has been disputed that he pinned her down to the couch and threw away her phone. We've seen the police report. You've seen the police report several times. So in a case where so much of the testimonial evidence is disputed, there are a few things that we respectfully submit Your Honor knows, because we've got hard records of them. Number one is that video, Jones exploding and saying what he said about Centrell to their children. Another thing I think we know from the text message is that Jones threatened Ms. Damon and the kids. Like, that's a big deal. I don't know what the context is for Damon exhibit number 32. I wish that we did, but the point I was trying to make is there is no context that could explain this. He says he's going to snap, kill you, me, and the kids. That's not consistent with, that's as inconsistent with being a good dad as it's possible to be. And we know that it exists. From other texts, we know that he was trying to make Centrell settle for $500,000, which is 1/12 of the settlement we hear about today. We know from the records that Mr. Jones denied paternity as so he could avoid child support. That's a factor the court can consider under Roan against Bolden, the case that we cited in the opening statement. We know that when he finally paid child support, he was in arrears. We know that he did not complete the Georgia Fatherhood Program. And I think it is at least undisputed, although we don't have documents about it, that Centrell was on food stamps. So those factors, those things I've just gone through, either they really can't be disputed, and they all weigh heavily in favor of Ms. Centrell Damon. Your Honor made some, I've really enjoyed my time with you, Your Honor, because I think you ask good questions and I think you care, which is wonderful. You made a good point early. You're concerned about what's going to happen to the money. As a human to human kind of thing, I think that's right. I would respectfully submit that with Marcus Jones, there is some big risk, and they are two. They are marijuana and they are gambling, because he's not going to stop smoking weed and he's not going to stop gambling. And I know we will not all agree on those things. I suspect everybody here in their heart of hearts knows both those things. A few other points, I'm just going back through things I'd start or return to later. One of them was custody. Mr. Jones says that, he's wanted custody for a long time. Well, he ain't done nothing. And Your Honor asked some questions along those lines. He's had the means to do so. We had a lawyer attempt to testify for him in opening statement about that. Mr. Jones has had money at some points. There's in his affidavit in paragraph 23, there's a reference to when he got money from a car wreck settlement. Didn't use it to try to legitimate either daughter or try to get custody over either daughter. There are some things Mr. Jones said that we do not agree with. One, I'm not trying to reopen evidence, but we dispute that he has no other children. There may be a child in Mexico. That was our understanding. Another thing about custody I forgot to mention. I think he said he wanted to get custody of Angel and take her to Mississippi. Away from, the rest of her family and the rest of her life. Whether that's a good idea is certainly up for debate. Jones's claim that Centrell knew about his marriage to whoever that was, we dispute that. We dispute that that was a known thing. Let's see. As to Dylan Johnson, I'll just remark on the credibility of his comments about not knowing anything about marijuana. But honestly, I don't know that matters a heck of a lot. I mean, we all know sort of the general truth about that at this point, I think. Flipping through the rest of my notes from the day.
Yeah, everything I said about poker is something I read or saw on TV.
Well, I mean, I don't claim to be Piers the Driven Snow myself, Your Honor. But nor would anyone, or much less multiple people, come in and say in any context that I had a gambling problem. Let's see, Tyrell, the defense made a big deal about taking on Tyrell from opening statement. It's not really relevant. It's supposed to be about Asia, but to the extent that it is, the evidence has called that into question because Jones has admitted that at least on some occasions he got mad and told Tyrell not to call him dad. The police report says that when Jones was trying to run off with Asia and Angel in 2017, he told Tyrell he ain't taking him because he's not his son. So I'd respectfully suggest that to the extent Tyrell, Mr. Jones's treatment of Tyrell is relevant, it is not quite as clear as the defense attempted to paint it out as. I think Mr. Jones has sort of dismissed him at times and has admitted that, and the documents show that. A lot of the stuff about support is hotly disputed. The evidence is in dispute about whether Jones was really bringing food over to Miss Damon's house. I would suggest the balance of the evidence suggests that didn't happen. But that'll be something for Your Honor to determine. I think the big point that I'll make is that if we want to know, if Your Honor is worried about what's going to happen to the money, it's weed and it's gambling. Thank you.
Mr. Somerville?
Yes, ma'am. Let me echo Jeb's comments about the length of the day and our appreciation for your attention and questions. I only wish that most judges had your diligence, frankly, and you know that. I mean that. Here is sort of my talking points for this. There is basically zero question because Miss Damon admitted almost everything I had to ask her about the first half of Asia's life, that Marcus was there for her, that he was the primary breadwinner, that he was a good or great dad who showed all of the kids, not just Asia, but also even her own son, Terrell, love and affection. I don't know if there's a source that would be better than that. Lawyers can nitpick at everything. There's no question about that, and especially good ones. But the reality is the two opposing parties here, one made several crucial admissions, and that would be Miss Damon. And two, I don't see how you can even begin to think that in evaluating whichever factor you want to call it, other factors or otherwise, about what the relationship between Mr. Jones and his late daughter is, that you evaluate how he was as a parent to everyone. Because we do have neutral witnesses, again, witnesses with no financial stake, no bloodlines, nothing like that. These are people literally off the street. Well, off the street is a euphemism. In his life by random chance, saying he was a great dad. He didn't even know Terrell wasn't even his son until he just happened upon that fact. After the parties split, obviously this is a relationship that was not destined.
No, he knew Terrell wasn't his son because he moved in, Terrell was less than a year old. He said when she went down to, when he went down to get her in Mississippi, they initially stayed New Year's Eve at a casino. They drove all the way back to Atlanta. She had a hearing of some sort in Texas. And when they drove her down for the hearing, Mr. Fowler did the drive and he paid him to do it. When they drove her down for the hearing, when she came back, she brought Terrell with her. So it was clear that Terrell was not biologically his and he wasn't confused about that. I think Angel was the one that he, I guess, initially had some conversation about when he alleged that she was cheating on him.
Your Honor's recall is correct. My point, perhaps because of an inartful statement, is a different one, though. And that is as to I think one of the very few so-called neutral or third-party witnesses, that's Mr. Johnson, Dylan Johnson. He said he was there for a year and 2 months. That may be the longest span of time any of the non-family, non-pecuniarily, those without a pecuniary interest in the case have. And he said, I didn't even know Terrell wasn't Marcus's son until he just sort of randomly spouted that out. Of course, Marcus knew that Terrell was not his son because he had never met Stamen before. But nonetheless, even given that giant vacuum of biological obligation or legal entitlement, he still took him on as his own son. And that's also reflected in the way that he dealt with Asia and Angel, because we know that for the first 6 years of Asia's life and the first 5 years of Angel's life, the mom doesn't have any complaint. Half her life, she has no complaint. We have a couple of skirmishes. No question about that. I think the police reports and the absolutely conflicting testimony speak volumes. We know what an investigating officer 8 years ago, or actually 11 years ago and 8 years ago, wrote down. No one did anything after that. These have never been criminal charges, anything of that nature. Like I said, I don't think either of these parents win Parent of the Year, but I think they both are trying really hard. And to denigrate the efforts of one as a 95-5 split seems, frankly, kind of insulting. We've got some third-party witnesses that are corroborative or supposedly corroborative from the other side, whose absolutist statements that there's no contact between 2017 and 2019, or that Mr. White says he upkept everything, which ignores almost all the financial records, even his own now girlfriend's, long-term girlfriend's admissions. Thankfully, there is a rule of sequestration. And there are videos, of course, that say, of course, Mr. Marcus was involved, just like always, including with the oldest son of the defendant, who now says it would be fair to have a 19-to-1 skew in an allocation of settlement proceeds. And that's my third point. None of these complaints can be seen in a vacuum. They have to be seen in the reality of how this litigation has progressed. And that is, there was no anything about any of the physical encounters ever. There was an arrest, one of which was called in by someone that maybe there was a relationship with Miss Damon. I don't know. No one will, I don't think, ever. And then the other one we know was unrefuted from Mr. Marcus, that not only did he come home to someone that should not have been in his bed, but that was the reason that he threw the mattress out. I don't think one of us would be perfectly calm and have a heart rate below 72 if we had confronted a certain thing. And he owned up to it. He simply said, "Yeah, that was I'm not proud of it." But there are moments in life where you try to get control of your emotions, and sometimes you fail, and hopefully they don't have long-term consequences. But we do know that after he said whatever he said in the video, we know that Miss Damon sent Terrell over to stay with, visit Mr. Marcus for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks at a time after she was getting child support. So if you do break it down into these four factors, the custody one is more of a legal question. Obviously, okay, there you are. Is more of a legal one. I do think there's an argument that custody can be ceded. I don't want to dwell on that. The control aspect, which I termed as more pragmatic, I think about it cuts in our favor. simply because we've got more than half of Asia's life, and I hate to reduce any of this to percentages or time slots or whatever, but the law is an imperfect tool sometimes. But we know that for over half of her life, we know that Marcus was dad, and we know that he was her protector and provider. After the split, we have mixed evidence, but we have some very real numbers that were introduced by Jeb and his team about child support. We have unrefuted evidence that there were regular visits, regular presence, efforts during COVID in terms of education, food, life skills like cooking. I wish I had someone who taught me to cook at that age, and so on. Support as the third factor is the same thing. I mean, we've talked about the crude aspects, money, and so on, but we also need to turn to the ones that really matter on an emotional support level. Love, support, affirmation. There's zero question. You heard that from Ms. Damon, that Marcus provided all of that, not just to Asia, but to the two other children that were in his charge at the same time. As to the other factors, I think there are several things that you can take into account. There's certainly enough evidence to, I hope, weigh on your honor's mind about some of the absences in the children's life, including Asia's, by mom, because we have evidence that it was a common complaint about her going to parties and so on. We think we now know, I think she even admitted that she did go away on this trip to the mountains, leaving someone that seemed improper as a person to take care of the kids, and Marcus came to their rescue. I don't know if it was danger rescue, but came to their rescue, at least on an emotional front. So that leaves some obligation or some objective things. Child support. This is very simple. After the split in 2017, there was no fight about anything until 2020. So the notion that there was no financial support seems to ring hollow, and there's contrary evidence as well. But even when that happened, there's a question of paternity, because I think it bears keeping in mind that over the course of their then almost decade-long career, Miss Damon had never apparently said, "You owe me money. You owe me something for your little girls that you have been taking care of all this time anyway." And when it comes right down to it, we know the numbers don't lie. Economic realities are tough sometimes, some for more people than others. And so we know that they've tried. The numbers that were given you in opening are absolutely wrong. It's $2,800. I mean, it's just $2,800. The Manos case says if you want to split things up 50-50 and then take the credit for the $2,800 in arrearages off the top, that's fine. But in reality, we know that even now, even with, and as harsh as this seems, a dead child, Marcus is still trying to pay that child support. Maybe it's to honor Asia. I don't know. Maybe it's just to catch up on things. I don't know, but he's still doing it. So I cannot imagine, well, in child support, Your Honor probably doesn't see those a lot, but I can't imagine that there is something not out there that is just absolutely worse, especially when these are folks not of international or cosmopolitan means. Being behind by $2,800 seems a little sketchy of a criticism. So they hang their hopes on gambling, things of that nature. I believe also that, you know, there's a pretty good indication of just how serious the gambling problem was, and it wasn't, because we know that it existed from the word go, and yet Miss Damon not only kindled a relationship, but then her sister also took the pair into her home. They traveled together. No one ever said simply anything until the money. Then that's when the first criticism was raised. The text messages. I can't really speak as to the context of these, simply because something's happened that is amiss. I mean, you do not sliver out a text from a screenshot, save just that sliver, and then your phone is broken. There are a lot of broken phones in this case, it seems like, all from the side of Miss Damon. And while I do not defend the language of any of those text messages, we also don't simply know the context. And I don't think that there's a great deal of credibility to be earned by defending texts that no one can explain at all. If this were a litigation, we'd move for spoliation sanctions in a heartbeat, of course, and I think win. And so I just think that those are not ones to be particularly valued. And then let's just talk a little bit about credibility, and then I'll be done. Well, I've talked about two cases, then I'll be done. We've got some folks on the other side, like Mr. White, Mr. Danny White, who says he paid for everything in the world, apparently for several years, and yet we still are talking about food stamps. We're still talking about trying to find Section 8 housing or otherwise affordable housing, and still at the same time trying to be an expert on everything. Everything that Marcus did was wrong. Everything that Mom did was right. When he said he didn't even see anyone, some of the players involved for 2 years. I think that testimony is not particularly credible. And so then what we haven't talked about is the law, and this is usually where I start. There aren't many cases on this C6 subsection at all. We do have lessons by example. You have virtually unfettered discretion on this. And I know that's not something anyone wants to hear if you have to bring an appeal, but that's true. So we know we have cases like Hall versus Bailey, where it was a 95-5 split. That's the same one that opposing counsel has asked for. That was a case where the parents split at age 3. They divorced. So there's some early life, probably not perceived by the child relationships. Then they split, and then the child dies at age 20, 17 years later. And I wrote down some of the quotes that there was little contact. The defendant parent essentially did not exercise any visitation. There was not one single overnight, and they failed to attend any significant event. And that's just the generic ones that they said 95-5. This is not a meth head in prison at all, but something that is even further out. There's an 80-20 case, which is Brewer versus Harvey. That's a meth head case. The gentleman, the father, was incarcerated, dealt with methamphetamine all his life, still is four times what these folks are asking for on the other side, when their client admits that Mr. Jones is essentially, aside from being kind of unlucky at finance, is a really good dad. And that really comes down to it. The factors aren't weighted in the statute. Just because she has permanent custody and we can't legitimate Asia because she's deceased, that's not one that weighs over the pragmatics of every day, going to school, picking up at school, cooking meals, making sure they're clothed and so on. And I will say, if your honor's concern is rightfully on how does this money change people, or how could it change people and how to deal with it, the only record testimony is from Mr. Jones, that he wants to legitimate, and he's the one who sought out an annuity. That is, Mr. Butler and I certainly agree on that. All of my clients get that same advice. If you are not a person that was born with a proverbial silver spoon in your mouth and you are gifted 7 digits, not gifted, that's a horrible word. If you receive 7 digits, then the likelihood that you know how to manage that is functionally 0. We'll control for that. Absolutely. And the only testimony your honor has as to who can do that is from my client. So with that, I would suggest a split of 50-50 and perhaps a little bit of couple points towards our side as well. I do believe the most credible witnesses, the third-party witnesses whose recollections match up with the objective evidence, is on our side, but obviously it's in your honor's hands. We appreciate your attention.
All right. Anything else before we adjourn? You're muted, Mr. Butler.
I would respond briefly if the court would allow it. 2 minutes would be sufficient, but it's late. Your call.
That's fine. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Who has been there the whole time? Who has always been from day one until Asia's last day? The custodial parent, without breaks. Who has always had custody, who has always had control, who has always provided what emotional or financial support was available, that without storming off, without physical violence, without verbal violence. That is Centrell Damon, always from the beginning. As to the text messages, I wish we had context. We don't. It's because when Centrell took a screenshot, that gets saved to the cloud, but her phone, old phone is broken and gone. We don't have the rest of it. I'm bringing it up just to make this point. Marcus should have them. I mean, these are text messages between the two. If Marcus wanted to, or if Jones wanted to bring up some context, he would have equal ability to do so. As to cases, there are, as I agree with Mr. Somerville, not all that many. One that goes 95-5 is Hall against Bailey, 253 Georgia Appeals 595, and that one the parents were even married. So you didn't have the same asymmetrical custody on the first factor that you have here. And then another case where the parents were married and you still had an asymmetrical split was Wims against Stokes, 236 Georgia Appeals 742. That was a 97-3 split. I'm not going to represent the court that those cases are on all fours with this one, because they're not. Every one of these cases is wildly different, as every family is from one another. There are 4 factors. We ask the court to apply them. And that'll conclude my argument. We've got some exhibits that were tendered into evidence and can provide them however the court would like us to.
All right, you can tender whatever you'd like.
We've actually already tendered them. It's most of the
Yeah.
stuff you've seen. I mean, I can email them to Ms. Howell. I've got her name right, or
Ms.
whatever.
Powell, P with P as in Paul, Ms. Powell. That's fine.
All right, Your Honor, we'll do that.
All right.
All right, it's been a pleasure. Thank you all so much.
Very good. Everyone, drive safe going home. Talk to you soon.
All right. Take
Thank you,
care.
Your Honor. We appreciate your time and your staff's time.
Okay, no problem. Ms. Powell, I know it's late. Can you hold on for a second?
Yes, ma'am.